Hello and welcome to the Oceania Teamfight Tactics, Gizmos and Gadgets Mid-Set Invitational. My name is Ducky and I'm joined by an absolute array of handsome human beings with me today to bring you day one of this very, very important tournament. I'm Ducky, Genome is to my right, I can't point on camera, Jose and Frosty as well, welcome. I'm going to throw it to our new addition though, Jose. Welcome on to the broadcast for the first time, and how you going?
Yeah, thank you so much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here hosting OC Mid-Set.
Yeah, well, before we get too into the nitty gritty, I would share to the world, I guess, who you are, because you're, I guess, quite a storied player in this region, even if you are not necessarily an ANZ player.
For sure, yeah, I'm Jose. I'm originally from the Philippines, but I play on OCE because it's not a lot of competition in TFT here in Southeast Asia. So I thought I'd find like the closest server that gave me um, the best practice, and OCE was, you know, just right there, like 100 ping, easy to play, and been rank one consistently since set three. So
No big
yeah,
deal.
just yeah, no big deal at all.
And he's also underselling he was the captain of the OCE versus SCA showdown winning team in SCA. Very, very glad to have you on broadcast here. But Genome and Frosty, how are you guys going, Genome?
Doing pretty well, Ducky. Feeling a little bit like I'm in the presence of greatness here with Jose. I just found out that he's apparently ranked higher than literally every single player in the tournament that we're about to cast. So that's a nice little factoid for you guys out there.
Yeah, you should also give us some good insight into the games, Frosty. I've had to lean on your shoulder a little bit, but now I think we're all leaning on Jose's.
I don't know about you all, but I've always known that Jose's been a great player, but I'm just looking forward to some great games of TFT, as I'm sure we all are today.
Yeah, well, there's definitely plenty of TFT to be played today and across all of Set 6. So we are going to bring up for you guys a look to how some of the players got here. So we have 24 players today, but they qualified through an array of events over the last 3 months. Started at the Arcanist Cup and the Innovator Cup with the Open Qualifier events. 16 players qualify from those into MSI. And then we had the Challenger Series where we saw a lot of our top players compete on stream. That was the first streamed games of Set 6, and we saw 4 players push through to there. And then now, the final 4 players came from a Set 6 leaderboard. If they missed out on all the chances previously, they have been given a one final chance leading into the Mid-Set Invitational, leading us to the 24 players that we have today. And of those 24, only 8 will be making it to the regional finals in April. And ultimately, that's the most important bit of this whole graph, that little line in the middle, because that is the key to making sure you can make it to the World Championship. There will obviously be new chances in Neon Knights, which is launching next week with the Scholar Cup and the Challenger Series again. But this is a very, very big opportunity, Genome, for some of these players to, really stamp their authority heading into the regional finals and really, I guess, ease into some practice for Set 6.5.
Yeah, and it kind of mirrors, the Rift and the main League of Legends, esports calendar there, right? Like MSI, this is kind of our big first tournament for the year. We've had a couple of nice little warm-ups there with the Arcanist and the Innovator Cup and the Challenger one as well, as you talked about. But MSI here is where we really get into it. As you said, 8 players from that going straight through to the regional finals. That's a big deal. So essentially, we will get a look at the format very soon. But everyone who makes it to the last day here, those top 8 players will get a shot at that final, the regional finals.
You couldn't have segued it any better if I could have done it, Genome. So here we go. We're looking at the format of the MSI. Day 1, which is today, February 11th. We've got 24 players who have been randomly seeded into 3 lobbies. They will be playing against each other, but then the games will be reset every second game. And then they'll be seeded as per the rule set. All players will play 6 games. The top 16 players will make it through to day 2. The bottom 8 will be eliminated. Speaking of day 2, we will have 16 players move on to there, and they'll be seeded into 2 lobbies again, completely random, and they'll be shuffled up again depending on how they place in the earlier games as per the rule set. They'll play 6 games, and then we'll say goodbye to another 8 players, and then that leads us to the final day 3. All the players at that point would have qualified for the regional finals, but there is still prize money to be won. There'll be 6 games straight, no checkmate format here. It is just whoever has the most points at the end of the 6 games will win the OCE TFT Gizmos and Gadgets Mid-Set Invitational. Frosty, speaking a little bit of checkpoint format, obviously you and I, we were in the Challenger Series, where we did see the lobbies end kind of early with the Chunga 1-1 lag 1, but there will be no such that this weekend with this format.
Well, I wouldn't be so sure about that. The Chunga that we know and love is still in the tournament here, but isn't playing checkmate today. So we'll have to wait and see whether the storyline of Tournament Chunga is going to evolve into an even greater stage, or whether everyone or some of the newcomers here is going to come up and try to take home the title for this one.
Yeah, I mean, it is, there's players old and new who are competing in this event, and I didn't allude to like a prize pool. We'll just get a quick look at that now before we dive into the 24 players you'll be seeing this weekend. It is quite a big one, $4.5 thousand, $1,000 going to first place, and any player who makes it to day 3 will be getting some form of prize money. It's a nice little kicker ahead of the regional finals, where there'll obviously be more prize money on the second half of the set, but I think if you can come out this weekend with that first seed with $1,000, heading into 6.5 where you can just focus solely on preparation, I think you'll be feeling pretty good about yourselves. So that kind of gives you a look around into what we are doing this weekend at the TFT Gizmos and Gadgets Mid-Set Invitational for Oceania. But Jose, I would like to chat to you. I guess you play alongside a lot of these players. Heading into an event like this, just without pointing out anyone in particular, like what do you think these guys are looking out for, I guess, in terms of preparation?
To be honest, I'm not really sure because since PvE came up, a lot of them might have already either pivoted to PvE or maybe a different game. Like, I don't know, maybe Lost Ark came out and maybe they've been grinding that. But for the players that have been still consistently playing set 6, I'm pretty sure they'll have like a stronger showing, particularly maybe like someone like Angora or Kade, who have still been consistently playing set 6 regardless of like PvE and like other games coming out. So I kind of want to, yeah, I hope they have a good showing.
I can't believe that you would suggest that some of these players aren't consummate professionals and
Yeah,
wouldn't give
wow.
100% of their heart, their soul, and their time
Honestly,
preparing for this competition.
It's the nature of games. Like, it was the same. It's been a pretty jam-packed release schedule at the start of the year. So we have seen a couple of players who have floated in and out, and we'll obviously talk about the storylines once we get into the nitty-gritty of the tournament. But we do not have the player list available just this second, but we do have it personally between ourselves. We've had a look, we've done some analysis before we've gone to this point. So I'm going to do a little bit of a roundtable. So Genome, if you've taken a look at the 24 players that we're bringing on for this weekend, who do you think is the one to keep an eye out for at MSI?
Ooh, if I have to just give it one, I might go for let's say Admiration. I think he is a late entrance in, right? It was actually Feather Knights, I think, who managed to qualify, and then Admiration's taking their place. So I'm just gonna say a bit of a dark horse. We've seen him around in the tournaments before, and yeah, hoping he's gonna have a good tournament and prove me right then.
Yeah, well, we do have the list of players up here now, so to run them through, we've got Teemo's Dad, Admiration, Woken, Dawnblade, Dojo Mojo, Angora, Blurry, Sarian, who qualified all through the Arcanist Cup. Then through the Innovator Cup, we've got TTIT, Evelance, Banta, Fortune Chosen, Ardor, Cosmic Sloss, the OC Special, and Claire. And then finally, on the right-hand side, we've got Chunga, the one and only Chunga. We've got TSM Keen, who it's one of his first tournament appearances in Oceania as well. Skillfulism and Tamura, who made it through the Challenger Series. And then Fishbowl, Donaldinho, Cardi, and Perfect Slumbers managed to sneak through based on their ladder positioning with those ladder snapshots throughout the set. Those are the 24 players who are vying for those 8 spots at the regional finals by Sunday. Frosty, who do you think is like maybe a little bit of a dark horse that you think people should keep an eye on in this tournament?
Well, there are a lot of dark horses here. A lot of people that you might not have heard of. Everyone gravitates towards, say, the Keens or the Chungas, heck, even Angora at this point. But there's people like Fortune Chosen out there, people like Kade who have actually been doing really well on ladder. Kade is, I believe, 10th on ladder right now. and not a lot of people would have heard of them. Love their syndicates, all this sort of stuff. So honestly, I think that if you see some of these names coming up in the leaderboards, don't be surprised, because really, I feel like, especially as you mentioned it before, Jose, maybe some of these stronger players who might have taken a little bit of a break playing some PB might turn out to be a little bit rustier with the older sets here. Don't be too surprised with that coming up there. So you know what? If I had to say a name, you know what? Let's just chuck out a fortune chosen out there.
And Jose, obviously you play alongside a lot of these guys on ladder. Who is the one that kind of has caught your eye this set?
Personally, it has to be Tamura. He's the one who consistently preps before tourneys, puts out his YouTube videos, has a strong fundamental understanding of the game, but hasn't really closed out a lot of his games, especially in finals. So, he had a strong showing in Challenger Series. I want to see him top four again, top two potentially to end, mid-set.
I think in Challenger Series, I think he made it through with a fourth place on day one, making it through in that first lobby, and then he made it just eked in with a fourth place on day two to make sure that he can make it here. And look, consistent tournament play is ultimately what nets you positions at the end of the day, makes you progress through to the regional finals. It means that you can, actually compete further down the line. If you're a first or eighth player and you land more eights than you land first on the day, that's it. That's your tournament done. But if you're a consistent player, I think that's not necessarily something that's harped on enough about. As for my personal player, it's easy for me. I'm always going to go with Angora. I think Angora is definitely setting up a legacy now in tournament play in Oceania as being arguably the most consistent tournament player. He's featured in basically every tournament since set four. He's always been in and around the top, and I think he really just wants to finally net a win for himself, finally make sure that he can cement his legacy. Obviously, he would much rather that happen down the line at Worlds, but I think heading into MSI, if he can net a win and he can ride some momentum through Neon Knights, we'll probably see him at the World Championship sometime later this year. So we are kind of done with the pre-show now. I guess we are very quickly making up the lobbies for you guys and getting into game. So we should have some gameplay for you guys shortly. So we're just going to keep ad-libbing a little bit. We're going to keep talking about, I guess, what we might expect to see this weekend, because we are coming off the back of the mid-set finale in NA as well, and some other competitions, and we're starting to see a few new comps, Jose, in some of the same old. What kind of comps do you think we should be expecting to see today?
Um, Personally, I think the highest cap comp is going to be either Seven Syndicate or Innos. That's going to be like one of the favorites for sure. You see a lot of players practicing this on ladder as well. Super straightforward, really easy to go off of like your early augments. So if I expect any comps to win these games, it's got to be the chase traits. It's got to be Seven Sin, seven Innos, maybe eight Chal. The hyphy, the really hyphy chase traits.
I mean, when we're looking at back at Challenger Series Frosty, you and I casted saw a lot of Merc openers, saw a lot of big Merc cash outs, saw a lot of Yordles. I'm pretty sure we're going to see that kind of style of gameplay to start out in the early games as well. And maybe we'll see one more big Chugga cash out today for sure.
Yeah, definitely a possibility, though. From what it seemed like in NA, they really favored a high tempo game plan there, where they were really trying to punish people who were trying to be those gritty Merc players here. So it's going to be really interesting going into today to see exactly what the pace is that these players set. We know that OC perhaps a little bit of a greedier play style. They don't exactly play their strongest boards as often as you would see in some of the other regions here. So we're going to have to see how many of these players are willing to adapt to this and try to be, say, a little bit more greedy, or to really, what I want to see today is I want to see players punishing other players with really strong early game reroll compositions here, who may not transition really well into the late game, but get those consistent top fours.
I mean, when we're looking at tournament play in the past, with tournament play is very rarely can you actually run the comp that you actually want to run and you vision when you start a game. And so what you see is a smattering of just completely random comps at times. And I think that really is the hallmark of good tournament play. Genome is probably going to just see some wild stuff based off whatever augments people hit. That's just the nature of this set. But it is also a case of eking yourself a little bit of a wedge in the meta. Admiration did it really well at Challenger Series with Sins. So we're probably going to see that again, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like it's one of the least sort of forcible patches we've had, but I also think it's the best set we've ever had. Right? I think the augments just make it so much about not necessarily what you want to play, but what you sort of find along the way, and using those augments to help drive your gameplay. And I think it's really rewarding flexible players, and it's probably pushing down some of those players who like to just learn a comp inside and out and then just sort of like force that through every game. Because I mean, you know, if you're an Imperial player or something, right? Like, you know, coming across the all for one augment is just gonna change your chances so much, and you can't guarantee that every single game. And all of a sudden, you really need to be able to just flex around what you find every game. And I think it's one of the best changes we've seen to TFT since the game came out.
We still do have a little bit more time before the games start, guys, so don't worry, we will throw you right into the action as soon as we can. We are raring to watch it just as much as you guys. But we can take a little bit of time, I think, to also maybe look at a little bit ahead. Obviously, Neon Knights has been the talk of the town. It's the new set coming out next week, the mid-set patch. I think there's 21 new champions and 5 new traits coming to the game, so there's a massive, massive shake-up. Have any of you guys jumped onto PBE much and played around with it? I'm personally looking forward to seeing like the power of Silco.
Well, all I can tell you is Zeri was appropriately balanced, that's for sure, because Zeri was not very fair on PvE. That has been my experience with it so far. So, you know, I am looking forward to seeing exactly how it's all going to come together, but I think that there was a few little rocky patches in there, so we'll wait and see until those are ironed out first.
It's the nature of PBE, right? Like, you know, it is always a little bit wild. Like, I remember set 5 Samira. Was it set? No, set 4 Samira, set 4.5. And it was just instant death ball every time on PBE. But, you know, once it hits live, it gets pretty well balanced. I saw you nodding your head there a little bit, Jose, about Zeri. Is there anything that's caught your eye?
Yeah, OP in League, OP in TFT, Zeri's going to be, I feel like she's going to be flavor of the month, like when the new set comes out for sure. She's definitely up there in terms of like really fun, but at the same time, really super annoying champion unit to deal with. So yeah.
Well, we are now ready to jump into the first game of the OCE TFT Mid-Set Invitational, and it will be Frosty and Genome walking you through the first game of the day. So take it away, fellas.
Thank you so much, Ducky. All right, everyone out there in the chat, I've said enough blathering. Let's get into this. Let's see who is going to be moving on to day 2 and day 3 of the Mid-Set Invitational here. Just to remind you of the stakes that we're playing with, this is one of 3 lobbies that we're running today. 24 players in total. We will lose 8 of these players today, moving into the second day of play. So the pressure isn't on too much today, Frosty, because there's, you know, just straight on the numbers, a 2 out of 3 chance you get through, right?
Oh, absolutely. But the stakes are high, and don't get me wrong, nerves play a big factor into tournament play here, Genome. You can tell that some of these players may be put into positions that they're not usually used to and might make some poor decisions due to it. But Angora's got an interesting decision here. Calculated loss, a really strong one that warps your game plan, but Pony Frontline also incredibly strong. So in Angora's position here, what do you think he's going to pick up?
I mean, just looking at his bench, he's already got 2 Yordles, right? And calculated loss, like sometimes you want to, you know, jam up the amount of eco you can run out with that by, say, you know, maybe you know, chucking a Yordle or a Merc opener on top of it as well. But it looks like you know, hasn't come across that 3rd Yordle yet. He's definitely still got the option potentially. He does go for Phony Frontline, of course. So why do you think he's picked that one up in the end?
As I mentioned before, Genome, I think that's because it's typically a little bit of a gameplay warper, right? You end up in these positions where you're forcing a loss streak, and Angora, as we all know, is just a really solid all-round player who doesn't really like his playstyle to be dictated straight off the bat. So I can imagine, you know, trying to keep your options open here, you know, just trying to play solidly, taking the level up to 4, trying to play strongest board, letting the Phony Frontline do the work here is going to come up against Keen. We'll see how it all stacks up.
Yeah, Phony Frontline, definitely a good one to start off with. Kind of, it's I guess it's a little bit like Thrill of the Hunt in that it's a very an augment that's applicable to a lot of different comps and play styles, right? You kind of can't go wrong with it.
That's right. It's interesting though, coming out of NA, we just saw them playing their 3 days as well there. It was really interesting to see exactly what augments they pick up. Turns out that Makeshift Armor 1 was the most commonly picked one out of the bunch there, and also posed a pretty high win rate too. So it's going to be interesting, you know, just seeing what these players prefer over what they're given, right? So, I mean, there's plenty of strong augments out there, but we got to see, you know, do these players have a preferential play style? And it seems like going up against Kinder, who chose the underdogs, another really strong one, just received a little bit of a nerf beforehand. What exactly these players have got planned going into this tournament?
Yeah, look, if I'm not wrong, the phony frontline does count in terms of unit numbers, right? So that actually would have been a terrible matchup for Angora, because that means rather than having to even just wait for one of your units to go down, Keem would have been benefiting from that underdog buff immediately.
Yeah, definitely. And this is not a high damage composition from Angora, only rocking the Ezreal run, more relying on this really solid front line with the Kassadin, with the Darius, who are incredibly sticky in the early game here. You know, really tough units, consistent healing and shielding to get through. But more often than not, if you don't have the damage to back it up, the underdogs can just heal through it there. So, you know, Angora, it shows his strength coming into that fight there. Unsurprising to see the dub being taken, but, you know, as you mentioned, going up against Keen, sometimes what seems to be a really strong early board can almost get countered by an augment and turn from what looks to be a 5-win streak into a loss-win-loss sort of situation.
Yeah, hate to be out of sync with that. Love to get the streaks going. Does pick up the Ezreal pair there you were talking about, lacking that damage a little bit, and, you know, a lot of it coming from the Ezreal, who's relying on that sword and the scrap to try and give him some extra damage. Here we pick up the Gunblade, which of course is going to do nothing for him with that physical damage spell. I think that might actually be changing soon, so that the units who can't utilize that don't ever roll it, if I read those patch notes correctly.
Yeah, but typically, well, it is unfortunate. Ezreal is one of the only units where I think that doesn't apply to, but we see something really interesting here. Angora, even though taking that loss on the first round of the match here, has chosen to level up to level 5, and I mentioned some tempo earlier on, and this is a really big sign that you want to play aggressive, right? It's not even about win streak at this point, it's that you just want to deal a lot of damage. And it just so happens that Angora had a really good unit to put in the Zillion there, enabling that 3 Innovator with a strong bodyguard front line. Love to see this style of play from Angora.
Very high tempo. Innovators get him over the line. Did notice a Shaco with a bow there. Fishball went straight for that. Probably a good pickup here on that first carousel that might give you a little bit of direction.
Yeah, absolutely. Jose was talking about it earlier. 7 Syndicate being one of those really strong compositions that a lot of players have been practicing. Didn't really see too much success over in NA, you know, was mostly a top 4 composition there. But, you know, as these players going into this event, if you're really confident on a composition, you should just play it more often than not, simply to just, you know, play something that you're comfortable with and, you know, try to excel at it rather than playing something that's a little bit weaker. But, you know, coming up against Skillfulism here, there's nothing really skillful about a Trundle 2, but I will tell you, it puts a heck of a lot of hurt on, am I right, Gino?
Yeah, and it's backed up with the healing as well. Somehow, Skillfulism has found the Seraphine on 2-5. And, you know, putting that frontline Trundle often, you know, might just take a little bit too much damage, go down first, but with the heals coming out from Seraphine, like, you know, that's a lot of healing for stage 2, means he's going to comfortably win that one over Angora, who has now essentially been punished for that very early level to 5.
Somewhat, yes. Fortunately, Angora managed to make 10 gold there, so not too punished, you know. Usually if you're going out of a level 5, going into a level 5 right there, you end up, you know, with less gold than you usually might be used to. But Angora's managed to even it out here. But I just wanted to take a moment there just to say, Skillfulism had double Shaco on bench there. So you could, I almost felt like I'd have to go back through the replay there and see if he rolled for some of that stuff there, because that was a stacked board.
Yeah, he's certainly found some good shops early on here. You know, the Innovator Star, we talked a little bit about that. I think in the pre-show has been one of the most consistent compositions, especially if you can get up to Innovator 7. Innovator 5, I think, was underperforming perhaps a tad. Innovator 7 was possibly had the highest average comp top 4 rate out of everything in the NA playoffs, if I'm remembering correctly.
You are correct, Unum. You're on point with your stats today. It was. But the thing about Innovator 7 is that it is one of those chase traits. You do have to high roll to try to get it, you know. One of the big changes that came through to help out was the change from Home of Traits going from a gold augment to a silver augment, so that where the change is that you could not find Innovator Heart to enable 7 Innovator right off the bat, well, now there is that extra chance. But I believe they toned down the stats here so that trying to find one of these loaded traits that you may have on your board only gets better when you have more units or when you have more traits.
Yeah, so, you know, they increased the transparency around that, right? Mort put out the list saying if this is how many traits you have active or inactive, they both contribute. It'll give you a certain number of those traits as options in your Tome of Traits when it comes up, and then there'll be a couple of random options left. Unless I think it's like 11 traits or something like that you need on your sidebar to be able to get 4 traits and not have any random one show up. But that means, you know, you have to sit on it for a little while if it's one of the first augments you picked up. If you pick it up as, you know, say your third augment, well, then you're probably laughing. Yeah, it's certainly also good to have early because it gives you all that direction. You know, you get the Innovator emblem and you're just like, sick, pretty much my game's decided for me. I'm happy to go for 7 Inno and try and get that dragon.
Yeah, definitely. As we move into stage number 3 here, we've got Angora up against Woken here, who has chosen the Scholar Heart, and we've seen a few Scholar Hearts as we've been perusing through a few of the different matchups as we've spectated Angora here. Now, the Scholars have gone through a few changes here in their genome over the past few months here. It typically started out as something of, you know, a more supportive trait, but as a few changes have gone through here, you know, Heimerdigging are getting a few buffs, you know, the big range buff that he just recently got here. We've started to see Scholars coming into the light more, so do you think we're going to be seeing a composition based around, say, 6 Scholar today?
I mean, 6 Scholar is hard to make work, right? It's just there's so little frontline. Maybe if you've got something like, you know, Euphony Frontline or some other, maybe an Enchanter buff kind of augment that helps you with that. It is quite hard to run. That said, it's obviously got a lot of power as well. You know, Heimer, I think people took a little while to figure out how strong he was. And as you said, he did get that range buff, so he wasn't sort of, you know, walking into no man's land more often than not. But once you get him up and running with the blue buff, he really can be a scary carry.
Yeah, definitely. As we move to Saren, who unfortunately we've spectate cursed him here, who was on a bit of a win streak and has unfortunately run into Angora, who managed to take a massive roll down, hit the Ezreal to a really strong board here. But we've got Augments coming up right here. We've got Hyper Rolf only frontline and Weak Spot here. After a built different start. Not surprised to see that they've been win streaking, but these are a few interesting choices here. For my pick, I'd personally think that a good old only frontline here would be pretty strong, but where would you be taking this one?
Yeah, I mean, depending on what their items were and what they were thinking about, I could see Weak Spot, potentially, but, you know, built different one, it tends to be you roll with it, you get your win streak, and then if you're not offered like a built different 2 or 3 later to augment that, you don't typically want to run with it the entire game, right? Like it just runs out of power when you're coming up against golden prismatic traits that other people have online later in the game. So, you know, considering they've already got the Morello and the GA out there, I feel like Weak Spot probably would have been a little bit, maybe not the direction they're going. So I do like this phony frontline choice.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it is just overall the most solid thing that you could be adding here. As we move into another match up against Perfect Slumbers here, we see a few interesting augment choices. We've got Thrill of the Hunt, and I believe that's one for all there, the Syndicate trait. We see 8 Ziggs on the bench here for Perfect Slumbers, who has had Yordles on the bench for quite some time here. Is this turning into an Arcanist game for Perfect Slumbers?
Oh, man. I mean, that's a hard pivot, isn't it? Going from, playing all for one and then going into Arcanist? Yeah, I'm not sure how he's gonna find his way out of that one. I mean, yeah, sure, you've got the Twisted Fate in there, right? But it's pretty hard to fit in both traits and make that all for one be any use at all there.
There is the other alternative here where you just accept the fact that you've got a bad trait on your bench, right? You may have a Twisted Fate in. It may end up doing a little bit extra in case you have, say, a Darius and a Braum as your front line there, but more often than not, it doesn't always have to be something where you're locked into it. We've moved over to Timo's Dad, who has got that stacked Innovator board, has the Innovator Heart as well. It's looking like a clear game plan from Timo's Dad right now.
Yeah, he is tunnel vision to the end here. The Scholar Heart, the Innovator Heart as well, both helping him out currently to hit those breakpoints. Not only that, he's managed to get the Seraphine nice and early, and not only that, she's got 2 of her best in slot items on her already.
Yeah, it's looking like a real scary board here, but also a Heimerdinger too. Heimerdinger again has recently gotten a few buffs here and there, and Heimerdinger too, just an overall really strong unit with that 2 Scholar there. And
he could
just no
crushing
surprise.
through skillfulism, right? I mean, both players playing the Seraphine, but you can see how much difference there having the items on Seraphine was helping. But not only that, that early Trap Claw that you mentioned, very important as well, right? Because you want to put Seraphine in that corner slot, and you don't generally want to have to play a Quicksilver on her. You want to be able to dodge Blitzcrank and anything else that's going to annoy her in the corner there by other means, and chucking the Trap Claw there onto Heimer is definitely going to help with that. That said, I mean, I don't know. It depends on how many damage items you want across the 2. You're probably going to favor Seraphine more, I'd say here.
Well, it's an interesting sort of thing, right? I've seen a lot of players that do actually prefer to play out more Heimer style, where you roll on 7, but that's typically if you don't end up hitting your Innovator Hearts, right? That's more of your 5 Innovator low roll games where you're pivoting to try to make it. You might have had a rough early game in there, but you managed to find a lot of Heimerdingers. So, honestly, I think that we're going to see from Timo's Dad here, really simple game plan. The idea, go 8 fast. Hit a Jace, try to get that big old dragon up and running there, and let it try to steamroll through the enemy team here. But if Timo's Dad keeps taking losses like that, might have to see a sooner roll down. You don't want to be rolling with 7 at this composition. You want to try to maximize your Jace odds, but we'll just have to wait and see now, won't we?
Yeah, harder than it's ever been with the 4% chance at level 8. Sure, you can still get lucky with the 1% on level 7, but as you say, now that you've got the Innovator Heart, Jace is 100% the target here. You can't be guaranteed it, right? But you do want to be able to get there. It just stabilizes you so much having that dragon.
Oh, definitely. So we'll see what Timo's Dad wishes to do here. Has got a good few units, but is choosing to take perhaps a slight bit of a roll down here. We'll see exactly how far we go. Hasn't really been hitting any upgrades, but the Janet is a pretty big one there, enabling quite a bit on the team. And it's just going to be rolling it down to what is essentially near 0 at this point. Manages to stabilize with 10 gold, realizes that they're 3rd from the bottom. They need to do a little bit more with frontline, because outside of this bear, I mean, sure, Timo's Dad is a really strong backline here, with that Seraphine, with that Heimer. Has only got a few 1-star units in the front line here to try to hold all that back.
Yeah, and quite contested, as we can see, as we're looking at this other board across. Other people playing Innovators, other people, choosing some Heimers and some Seraphines as well, which means it's not necessarily going to be that easy for Teemo's dad to get up to those 2 stars. Maybe that's one of the reasons why he rolled all the way down now, realizing that he was contested, and therefore it's a good idea to try and upgrade some of those units a little bit earlier, or even just grab the 1-star copies of them, like Janna that he's managed to. Hasn't slotted in yet, though. Anyway, we'll see how he goes with that. Tome of Traits coming out now for Keen. What do you think of these options?
Yeah, these are looking like a few stinkers here, right? There's a clear game plan from Keen right about now, and this does not look to be what you want to be hitting. Keen, rocking that Fiora, trying to play flexibly here, could end up hitting something along the lines of an Urgot to try to do a quick pivot over towards a more Urgot-centric board, but just is not really hitting that at the moment. We see Yone on bench, we saw Yone on bench there for a quick little second. So we'll just have to wait and see exactly what Keen hits. But quickly running out of time here as we see that Keen is down to 27 health. Has managed to hit the 1% Jace. The big chase that a lot of these innovative players have already been trying to hit. Hasn't been able to hit them quite yet, but we'll see whether this Fiora can be doing a lot of work here. It's getting real close, but the Trundle is providing a lot of power here. And Keen is starting to get down into the 2 loss territory. Scary stuff, Gino.
On a 7 loss streak right now. As you said, he's got that Merc emblem on the... Actually, so he let that go. Right, okay. So he went for the Chemtech emblem, I think it was, off the Tome of Traits. Obviously, that wasn't what he was hoping for. Maybe he's hoping for, I don't know, Enforcer, something else, to try and upgrade his board there. But yeah, as you said, he doesn't have that much time. Pandora's gives him some flexibility, but only if you have enough turns in the bank to be able to roll that.
Yeah, we're going to see, but that was a big hit. The Fiora 2 is a massive power spike here, just the survivability and the damage. We'll see that the Titan's Resolve starts to build up stacks really quickly, enabling this Fiora to do absolutely massive damage. And with the Bloodthirster, Fiora might as well be an assassin, because if you can get this Fiora into the backline, it will delete it. But the big old bomb comes through, managing to stun it, and Keen is now down into a 1 life territory, potentially. We'll have to see exactly what the game plan is of the carousel. Wouldn't be too surprised to see a GA being picked up here, but we'll see. That's a bow there for Keen. That is a Kaiser there, which could be a big pickup. To go off of a previous point that you were going off of, I think that King really wanted to see either an Enforcer spat or a Challenger spat there to try to go for one of those big Challenger compositions. I mean, we were talking about it earlier where Jose mentioned, 7 Syndicates, those big chase traits in 7 Innovators. Well, fun fact is that this composition, the Challenger composition, had the highest win rate of the top 4s, right? So it is overall the most consistent composition to get you a top 4 if you wanted to get there, right? We saw that 7 Innovator had the biggest win rate because it's, the most powerful thing that you can be doing. But this was overall the thing to be on the lookout for here. But we got to see, can King get to a point where he can stabilize to try to hit this 6 Challenger breakpoint here and let this Fiora absolutely delete the opponent's team?
Okay, at the last minute, decides to slam the Static Shiv, decides there is not enough time left in the bank to, let that roll down for anything else that he might prefer to have. Gwinsu's, who knows? Obviously, the GA would be very good on the Kaiser at this point, but upgrading to 4 Challenger is going to provide, put a little bit of a heat back in that composition, and manages to get Angora down fast enough here. So we're still waiting to see what that emblem will roll into. It's a Chemtech emblem again, so maybe not one that he'll want to slam. Will potentially let that keep going, and we've got the augment choices up here as well. And he's gone for Celestial. Okay, what do we think about this one?
Yeah, I think this is probably your best choice that you've got here. You had Cram Session there, but we're not based around Yone at the moment. Yone has seen a little bit of a drop-off here, and Fiora has been identified as the better carry, the more overall, more solid carry. But we're going to move over to Woken here, who is rocking that for Arcanist comp. A little bit of a more niche pick, but you see that the traits here, or the augments here, have really gone in his favor. You know, picking up that runic shield has got to stay united there as well, and is just generally rocking overall a pretty solid board. It'll be interesting to see exactly how everything goes here. What do you make of this, Gino?
Well, looks like he's probably waiting for the Lux to come into the composition, right? It's obviously, as far as the Socialite spotlight goes, it's in a fantastic position for Lux back towards the end of the board. A nice Shroud there does hit the Malzahar. It's got the blue buff, though. Unfortunately, we do see the Vex go down quite early, and usually you need that Vex to get multiple casts off to make this work. The first cast from the Malzahar coming out too late there, and allowing that ramp up by Seraphine there for the Innovator player to take that one. So, I mean, we're looking at an Arcanist comp here, right? It's got Stand United, sure, that buffs up the AP a lot. But if you're trying to go for that Lux, Frosty, you need a good amount of AP. Hits the Victor, that's pretty good. But yeah, I mean, you know, 6 Arcanist, honestly, like, I think is very good with Lux, because it's all about getting those one-shots and getting the quicker resets. And if you try and play like a lower amount of Arcanists, you probably want something else to buff that up. Like, you know, Stand United, sure, maybe, or maybe a Spellblade, something like that.
Well, how's about an Infinity Edge to go alongside your dual golden and blue buff right there? Could not ask for a better combination as we hit pretty much everything. And I just want to compliment Woken for taking the time to roll down there. You know, has a lot of gold, and you see a lot of units on these really fast roll downs. You're more than often gonna make mistakes if you're not the top of the top tier. So, you know, taking some of these small roll downs here just to be able to, you know, take some time to actually think, right? I think that is an incredibly smart play by Woken.
Oh, the crits coming out from the Lux too. You love to see it. And sure, there's a Braum knock up in the middle there, but it doesn't matter. The damage is already done, and the full crit build on the Lux is going to very comfortably take out Keen here. You know, you said they were hitting, very comfortably take out Keen, as long as he can manage to get the ult onto the Fiora while the Fiora isn't ulting, and luckily does manage to get that one in the end. Okay, so Keen's gone, so's Fishball. We lose 2 people on 5-1.
Yeah, not surprised at all. Unfortunately, Keen having a bit of a rough go of it to start off today's game. You know, had to take a roll down there at level 7. Didn't exactly hit everything that you want to at that point. And, you know, sometimes that's the way that, you know, the Mana Biscuit crumbles there. But we've gone over to Sarian here, who is starting to rock one of those more interesting boards. We have the 5 innovators, and we're starting to see people really try to emphasize this Orianna carry, something a little bit different. I think that I also just want to point out here, really nice positioning by Sarian here, you know, trying to bait people using their Zephyrs on the Socialite X. But yeah, I think that this is just overall a really strong composition, and you can see why a lot of players tend to go for it. It's incredibly flexible, Gino, as you see. A lot of players, you know, some of them base it around Jhin, some of them base it around Orianna, some of them don't even run the innovators here. But it's just overall incredibly strong, and I think this is going to be the thing to be on the lookout for today.
Ooh, Jhin just taking a little bit too long to get onto the carries there. Jace buying a lot of time with that Guardian Angel, and as a result, Zillion and Orianna just managed to punch through at the end.
Yeah, and I mean, Sarian on an 8-win streak here, you know, comfortably ahead by 20 health over Woken, but Perfect Slumbers has hit a Shaco 3. Teemo's dad, we were spectating him before, down to 1 life, so, you know, even though you managed to hit this Innovator hard and everything, you still have to hit the Jace to try to get into that high roll situation there, and it looks like that's not going to pan out for him, but as Sarian is the Grim Reaper of this lobby, has queued into Skillfulism here. We see the Sniper emblem. Another Jhin player seems to be very popular in these lobbies here. We'll have to see how this stacks up. Typically, Jhin does do very well into these innovator boards. A lot of stacked units. There's just so much going on here. But we see a big Orianna roll. Chucks the Jhin into the middle of the team, and that's almost certainly lights out for Skillfulism here. Jhin does not manage to finish the curtain call, and that will be Skillfulism going out in 5th.
Yeah, tries to tech it with the clockwork. Sorry, not the clockwork. The was that sniper Oriana? I think it was. Obviously going to be doing a little bit of damage, but yeah, not quite enough there. So now we've only got 4 left in the lobby coming into the stage 5 carousel. Angora picking up the Enforcer emblem. Would be a fun one there.
That's it. We've moved back over to Slumbers.
Very good late game.
Yeah, this is a really interesting board from Slumbers here. It's not something that you're typically used to. A Ziggs 3 is... Well, I mean, in all honesty, Ziggs not the greatest unit. You know, a little bit of a placeholder, but has excellent traits. You know, has Arcanist, Scrap, and Yordle, and really enables your team to do great things. Ziggs 3 not something that typically ends up sticking here, though, Genome. So, really interested to see what exactly was the decision-making behind Slumbers, you know, keeping the Ziggs in.
Well, I guess it's what we were kind of talking about before, right? When you look at his augments, which are partially obfuscated right now, right? It was the All for One and the Arcanist kind of stuff that he was both trying to work into this composition. And he's ended up with a 5 Syndicate, 4 Arcanist, which is a little bit awkward. He's got a 1-item Shaco 3, who is doing incredible work in the back line. And, you know, that TF is just spreading the Morellos everywhere. And usually... you know, it's a fantastic way to run through the early game, right? The TF with blue buff, as well as Morellos, like you often see that in Arcanist compositions, but then oftentimes, you know, they'll get redistributed. So you might put the, you might change that over to the Malzahar, or you might, you know, give the Morellos to the Malzahar and then the blue buff to your Lux later on, or something like that. But he's managed to stick with this big, beefy Syndicate frontline and somehow hit that Shaco 3 as well, who's just giving him a different type of damage. So, you know, he's got a bit of true damage, a bit of magic, and a bit of physical coming through there as a good little splash.
Yeah, I don't want to sleep on the sleeper. See what I did there? The sleeper carry of that fight there, which was Zarya, you know, managing to stun up that entire backline there. Zarya's priority over the past few weeks here has really gone up, as a lot of players have identified just how strong this unit is. Being able to stun an entire backline when backline Jace has become a big player is just absolutely massive.
I love that you're extolling her virtues just as she does what she always seems to do for me, and I feel like what she shares very much in common with Ziggs, which is missing way too many damn ults.
Well, you know, that's just the caster curse there, right there, you know, you're trying to make me look, you know, like I don't exactly know my stuff, but every once in a while Zyra decides to do everything according to plan, but you know, when your front line's not strong enough, if the opponent, say, is running a challenger board and manages to go through your front line, then Zyra ends up perhaps being a little bit weaker. And, you know, looking at Slumber's board here, it's an alright front line, you know? Darius not really anything to write home about at this point, Braum being the big stop, right? But even then, if your opponent's got a Last Whisper, can be very easily melted through.
Yeah, and he got the GA as well, so might see that slapped on Shaco. Wouldn't, you know, he's already got the aggro drop from his ults, but, you know, sure, why not give him an extra life there as well from that. We've got the decap here, pick up from Sarian. Where is he going to use that? Is it going to go on the Heimer? Maybe even just give Jace more shield? No, he's going to put it on... Okay, that's an interesting choice. What do you think about putting it on the Oriana? Sorry, on the Janna.
I actually like this choice a lot here. You know, trying to get an extra bit of healing to try to compensate, prevent the Lux from getting these resets here. Because a lot of the time, Lux in her initial state here is not going to be able to get those kills off immediately and is going to have to rely on trying to laser down something twice. If you're able to counteract that with a big heal, then that's going to play wonders into trying to get the big double.
All right, well, he didn't get the 7 Innovator, right? But he was up to, I mean, he's got a 12 win streak right now. We can't go past that.
Yeah.
He was up to about 80 or 90 gold there. And he's used that to roll down to 9. He's sitting on 70 health here. He's what, 51 health above the next best, who's Woken sitting at 17. And the level 9. Oh! We should note, Woken is 1 off getting Lux 3 right now.
Yeah, and I gotta say, in Sarian's position, you're in such a dominant position, and this is where you need to be scouting around. You need to look at these boards because you had the ability to take a Lux away from Woken here. But I guess if you're just gonna kill them straight off the bat here, does it really
Oh,
matter,
oh,
Gino?
oh,
Does it
double kill.
really matter in the end if you're just that dominant? We see Sarian taken down game number one, the power of innovators coming through there. And I gotta say, looked like a really strong, well played game there. You know, transitioning from that built different start that we saw there.
Yeah, I mean the look. I'd love to get Jose's thoughts on that built different, right? Because he just transitioned that so well from the start. I think he streaked the whole way through stage two, and then just built on that from there until you saw where at the end he was on a 12 win streak.
Yeah, built diff is probably the strongest win streak augment, and then he got offered Phony at 3-2. So, fun fact, Phony frontline actually works off of built diff, so he actually got a lot of effective frontline off of that as well. And then you can easily sack built diff one post stage four, which is what Saren did. He just played a strong inno board, had double chalice, a lot of AP items, and a strong front line, still off of the Phony and the Braum. So he really utilized his augments super well and just pushed his win streak and uh, really out tempo the lobby.
I do want to point out before we get into a little bit more analysis on this is that the top two players of that lobby, Osarian and Woken, are both our lowest LP players in the entire tournament, and it's not even close. So Sarian is like
LP is fake.
190 LP. We're looking at Woken, who was Master Zero LP when I looked yesterday. So these are two of the players that maybe don't have as much experience, or they've taken breaks, especially in the case of Woken, and they've come out and just slaughtered some of the best OCE players in that first lobby. So I think big hats off to them. Frosty, I do want to get your take on it. We did see a lot of those high tempo openers. I think there was 4 people running Inno, and that was something that we highlighted, and it was something that really came true in a massive difference between what we saw at Challenger Series versus what we're seeing today.
Yeah. Now the tempo of the lobby here was a lot faster than we ended up seeing. You know, I don't even think it went to stage 6 carousel there. We were seeing a lot of games in NA go into the later parts of the game here. So people are out for blood today. It's good to see people have got the fisticuffs ready. They're ready to throw down. And I just hope that this style of gameplay continues to play out here and to really try to punish some of these higher greed styles of play, such as the mercenaries, the yordle sort of thing, because if you allow those players to, get those big cashes out, they just end up running away with the lobby.
Yeah, I mean, we were pretty focused on Angora early on there, right? So I'm not sure if we got to see if many of those other players were sort of taking those Yordle or Merc openers, but I didn't really notice that many. Certainly, I think not as many as we've seen in some of those earlier tournaments this set that you were referencing, Ducky.
Yeah, I mean, I think I saw one Yordle opener. I think it actually might have even been Woken who did the Yordle opener because he did the Yordle into Arcanist. But then we had the 4 inner openers of Serene, of how I'm learning how to pronounce the name right now. Serene,
Gotcha.
Fishbowl, Teemo Stat, and Skillfluism. Just checking my notes there. So they all had they were the 4 innovator openers. And it worked out for some of them. Obviously worked out great for Serene. But there's definitely some players you need to highlight there. I think Fishbowl went out in 8th, and I think that raises a little bit of questions. Not necessarily it's day one, game one, who cares? He's got 5 games to play it back, but it's somewhat becoming a little bit of a trend for Fishbowl now. He struggled a lot in Challenger Series in terms of keeping up with the tournament play. I think in Challenger Series, he tried to play a little bit too greedy. And then in this one, he kind of got just out tempo straight out. Jose, I'm not sure if you got that read from it, but he just kind of just it's becoming a little bit of a trend, and he's a really, really strong ladder player. We've known that for sets now. That he's just haven't been able to make it click.
Yeah, he is probably one of the strongest ladder players, and since we didn't get to see his POV, I'm not exactly sure what happened throughout the game. But looking at other players' POVs, for example, like Angora, who hard tempoed the lobby by leveling the 5 at 2-3, even after losing the first round, I think that kind of set the pace for the early game, forcing other players to roll more at 6 and 7, which is exactly what happened. So personally, I do enjoy it. I like seeing a lot more level 6, level 7 roll downs because It's really easy for players to fast 8 off of Yordle openers, but they're like sacking HP, and if they miss, they just end up going fast 8. So getting to see a lot of flexibility off of the players' playstyles, which is a really nice thing to see.
Well,
Can I just say, the people on 2-3 who level to 5 are just my least favorite people in TFT. You know, it should just be this beautiful, harmonious, battle where it's like all the people who pre-leveled are on level 4, all the people who went earlier on level 4, and it's just this nice, fair fight. You know, you get for one round in the game, and people who level to 5 early just done with them.
I'm your classic case of a TFT player that hits D too much and presses reroll too many times, and that is why I'm casting and I am not playing in this tournament. I guess that's the first game wrapped up of the OCE TFT Gizmos and Gadgets Mid-Set Invitational. But stay right here. We've still got 5 more games to come today, and we'll be right into Game 2 shortly after this break. welcome back to the. Oh, hello? Am I here?
Oh,
I don't know. All right, I'm on. I can't see myself, but hello. Welcome back to the Oceania TFT Gizmos and Gadgets Mid-Set Invitational Day 1. We have just finished Game 1 of the day, and it was quite an interesting affair. We did see Serene come away with the first place, one of our underdogs, to say the least, in this lobby genome. But it was a very, very interesting game, especially when you compare it to what we have previously seen in the OCE tournaments.
Yeah, I mean, we talked a little bit about thinking the Innovator was going to be strong. We absolutely saw that play out in the first game. We saw, as you said, half of the lobby choosing an Innovator starter, not necessarily all of them ending up on that, but the winning player by a long shot. What was that, like 67 health or something? They were still alive, 13 win streak, something like that when they finished up. Was choosing Innovator as well, and that wasn't even the Dragon. They weren't even the one who. I'm not sure if the player who got Innovator Hard actually ever managed to find find the Dragon, but the Innovator 5 player, well, they did well enough.
Yeah, I mean, it's just the way that it is, it is the chase trait, and we do mention it that 7-0 was the best performing comp in mid-set finale over in NA, but that's also because if you get the Dragon, you're kind of expected to A, top 4 and B, hopefully top 2 or win. It is one of those chase traits that relies on your augments and hitting maybe a high roll Toma traits. So that's kind of expected. Jose, though, I do want to highlight one player. We didn't necessarily talk about them that much in the post game lobby, but I think Slumbers really eked out a niche for themselves in that game. They played the Shaco board with the syndicates, and they were one of the only, I guess, AD boards in that game outside of the gym board that we saw. And I think that's a nice little niche to have in this meta.
the Slumber's board was super interesting because we didn't get to see his opening augment choices, and the fact that he took the Syndicate one all for one meant that he was for sure probably going to be playing around forcing Shaco 3 or maybe the Akali. He was rolling off of the TF2 early game, holding 8 Ziggs early, and then natural to Ziggs 3, and then managed to go 4 Arcanist, 5 Syndicate, which is not a board you regularly see, but because of his augments, that's the board he was kind of forced to play, I guess. Didn't hit an Akali, didn't even hit a Braum, so was kind of put in a much more flexible position, I guess, to make a really uncommon syndicate board, and
Well,
played a really well third place game.
yeah, and that's the thing is like you've got to put together those boards because it is tournament play. You've got to find some sort of way to play the game, and you might not see a Syndicate 5, game 4 Arcanist game ever again, but it worked for Slumbers that game. We will now be taking a quick recap into the scores from all of the lobbies so we can kind of get a little heads up of where we went. So across our other lobbies, it was Chunga, who has continued his Challenger Series form and walked away with the first. And obviously we've talked about Serene. And it was Claire who managed to also nip a win away. Also got some great top 4s here from players like Dojo Mojo, Donaldinho and Cosmic Sloth for OC Stalwarts also up there. And then we've also got TTIT, Evelyn, and Angora rounding out the top 4s. And then on the other end of the table, obviously we saw Keen and Fishbowl in our lobby last game, but also players like Fortune Chosen, Admiration, and Dawnglade also down, rolling in with 8s to start the day. Not necessarily the hottest start for them, Frosty. What are you kind of like? Obviously, it's early days, but any surprise wins or surprise top 4s for you?
I'm actually more surprised with the bottom of this table here, seeing Fishbowl, Admiration, and Dawnglade. I mean, I know that we were talking about Fishbowl a little bit earlier, but Admiration and Dawnglade typically have put up really solid results coming into these tournaments here, and it's just really surprising to see them take eights here. But, I mean, you want to talk about real surprises? Claire managing to get a victory there. We haven't really seen a lot about Claire, but managing to, well, come out of the gates firing here. I looked it up earlier. They're actually 16th on the OCE leaderboard there, so it looks like they've been playing really consistently here. They've come into the tournament and managed to start off with a really strong win there. All eyes on them.
Yeah, I think this is also perfect time to maybe even pick Jose's brain. Like, obviously, playing against these guys like Claire as well on ladder. Like, what kind of a player is he? We might get a look into him a bit later into the day once we rotate around all of the lobbies. But I guess what should we expect from him once we do pivot into him?
Well, we didn't get to see his game, but he's one of the most consistent players on ladder. One that has one of the highest top 4 rates. So The fact that he's managed to also close out wins is very telling of his prep, and maybe the meta is more suited for how he plays the game. So I do want to be able to see what he pulls off from his POV. But for the most part, his latter results translating really well into the first game.
Yeah, and that's the thing, it is all about, I guess, most of the competition that we do see Genome is on the ladder and chasing for those snapshots, but it is a different base once you hit the tournament play. Like,
Mm,
we've brought that up
mm.
numerous times. When you're looking at, I guess, game two in terms of what we saw in the first lobby, and I guess the first set of results when you're taking in that, what are you expecting in terms of players that maybe need to stand up a little bit?
Yeah, well, I mean, Frosty was talking about those couple of guys down the bottom, and they've been real stalwarts of the Aussie scene, right? I mean, obviously, I've cast a cursed admiration right from the start there. Picking him as my choice, and he's come eighth, unfortunately. But yeah, Dawnglade and Fishbolt as well. These guys, like, they've been joining like every tournament way back from like when Tycoon was running them, years ago. And they've been really consistent, but I think when we get to some of these bigger tournaments, we haven't seen them necessarily perform quite as much. So I'd love to see them come big, on stream in front of everyone and get all the adoration they deserve.
Well, we are going to be jumping into game two of the day. We'll be heading into lobby one, and it will be me and Jose taking you through the action this time. So Genome and Frosty, thank you very much for bringing us a game one. And I guess we'll see you on the other end of this game. Alrighty, now jumping into game straight into 1-4. We do see, I guess we did miss the first augment choice here, Jose, but we are jumping straight onto Tamura's board, who did manage to find that bodyguard emblem.
Yeah, super solid choice early. A lot of frontline, a lot of effective frontline. Probably leaning towards AP here. He's going to level and play Mutant, but might not actually play an opening. Oh, okay, he's going to play the opening Bodyguard. And yeah, having a solid upgraded frontliner for the Bodyguard crest is actually a lot of value early.
He's also just chosen to straight up slam all of his items.
Yeah.
He slammed the shiv, he slammed the rod.
Yeah, that's also telling of Tamura's playstyle. Doing a lot of VOD reviewing and watching a lot of any regionals prior to the tourney, and slamming everything now makes it so that his direction is like really easy later in the game. Shiv is one of the strongest early game items, so pretty straightforward. Has Mutant active as well. We don't actually know what the Mutant trait is, but hopefully we do get to see that once it pops up.
Yeah, I'm sure we'll get a peek into that. Oh, and we have just quickly
yikes.
tucked into a pause. Look, I do want to talk a little bit about the opening. You did mention Shiv. It's like, yeah, it's a good early game item, but it's also been a very flexible item. I guess, obviously, it's no longer, I guess, the Shiv Ergot meta, but, it is still one of those popular items. Not necessarily, I guess, for the magic damage, but, the Shred can be very, very handy in those late game fights as well. And obviously, the Bodyguards, a lot of those comps, like, you're still running, like, the Braum Leona pair in some of those boards. So having an emblem means that you can maybe look at dropping the Leona and just need to run the Braum.
Yeah, and it also makes his next decision for next Caro. So slamming the Shiv and then having the extra rod means he can easily just go for Morello off of next Caro. It has a super, really standard opener. So it just makes the game a lot easier for him in terms of direction. And yeah, as you said, you can drop the Leona and just play the Braum or whatever Bodyguard he ends up hitting. But he can also play Bodyguard Scion, which is easily one of, if not the strongest, Crest frontline combinations. So would like to see that as well. But yeah, has a really good opener for early game.
Yeah, we are having a couple of technical issues, guys, so we are just bringing it out of game for a minute. We'll be sure to jump right into action as quick as we can. But it's interesting that you bring up the Scion as well. Obviously, it's a little bit nerfed now since the B patch. But Imperial is potentially a board, like, if we do see the higher roll augments and maybe a couple of 2-stars early on, because let's be real, you probably do need that on the Swain and the Talon nowadays to actually be able to feasibly play that board. But it's not necessarily out of the realm of possibility that if someone, in that, I guess that gold augment opener finds like an Imperial crest, that we could see like a 5 Imperial game down the line, Jose.
Yeah, I would really like to see the other players opening gold augments. Gold augments are like they power creep the early game and open up a lot of options for, like, as you said, 5 Imperial or extra chase traits um, that max out boards like throughout stage 4 and stage 5. So would really like to see um, yeah, their boards eventually for sure.
Yeah, well, guys, like we mentioned, there's not much we can do. There's just couple of issues. We are trying to get this rectified as soon as possible. We have only seen
Mhm.
Tamura's board, but I guess we can run through who else is in this lobby. So it is the OC Special, who qualified as Ron Swanson back in the Innovator Cup.
Mhm.
Skillfulism, Angora, Perfect Slumbers, Banter, Teemo's Dad, and Fortune Chosen. So there's a few guys from the first lobby, but also a couple of new names. Banter and Fortune Chosen we didn't see in the first game. Um, and like a lot of those players from like Skillfulism, Angora, um, Skillfulism and Teemo's
Oh.
Dad ran the Innovator Openers last game. Now,
Mhm.
will they run with the same strategy? Probably, but it's a case of will we see 4 Innovator Openers or will we see more or less?
Yeah, hopefully we get a lot more variety um, for this game for sure.
That's all you can really
And
hope for
then,
is, the
yeah, that's
folding.
pretty much that's all I got for now.
Yeah, but that's the thing is, it's like, some in tournament plays, they kind of eke out these own little metas sometimes, like, where one board becomes really, really strong. I remember in Charles series, there was a lot more Shaco players after Admiration got his win on day one than there were before that. So, that those kind of tournament metas eke themselves out. Fortune Chosen just has the Yordle opener, so there you go. We've seen one high tempo opener, I guess, here from Tomorrow, who's just slammed everything, gone with the mutant, and then we've got the flip side of that, which is Fortune Chosen's just hard lost Yordle's opener.
Yeah, just looking at his opener is probably what he's forced to do. No upgraded units, hard eco style, runic shield first augment, so definitely wants to streamline going for either a rod or tear off Carol. Probably preferably a rod, just so he can start getting AP items and play off of his first augment. And Fortune Chosen was also one of the players who's vocal about being an AP player for this tourney. Stylistically, he's also almost always been an AP player, so it's somewhere along the lines of his comfort zone. And even though he's lost streaking early, he's gonna have a lot of eco from the early Yordles, and um, yeah.
I mean, he like you mentioned like the items and like obviously looking for the rod. He did have the IE on bench, so he had the sword
Mhm.
and glove, and he also had the chain vest. So he does have a very flexible if he wants to go for one of those crit lux boards like we saw from Woken last game, or
Yeah,
basically
from
just pretty
Woken
much
last
any
game.
any AP board right now uses that combo of crit glove plus IE. Like it's very very common, as we
Mhm.
do see Tamura take out what is, I think it is Banter.
Well,
Um,
Banter has a Merc opener,
yeah,
so you already know he's playing for those big cash outs later in the game.
we didn't have one
That's
last
that's
game.
something that's going to be high fee. Yeah, we didn't have one last game. No one actually opted for any Merc openers.
Yeah, which I guess is a very stylistic difference to what we were seeing at Challenger Series, which was the last tournament that was streamed in OCE. There was a lot of Merc
Hmm.
openers there. It was made very, like, very, I guess, notorious would be one way to describe the way that Chunga played that tournament with,
Yeah.
with his Merc openers. He hit the Lux 3, he hit the Urgot 3, he had all of the great Merc games that you could ever ask for. But we did also see the sour side of it sometimes in that tournament. Fishbowl had a stinker of a Merc game on day one. So,
Yeah.
it can be really good, but if you get dizzy on that cash out, it can just absolutely turn, like a fifth or sixth just straight into an eighth.
Yeah, for sure. And now that we're pivoting to other players' boards, we get to see their augment choices. Looking at OC Special, got the Syndicate emblem, has 3 fully upgraded frontliners, and actually sells the Camille. I'm not too big of a fan for that, but he does get to move his frontline items over to Poppy, I guess, and Syndicate the Malzahar. But dropping Camille too is a lot of frontline. But I guess he does get to social spot his Darius, but that's definitely not something I would have considered doing.
Do you think maybe he thinks that, with the redemption and the AoE damage reduction that comes from it, as well as the bodyguard, that
Yeah,
maybe
it
that's
is.
just enough?
It definitely is a lot better on the Poppy, but giving up an upgraded Camille 2 early game does feel I'm not exactly sure if playing this Taric is that much stronger. So I don't know. I always value upgraded units early, so it's just one of those interesting decisions. And if he believes it'll keep his win streak, then hopefully it does throughout the stage.
He does also have the magnetic remover on this on his bench though, so he can look at he's currently got the Syndicate emblem on the Malzahar. If he needs to make a quick
Mhm.
swap, he can sell the Malzahar obviously, but he can also just magnetic remover items as he sees fit. It's also good, I guess, in this kind of a comp to magnetic remover tank items off a Darius and then put it onto a Braum if you get to that desperate point in a game. But this board right now with the frontline Syndicate Hex, when I'm looking at that, especially with the Syndicate board, it's like imagine an Akali that you can just slam on that Hex straight in the mid board and just get that 25% damage bonus.
Yeah, that's true. And now we look at Slumber's board. He has a Protector spot on the Graves and has a Kog'Maw with Shiv, so pretty easy direction for him is probably just gonna hard force Kog'Maw reroll, which is one of, if not the strongest reroll comps to play in tourney. Hopefully he's uncontested. OCE special does actually keep his streak, which is really good as well. But yeah, going back to what you said, slamming that Akali potentially on stage 5 onto the social spot is going to be a lot of value for sure, or even a Shaco 2, because having Shaco 2 jump in the middle is usually a safe bet when it comes to like looking at your matchups throughout the stage.
Yeah, we do have 2 win streaking players. You did highlight that. We've got the OCE special, we've got Tamura, who were on at the start. That mutant opener has managed to win streak with those slammed items. It's a little bit of a different pace from last game, and obviously the different with quality of augment opener probably changes that a little bit. We did see, I don't think we've walked around and seen a build different like Serene had last game. But we'll probably start just seeing the more traditional leveling curve here at 3-2, and then I think maybe here at 3-3. Jose, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're the Gigabrain player here. We'll probably start seeing things really turned up to 11 based off of that 3-3 augment.
For sure. I wouldn't be surprised either if OC Special decided to level here to maintain his streak. There, you see Tamura last second level to 6 to maintain his. So OC Special decides not to match, even though potentially knowing that Tamura might be in his matchup, probably acknowledges that regardless if he plays Tamura or someone else in his rotation is gonna lose. And looking at Angora's board, he has a Malzahar too with Morello and Shiv, so I think making the correct decision by not leveling there and not actually trying to maintain his streak, because not a lot of stage 3 boards can actually out DPS a Mouse 2.
It's a Mouse 2
with
with
a
4
really good
Arcanist
augment
as well.
Yeah, has a lot of combat power on Angora's board. Now decides to level and actually sells the Malzahar and puts back the Chameleon and the Samira. So making some swaps here and Syndicate spatting the Samira. But I guess now we pivot over to Banter's board, who has Merc. I'm not exactly sure what his cash is, but that chest is starting to like fill up really quickly.
Well, he does have the 4 loss streak down there. Whether he actually managed to put the Merc
Oh,
in
yeah,
the
wait,
first
you're right.
round,
True.
that remains to be seen. But he has 4 Challenger in alongside the Mercenary. So it's probably going to be a little bit of a rough time here. He does have the Yone, which is a very nice hit. It makes it makes a pivot option, I guess. Once he gets the cash out, he can just slam some items that he finds onto the Yone. He's got the BT on bench there. It's not necessarily the worst here. What kind of like tempo are you thinking this game, or what kind of timing do you think Banter is looking for a potential cash out? When is he going to really start investing money into levels and trying to find those 2-star units, end up making a good board at the end of the day?
He is potentially looking at a 3-5 cash out with how low he already is, 45, and then assuming you get 5-0'd or 6-0'd off of this next round, drop to 30 or hovering around 30 HP. Takes Knife's Edge, so does have a combat augment to help him try to cash out eventually. But the fact that he has no upgraded units and is probably going to have to try to cash out at 3-5 with how low he already is. And now that we're pivoting to Skillfulism's board, his board is really strong. 4 Scrap, 3 Inno, a lot of frontline, really good items as well. Probably looking to play AP with the Chalice Slam and the Morello on the Singe, so yeah, looks really good for Skillfulism.
I mean, that's just, that's kind of just so you're looking towards like your traditional Seraphine board.
Yep.
More than likely, I think. Do keep an eye if you're watching on that right-hand side. We will be looking for that banter tick. Once the banter tick shows up on the right-hand side, we'll go and have a look at that big Merc cash out. But we do look here at Slumbers, whose reroll has landed pretty well with a 3-3 Garen 3, got the TGs on him as well. He's got Kog'Maw with the Ginsu and the Shiv. Those are some very nice items on this Protector board. And he also managed to pick up the Protector Heart as well.
There's actually a really early Garen 3, which is going to help him like save a lot of HP throughout the stage. And it's going to make it a lot easier for him to roll for that Kog'Maw 3 win condition. So Slumbers almost looks guaranteed that he's going to top 4 just off of hitting that early Garen 3. And now that we're pivoting the carousel, we get to see what items everyone's taking. Does opt for the belt Skillfulism, so he might just slam this Trap Claw here, but he might also just save the belt for another frontline item. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I think there hasn't been too many Blitzcranks in this lobby so far, so obviously it's not necessarily the early threat of the cornered unit getting hooked in. But, it is going to be a case down the line of, when you've got this barrage of ultimates coming down, we do swap back to Banter, who is on the 6th loss, and he is rolling down now. So we are seeing him try to cash out. He has the MF2, that's an upgraded unit, and he pushed level 7 and put in the Orianna. He's trying to hold on to that for dear life and maybe find an upgrade. He's also sitting on a Yone pair, sitting on a Camille pair. How many pairs is that? I think that's 5 pairs that he's currently sitting on.
Oh, he has a chance to win here against Angora, who hasn't put any points into leveling. Does slam the Runons on the Yone. Is trying to cash out here. And it looks like he easily beats Angora's board.
Oh, wait, hold on. The Orianna cast might be clutch enough. It was the Orianna cast that really did it. Like, the Malzahar was just going to keep healing up off of that Gunblade, but no, did manage to actually get it. And manages to finally cash out what is up to 6, was what his loss streak was when he actually put in Mercs.
Show me the cash out.
Yeah, look, this is the most tense part of waiting. You're waiting for all the other combats to finish. It's like, all right, what is happening on Banter's board? He's got a few orbs there. Got a fish at the last one. He's also got the Orianna 2 in shop, which would have made it a lot easier last
immediately
combat.
Sells the Merc units. Oh, that's actually pretty good for a 6 loss. Gets 2 components and a tome. That's a lot of item value that he actually ended up getting. And it's probably just going to easily pivot this into a Yone board off of the Yone pair and the 4 Chows. Probably waiting until next round to pop the tome, because he still did have the Merc units from the... Oh, never mind. Yeah, I was going to say, he probably should have waited 1 turn before actually popping the tome, because there was a chance that he actually ends up getting the Merc emblem or like something that doesn't fit the scope of his board. So opts for Scrap, which is a really good splash synergy, but now is forced to run a Blitzcrank or Janna later in the game, which is usually hard to fit when you want to play like Braum Leona as your front line.
Yeah, and that's all part of it. Like, it wasn't necessarily 100% he was never going to hit it. There you go. There's the double that we spoke of. Like, but with the way that the Tomb of Traits changes worked, I think that 8 active traits in. That's like 2 guaranteed, well, 8 like traits on the side there. I think that's like guaranteed 2 in terms of like two of those traits would show up in the Tomb of Traits, and Merc was one of them. If you get it out, it reduces the chance of it. But he's still building out that board, and he's got a little bit of time now. He had that gold injection as well from the Merc cash out as well. I think it was around 30 gold.
Does get the chain as well. Another chain. So he has 1 GA for his Yone. He has best in slot Yone, and can now prioritize for Fiora. Oh, well, there's a Fiora. Fiora items now as well. I'm okay. Okay, Banter.
This has been a very solid cash out from Banter, all things considered. He's managed to make it out alive.
I'm not sure about dropping the Warwick 2 there, as we pivot over to Fortune Chosen's board. Is playing hard forcing AP, does have Lux 2, but has no frontline, only has Vex 1 and Swain 2, but does have really insane items for multiple AP carries. So he does have Shojin Morello for the Seraphine and JG Blue for Lux, so even if one of the units dies, does have a backup carry just in case, but is lacking that frontline off of just having Vex 1.
Yeah, that front line's going to be a major concern if you can't find the Vex 2 soon. He does have the 3 Yodel in, so there's obviously the chance of rolling it. I think we saw one other AP board earlier, but it I don't think it's going to necessarily be too hard to find the Vex 2, but it's also lacking the defensive items as well. Like, you kind of want that Vex 2 with, like, the Bramble Vest to soak out a lot of that crit damage, and he doesn't quite have that yet.
And
He did obviously have quite a big roll down there.
that has got to be the worst feeling as a player when you're rolling down, don't really hit much, and then face the Merc player just as they cash out. So even though you rolled and your board looks somewhat strong off of the Lux 2 and like a bunch of upgraded Arcanists, you just end up playing the Omega High Roll Merc player. It just instantly rails you, which feels really bad.
Yeah. Well, hopefully, I guess Fortune Chosen here can find the stabilizing board that he needs. He is coming up against Tamura here, who has the Bodyguard front line, so maybe the Lux can churn through, although the Bramble Vest there is going to stop that crit damage coming through. We do see the the Seraphims just keep on trading those flying ultimates, but the Blitzcrank and honestly, the stronger front line here with the Tarek with the Bodyguard emblem is absolutely just carrying this combat here for Tamura, who is absolutely chilling with this board that he is rocking right now. And even with the Jeweled Gauntlet, even with the blue buff, the Lux just can't get through that front line because of that Bramble Vest and because of that Bodyguard emblem just being so strong.
Lux is just actually feeding mana to Tamura's entire team, not being able to chew through a single unit there, which feels really bad for Fortune Chosen. And when we went to Tamura's POV, he has a Scion pair on his bench, so he's already prepping to transition to his level 8 board as well, once he gets that upgraded with the Bodyguard Scion. Yeah, looking over here, has a Jhin on bench, has a Nico, has a BF sword as well, and a bow on Blitzcrank, so is really set up for this level 8 board, and has a really strong level 7 board to help him get there.
He's also, like you said, he's sitting on the Nikos there. Do want to highlight on the side here as well, Perfect Slumbers is on that win streak still, so obviously that reroll comp is working out wonders for him. And as we just see there, boom, just so much damage coming out from that Seraphine. It is even only still the 1-star Seraphine, but this front line, like, Teemo's dad does have those Samira items with the Last Whisper and the IE, but it's still 1-star. Like, it's not going to get through that Bodyguard Tarek. It was just perma-healing by the fact it's generating mana so quickly by getting hit like that. It's a really, really strong mid-game board that we're seeing here from Tamura, and he's got the juice on bench to be able to transition it late.
Yeah, and Tamura also had Ascension, and looking at his mid-game board, he easily buys enough time every fight during the stage to be able to reach that 15-second threshold to actually proc the Ascension, so he just has so much more value from his board and the augments that he currently has. Might also get the Scion.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that. Does he get the Scion
Which would be
heal?
perfect for this. Actually gets it. That is literally the perfect item unit combo that he wanted. Probably just wants like redemption on the Scion now as well. Can just transfer the Bodyguard stat onto the Scion from the Tarek if he wants to. Might choose a level here to keep his win streak. But it would feel really bad to keep the Scion 2 on bench. You can tell he immediately sells and levels. Might roll to hit Jhin 2 as well.
He's got that sword as well.
To roll. I feel like, oh, okay. I guess we pivot to OCE Specials board. Is running the Syndicates, has 5 Syndicate and Shaco 2, but is in a really bad position. Is only on 25 HP and not exactly sure how he got to this spot, but actually does have a fully upgraded board.
It is the more traditional Syndicate board compared to the one that we saw in Game 1, but it is, as a rough spot, like he's currently in 4-5, he's only found 3 Shakos, so, and given his HP, like, you can't run for the Shaco 3 there, you have to, just try for anything. He does have the Syndicate Talon, which is a relatively strong pairing, but it's just getting absolutely thrown around by all of these really tanky defensive boards. We've seen so many more Bodyguards this game. That is a massive amount of gold that Tahm Kench has just given Skillfluism. Tahm Kench, not a unit that we've seen a lot so far today, as we do look at the augments at 4-6. There is the Assassin Crest here, potentially, but he does opt for Portable Forge.
Yeah, the Portable Forge that wasn't in his augment
choice. Interesting. Like, I'm very slightly confused now. I was like going, no, he does go for the Assassin Crest.
Okay, it does offer the Sinspat, so it allows him to drop the Talon and or the Katarina, I guess, and Sinspat the Zyra there. Back to Fortune Chosen board, who's on 1 life, has lost the entirety of stage 4, even off of Lux 2, and a bunch of upgraded backliners, but still on that Vex 1. Does have the Yuumi to kind of offset the fact that he doesn't have an upgraded frontliner, and Makeshift on a lot of his other units, but is in a really dire spot. Looking looking at his position.
It's a bit sad that he now has this chain vest on the Vex right now. Because, you
Yeah,
know, he's missing out on so much makeshift value here just by having that chain vest. And he does roll into the
oh
88
no.
HP Perfect Slumbers, who has three 3-star units. And what items on that Garen with the Locket on the front line? This could be pretty much the end of Fortune Chosen here. The Cogmore is just absolutely tearing through this board eventually,
Oh.
once he gets all the casts off. We do see the Luxo, who actually gets pulled
Oh.
into the perfect cast position to take out 3 units, and the Grace isn't going to be enough. So, actually, calling me surprised, the Victor, I think, was probably the deciding factor there with all that shield threat.
Yeah, breaking all of the shields, and Slumber's not opting to reroll for Cog 3, Graves 3, Cassidy 3 from his position. So opting to just put points into leveling rather than going for the 3-star win con on all of his units. So really interesting decision there. Not sure what his game plan is for late game. Maybe opting to sell the Graves and looking for Kaisa 2 maybe as one of his win conditions by putting points into leveling. So maybe if Slumbers opted to roll for Cog 3 with his HP lead, he'd have a better chance of closing out the game, but when you're that far ahead of everybody else, pushing levels is definitely the safer play.
I do want to point out that, you know, that random portable forge that we saw, it was Tamura's. And
Oh,
you know what Tamura got? He got Eternal Winter Scion 2
Scion
to go with that bodyguard spat. That is one very, very scary Scion.
That
We do move
like...
on to Timo's dad here, who had the 6 challenger board. He's slowly moving it around, trying to figure out what he wants to play. He does find the Yone 2 there. He's got the Fiora with all the items on bench. He does swap it in for the Jin, puts back in the 6 challenger. He has the nice edge to the makeshift armor 1. Has the Academy spat sitting on bench. That he is now put on to that Samira, so he's got the 2 Academy in, but he's got a lot of AP items on bench here, as we do see this board of Banters. This Merc cash out for Banter has just been so good.
Yeah, Tino's dad looking incredibly dizzy. Probably is looking to reforge the rods. Yeah, does reforge both rods, gets another defensive item, which feels really bad. Doesn't have any items for his Yone and still has a Fiora 1. And the worst part is, like, the Academy spat that he has isn't even on the Fiora, which is actually one of, if not her best items. So he's probably looking for either a replacement Samira or a Fiora to be able to Nico, and then move the items over. Actually sells the Scion to be able to play some extra units, but now doesn't have any frontline or any units that actually make use of this double Bramble effectively. Is still rolling down, does have the Fiora, is looking to Nico it, but not sure if he manages... Oh, actually does get the Academy spat on time. It was a really good play.
That was really smart, Nico's play there, but he rolls into Slumbers though. So, you know, this is always the play, but we did see Slumbers lose earlier. We do see the Fiora just get absolutely deleted.
Wait, Fiora's dead.
Yeah, the Fiora, it's no more. The Yubi is not long for this world either, and neither is Timo's dad, who is going out in 7th. With a big shake-up in the lobby there. Fortune Chosen also went out in 6th, so obviously a couple of weaker boards. And the OCE Special, who we mentioned at the start of the game, has gone out in 8th, leaving us with our top 5, and we do move on to Tamura's board, and we finally get to see the power of that Scion with the Eternal Winter and the Bodyguard emblem.
Yeah, this Scion is not dying anytime soon. It's actually probably one of, if not the best, ornament that he could have gotten for the Scion. Well, Slumbers does have a QSS on his Kog'Maw, so he's gonna be able to bypass that Eternal Winter for a while. And then Gora over here, oh, he's also playing AP, which I don't really associate with him. Not someone that plays that much AP, so it does have the Mouse 3.
I mean, we were talking about that Mouse just being a really good opening pick, but no, he's just gone and straight up and kept those items on the Mouse and kept the Mouse 3 in.
But as you can see, his entire team just gets out DPS, and Gore's gone at 5th.
Yeah, I guess it was an interesting option, but I think another part of Tamura's board that we didn't quite get to highlight before that combat started was the fact that he has the Kaiser 2, he has the Jin 2, he has so many threats on his board in terms of DPS that, like, when you've got such a beefy frontline with that Scion who is just absolutely tanking everything up, and then you have the backline units, not just 1, but 2 or 3 carries that can constantly dish out the damage. He does pick up the Frozen Heart here. Well, you know, more attack speed slow with the Eternal Winter plus the Frozen Heart. It's the world's your roaster at this point. But I really do like the fact that he's got these multiple carries. He does end up slamming the Ginsus onto the Kai'Sa. He moves the defensive items onto the front line, Lissandra. And there's just so many threats on this board, so many good defensive items on this front line that Tamura is really in a really strong spot right now.
Yeah, Tamura is in a position to win, but I personally do think the Frozen Heart is a little overkill when it comes to what item option he had there. He could have gone for the Last Whisper for his Jhin off of Carousel, which would have helped in the matchup against Slumbers, who's running 4 protectors and a bunch of and the Garen 3 and a bunch of upgraded front lines. So yeah, it is actually missing out on some extra DPS on his Jhin, opting for another defensive item.
Do you think maybe he's a bit concerned, like we do look here at Banter's board with the challenges, and we do know that Perfect Slumbers is running a Cogmore board with all that attack speed, as we do move into our final 3 Skillfulness and falling out third, and we go to Slumbers here, who's rocking that very, very fancy Golden Tiger Arena, may I say so myself. Because of the amount of sheer attack speed in this lobby, the double attack speed slow might be helpful.
It might be, but I personally think the Eternal Winter already serves that purpose. The Kog'Maw also has QSS, and there's no actual other attack speed threat on this board specifically. So having that extra DPS item on the Jhin to help shred through the front line is probably what I would have gone for instead.
Well, we do move on to the next combat here, where it is Slumber versus Tamura. Banter's up against the Ghost right now. We do see that it's getting a little bit difficult to try and churn through this Scion. It's not taking a lot of damage, but these Garen items have also been very, very nice with that Gargoyle Stoneplate and the Warmogs. This Cogmore, though, is just slowly churning through the front line. And like you said, the Jhin just can't burst through the front line quick enough, and that is a hefty loss there for Tamura. I think that's about 15 HP taken.
There was not, if any, Frozen Heart value watching that fight, so if Jhin actually had that Last Whisper, it would have been a lot easier to shred through the Garen, the Kassadin, and the Graves. Just having that extra damage multiplier on the Jhin, already with the GS, so it would have been a lot easier to shred through this front line, and maybe would have had an easier time in this matchup.
What are your thoughts on these Dragon items here for Slumbers? He's got the Shiv, the Morello, and the GA here. We've seen a lot of Shiv Morello on the Malzahar so far, and he does have the 2 spots 3. Where do you think he's maybe looking at throwing like that GA?
It's just a Kai'Sa angle for his last unit, or he opts to actually slam the items right now. The Morello on the Yuumi and the Shiv on the Caitlyn. I guess that works as well, since Tamura does have Kai'Sa too, so there are already 3 Kaisas out of the pool. Not sure where he puts his GA. Might put it on the Malzahar and then find a replacement for a better carry later on.
I'm pretty sure Banter also had a couple of Kaisas as well. I do remember seeing the Kai'Sa 1 on his board. There we go. He's got 2 Kaisas actually. He's got the Kai'Sa there with the Morello, the Gunblade, and the GA. Moving into combat here against Slumbers, who we were just talking about. He does have that 2-star Yone with those great items, but the Grave Smoke Bomb there does wonders there. The Caitlyn can't get the cast off though with the Ace in the Hole, which is almost a guaranteed kill in some of these combats. The Brawl Smash is great, but this Cogmore is still untouched throughout this entire fight, and the Yuumi shield has been enough, but it's not enough to make it through. Banter stays alive for one more combat and puts an end to Perfect Slumbers there. That was such a back and forth fight. I was keeping an eye on that Yone, and that Grey Smoke Bomb was really, really strong for the early part of the fight, but it just, didn't mean much.
Yeah, it actually had a lot of value at the beginning, but there was just too much DPS on Banter's board for Slumbers to deal with, considering he only has his Kog'Maw as like a really good late game DPS output. Looking at Tamura, he is level 9 now. I'm guessing his dragon items were of Rageblade and a couple more frontline items. Does have the Rageblade on the Jhin, is swapping out units on his board, and is now playing Banter over here. Does have the Frozen Heart and Bramble on the bench. Does put on the Fiora.
Yeah, I think he got GA Morello as well, that he's put onto the Orianna here. We do see that the Yone gets very early access onto this Jhin, but the Jhin gets the shield from the Yuumi and the Orianna. It is not enough though. And Banter is just steamrolling through this lobby now. He does manage to take out Tamura, and Tamura is sent to a 3rd place, leaving us with a matchup of our Protector reroll player in Slumbers versus the Merc player cashing out into Yone in Banter. And I must say, this has been, holistically looking out for the first Merc appearance of the TFT OCE Mid-Set Invitational. It's been very well played by Banter in terms of being able to stabilize his board just when he needed to.
Yeah, considering it was a 6 loss it was a really good 6 loss cash out. Did get 2 components, and the Tone is now steamrolling the rest of the lobby with this fully upgraded Childboard. Is now going to play Slumbers, who did level to 9, to play a Lux 1. Does get the Arcanist Flash in, but still has a really big HP lead, so I would have liked to see him actually maybe sack a couple rounds to have more gold to roll for another win condition.
But I don't think it might matter here. We've seen the Yone didn't get hit by the smoke bomb that
Oh,
fight, but it just doesn't matter because the rest of the damage just came through from the Cogmore targeting. And that is the game. That is Banter going out. That is perfect slumbers. That is coming out of the win with a Protector Cogmore reroll comp, which we didn't see in game one, at least in the lobby that we spectated, and we see it now coming out with a big win. And I know the producer of My Ears 50 is a very, very happy man because he loves his Protector Cogmore reroll. Genome and Frosty, welcome back.
slumbers.
Yeah, look.
What do you say about that game, Gino?
Me too, man. I am also a big proponent of that. I think with the Protector reroll comp, there's a couple of things you can get right that just kind of like skyrocket how good it is. One of them can be like the golden twin shots augment, which I'm blanking on the name of, but allows your abilities to do extra damage, and then all of a sudden, the Cogmore will go off. The other one that you can get is, of course, the Protector emblem there, which they had. And sometimes you'll chuck that on the Cogmore as well. But what I really liked about this game was that we saw that actually chucked on the front line on the Graves. And that was really cool, right? Because I think what he did was sort of looked around. There weren't that many assassin comps, right? So I feel like that, the Cogmore was somewhat protected. Didn't have to worry about that. Just put the QSS so it didn't get dragged by the Blitz or anything like that. And as a result, he gained that extra front line, chucking that on the Graves as well. So, big high roll there. Obviously, Cogmore something that can just really ramp up and does well into the late game where, you can have massive health pools and it doesn't matter because you're doing true damage.
I see what you did there by saying the Cogmore is protected. I can read you there. He had the Protector emblem. He had the Protector heart, Frosty. And it was a really, really well played game by Slumbers, finding that again that little bit of a niche. What I guess took your eye there in that game, Frosty? Holistically, we did mention there that there wasn't much. I guess there was only the one sim player. I think it was. I can't quite remember off the top of my head who it was, but they didn't make a top four. And so it was a very different style of game compared to the first one.
Few standout things there. We saw that Fortune Chosen hit the Lux 2 on 4-1 there and ended up going in, I believe it was, sixth out of that game? So really big high roll to start off the beginning of stage 4 there, but you can see why Lux has sort of fallen off in favor here. If you don't really have that perfect itemization there, it can be really tough to get the composition going. And just going into the final few fights there, we saw, Banter trying to play these challenges, trying to get these early resets here, but it seemed like Slumbers was just one step ahead, putting those protectors in the good spots to try to deny those resets that the challenges really rely on to get going there. So just a really well played game from all sides there. Yeah, sure, Slumbers did high roll quite a bit with a really early Garen, which really cemented that early health lead there, which is not something you're usually used to with that composition, but really ended up playing it well. We saw it didn't stay too long on level 6 trying to focus getting on that Cogmore too much, and instead played a really solid game.
Yeah, and obviously Jose, first of all, wonderful goal for your first cast, mate. Well done. Just a little round of applause there for Jose, everyone.
I made it through. Right, people clap.
We made it. We made it
I was
through.
definitely a little nervous there.
Yeah. We were talking about it in the game. I guess like all the potential possibilities, but I think that opener felt very different compared to what we saw in I guess the first game when we looked at the 4 innovative boards that we saw in game 1. I don't think we saw a single innovative board, or we saw one innovative board in this game, and it was a lot more of that slower tempo opener that maybe played into Perfect Slumbers' hand.
Yeah, but on a side note, Slumbers omega high rolled that opener hitting that Garen 3 early, which made his decision making a lot easier. So after hitting Cog 2, you have two options, which is to just stay 6 and reroll for Cog 3, or just push levels, which is what Slumbers did, which I actually credit him for doing that. That was probably not a decision I would have made in his spot. I would have just been extremely greedy and tried to hit Cog 3 to guarantee my win condition, but looking for an alternative win condition by just pushing levels and playing more units and trying to up-tempo the lobby with his upgraded front line. So Props to Slumbers for winning that lobby, and props to Banter for closing out second with a really good Merc cash out.
We do have the scores to show for you guys just before we do head into the break. We could get a little bit of a look, and it is Chunga still up the top there, along with Dojo Mojo, who have both gone 1-2 with the 15 points right up the top there. OC Claire as well has managed to maintain their spot high up. Obviously, we saw Slumbers in that last game. You know, we've got that smattering of points in that 9 to 10 mid-game range, but Admiration has had the absolute stinker start of 8-8. Gino, what have you done to him? You've absolutely caster cursed.
Actually, caster cursed.
That's a rough one. Hey, interestingly, there's already a big gap here between rank 16th and 17th, and that's important, right? Because everyone in that right column is potentially going home tonight. At the end of Game 6, and everyone in that right column will be going home tonight. So there's already a little bit of a gap growing between that bottom 8 and the other 16 who will be joining us tomorrow.
Well, who will be in that 16? We've still got 4 games to find out, so there is plenty of time for those bottom 8 players to try and earn some points. They still have to wait another 5 minutes. That is how long this break will be, and we'll be right back with Game 3 of the OCE TFT Gizmos and Gadgets Invitational very shortly. welcome back to the Oceania TFT Gizmos and Gadgets Mid-Set Invitational, where we are 2 games into day 1, and there's already a little bit of a rift showing in the score sheet. So far, we do have a very stacked top half of the lobby. Got a lot of guys at around that 9-10 point mark, as well as upwards towards that 15s that you've seen here from Chunga and Dojo Mojo, who have gotten those 1-2 combos very early on. No Robin Song's 1-1-1 gamers right now, but the rift really shows in that right-hand column, Genome, that you were alluding to just before the break. That 4-point gap already bridging between rank 16 on Skillfulism and rank 17 with Cardi.
We're a third of the way through the night. 2 games down. We've got 4 to go, and that is enough time for everyone in that right column to get back on top, to make sure they make it through to the next day and potentially through to day 3, where all the money is up for grabs, and also those invites through to the regional finals.
I mean, money's a nice touch, but it is definitely the invites that everyone really wants, Frosty. Obviously, you guys will be taking the reins for Game 3. And I do want to mention, guys, we are loading into Game 3, so we'll be into the action shortly. But some of those guys at the top of the lobby, like Dojo Mojo and Claire, that we haven't really been able to take a look at so far, I think we might be able to take a look at them in this lobby. So I guess what are you hoping to see, I guess, out of those 2 players?
I just want to see some really overall solid play. You know, I don't think it's about, we talk about flexibility, right? I want to see these players not just gravitate towards a certain play style, you know, just try to play that throughout the entire tournament. We've seen it have some success, but it doesn't really feel like this is the set for it here. So what I want to be able to see is I want to be able to see people, you know, who might have been going for innovators. Maybe they switch off of it.
Well, Gino and Frosty, I'll leave you to it. Take us away with Game 3.
Thank you very much, good sir. So, as mentioned, we've got a couple of those front runners in the lobby that we're getting a look at here in Game 3. So, Chunga up there on 15 points, a first and a second, I believe that is, contributing to his point total straight away. And then we've got Slumbers, who we saw win the last game, and then Claire, who we're currently on right now, also doing very well.
And if my eyes don't deceive me, Genome, that looks to be a Heimerdinger on bench here, and this is perhaps one of the more, I don't know, better starts, especially with a double Ezreal Sin shop here. A tier on bench. This could be a typical Innovators game. I mean, I wanted to see some flexible gameplay, but there's, you know, I have a bit of a soft spot in my heart for when the game just gifts you exactly what you need.
Oh, exactly. Oh, man. I mean, okay, we've got a rod as well. So even as far as the items go, also favoring Claire and really just nudging me in that decision. That said, looking at these augments, maybe not so much. If we're thinking about an innovator board, Knife's Edge does pretty much nothing for you. Calculated loss, well, you'd be looking to have a strong start and go off that, and we did discuss some of the problems with calculated loss in that Game 1, Frosty, where, you know, it's not necessarily a playstyle you want to be thrown into, so is Scrap Heart the only option left? Well, it kind of seems like that's how Claire feels.
And I will say this does work in very well with the strategy here. Claire will eventually want to end up with some form of scrap on the board now. That's usually attributed to either having a Janna on board or something of the sort later on in the game. But then this potentially opens up another slot. So for example, if you want another Scholar on your board, you can potentially run a Yuumi instead or something of the sort. You may even see that they'll take into something like 4 scrap. But as we see here, this is also not a bad Syndicate start as well, besides the items, but Claire instead decides to economy, hits 10 gold, and has an upgraded Ezreal here. What I want to see here, Gino, is I want to see a level. I want to see him play it aggressively. You've got such a good start here. You've already got a Heimerdinger potentially, you know, with a blue buff, but there is a little bit of a downside to that in which you may get worse item priority.
Yeah, I was just about to say, I mean, gosh, with how well everything else is going for him right now, and, you know, considering he's got the tier and he's got the rod as well, you could almost just sack a couple of rounds. You know, it doesn't really cost you much life at all in Stage 2. You know, guarantee you've got one of those really good slammable items potentially for your Heimer maybe, or something else that you can transfer onto the Seraphine later, and try and win streak after Carousel as opposed from just from the start.
Yeah, that's it. We saw Cosmic Sloth there did manage to pick up the Tome of Traits there, the Ancient Archives being picked up from their augment choice, and they picked up a Mercenary. So we may instead, we saw a fast-paced first game there, but instead it looks like we're going to be seeing a little bit of a tone back here as we see players starting to hit their comfort zones more than anything else. We've moved over to Dojo Mojo, who slammed an early Frozen Heart. Not something you typically end up seeing, Gino, but I love this choice to start prioritizing defensive itemization over just focusing on your carries.
On the other side, we've got Slumbers. He's picked up the Tome of Traits as his first augment, and he's used it to go for Socialite.
Yeah, Socialite is just one of those overall really solid choices, right? You're not going to be too upset unless your Socialite Hex is not in a position where you can make use of it in your composition. But as you'll find, I think most compositions end up running Socialite nowadays, don't they, Gino?
Yeah, and I mean, it's also early enough that you could potentially look at pivoting around that. So, if it's a frontline one, then, maybe that leads you to one sort of composition. If it's a backline one, then sure, you can shove your Lux, your Jin or whatnot on that and make use of it.
Yeah. As we watch Dojo here, and as I mentioned, the early level up to 5 here, the bane of your existence here, Genome. But I love this style of play, just choosing to play super aggressively. And I mean, you look at the choices here that they've got in terms of traits. I was going to say they were only really rocking 2 Bruiser beforehand, just trying to make use of those 2-star units. But choosing to really try to play for strength here is just going to end up paying out for them excellently, as they've chosen to fight Woken here, who was also the other 100 gamer. And it looks like Dojo going into Carousel is going to be the only one left on 100 health.
Yeah, it did have the win streak, so, early sort of Battle of the Titans there. Dojo Mojo disrupts the win streak. And we'll continue trying to keep that, pushing the levels, working out. Another good item shaker. That's happened a couple of times already tonight. Not sure what Ardior was looking at in terms of his composition so far. Apparently Cosmic there has managed to pick up the Gangplank, and that's going to be the 3rd mercenary. So we can finally get that win streak working out for him.
Yeah, and that's going to be...
loss streak.
Well, that's going to be... Either one's going to be really big, as Mercenary can still provide a lot of extra utility in gold. But let's not forget that with the Mercenary emblem that you've got available there, you have got the ability to get a really early 5 Mercenary. And we've seen the big payouts that have happened due to 3 Mercenary. Well, those only get amplified when taking the losses. But I mean, when you start to take wins as well, the noticeable increase in gold that you're getting is absolutely massive, as we see Cosmic's board here, and that does not look like a bad board, but compared to what Chunga's got going on, it's going to get absolutely smoked here.
Yeah, well, as we just mentioned, he's just hit his Mercenary, so he's very happy to take the loss here. Perhaps not a 4-unit loss, maybe that's not ideal, but Chunga, our front runner for the entire day so far, although he lost 2-1, is trying to keep that win streak going now. I mean, he's picked up a couple of innovators so far. When you look at this, do you see him committing to that, or do you think there's still space? I mean, we just got a glimpse of the Socialite Hex there, Frosty, and we know that, sometimes at the end of the innovator boards, you might lean towards, say, a Jin rather than a Seraphine or something like that as your carry. That Socialite spot is amazing for Jin.
Oh, absolutely. And I'd say that in regards to where do we see Chunga going from here, hard to say, right? These items, while incredibly strong, these are great early game items here. It's going to be really reliant on what we see Chunga picking up, but if the rod is any indication to go off of here, we would see that the emphasis would probably start to go away from a Jin more than going towards a Jin. But ultimately, in a game like TFT here, you just have to wait and see what you hit, right? This could be a really big item choice off of Krugs here, and we'll see exactly where Chung will find themselves going.
Yeah, with the 2 rods there spare, of course, as you say, that probably does lean more towards the Morello, the Archangels, which, you'd consider probably being best for Seraphine there. But, yeah, look, 3 Krugs, 3 chances to have that destiny be changed. We'll just have to see how he's going. Did manage to clear the win streak out to 4 at least towards the end of stage 4. It's a bow that comes through. The cloak as well. Okay, didn't really need any more defensive items at this point, having already slammed Redemption and Sunfire.
Well, here's the thing. I mean, Locket did recently receive a buff going from 8 seconds to 15 seconds, which, in terms of what the Innovator comp is trying to do, is a very sizable buff, being able to spread out all your units on the back line there. And this is what you used to do. Now, instead, you're just going to clump them up and almost try to play this Death Ball style that we've seen throughout the past few sets. It is definitely a strong item there, but I mean, as I was always going to say earlier before, it's very unlikely that we saw Jin unless we saw triple bow being dropped, right? Because, I mean, sometimes the game just does that to you. And we were so close, I felt it, Genome. But we've moved over to Perfect Slumbers here, who is just kind of rocking this Euro board, more economy-centric, coming up against TT11 here. And we see that, I mean, Perfect Slumbers did pick up that social aspects that we mentioned before.
Collateral damage, yeah. I mean, he wasn't even targeting the Shaco, right? But just a couple of those rockets on the edge managing to pick up the Shaco and stop potentially a loss there. With the Ascension as well was starting to come online for his opponent. So Slumbers now on fire, starting with that 4 win streak. He's going to pick up quite a few traits there by putting this TF in. So I mean, look, he slammed that. He's got the why am I blanking on it? It shreds armor.
The last of the whispers?
Yes, just whisper it in my ear, please, Swifty. Frosty. Oh.
No, we've seen a bit of a pattern from Slumbers over these past 2 games here that we've been spectating, and we saw that in the first series that he managed to take a 3rd with this Shaco style of play, and it seems to be a pattern, but unfortunately going to take a loss to the powerful board of Dojo Mojo. It's really interesting. Maybe Slumbers is trying to carve a bit of a niche out of everyone and say, look, this is a composition that I think is really strong. People aren't contesting it here, instead choosing to focus on these innovators that we've seen a lot of so far. But in terms of options, that's not really what you want to see.
Yeah, look, obviously, I feel like So Small is a great augment to get at 1-4. When you're picking it up at 3-2, not necessarily. You probably want to have committed already by then and be well on your way to finding some 3-star Yordles. So a couple of just, run-of-the-mill choices coming out here. We see a Celestial come out. We see a Thriller of the Hunt picked up here for Cosmic Sloths. And he's running that 5 Merc. So, we can see a 5 loss streak there. Having a look at the chest. I think most of those probably, because if we remember, he got it at the carousel. That was when he started putting the Merc trait in. So this is definitely looking pretty good in terms of what he's going to get on the other side of this cash out.
Yeah, no, Cosmic is choosing to be very greedy this game. I think that, on a scale of 1 to 10, Cosmic has gone for a 12 right about now, choosing to essentially forego trying to kill any units, any semblance of a strong board. Even coming up against the second weakest player in Ariador, you just see just how weak this board is. Losing out to the Shaco here doesn't take too much of a bad loss. This is pretty much best case for Cosmic. We're probably going to end up seeing a 3-5 roll down, going up to level 7, trying to actually end up hitting. But that is a big hit. That would be an Urgot would probably be absolutely massive. Instead chooses to pick up the Gangplank instead. Might be trying to go for a Gangplank to it'll have to be a really, really big payout here to make it worth all this health lost.
Well, look, sometimes if you're playing Mercs, you need a blood sacrifice, right, Frosty? And he's certainly sacrificed a lot of his so far. I mean, at the stage 3 carousel, he's got less than half of his life left, and time really is running out.
That explains a lot, though. Choosing to pick up the sword to have the Infinity Edge Last Whisper combination there, we've seen just how effective that has been over. It is a combination that has stood the test of time, and the test of time is Season 3 when Last Whisper got changed into what it is currently right now. But that's besides the point. It's a really strong item combination, but the thing that really stands out to me here, Gino, is that there's no level. Slots is continuing to be a greedy goose here, and we'll just see how much he gets punished for it. Player pre-level to 7 here, and is absolutely crushing it.
Well, Gangplank did manage to kill 1 unit and get the gold cash out, so, you know, it's a very, very small consolation prize for Cosmic Sloths there, while he takes another big hit, a 5-unit loss. You know, we saw in game 2 there, you know, someone went for the slightly safer, or should I say much safer, 3-5 cash out, as predicted perfectly by Jose. And it looks here like Slumbers, you know, keeping the sword is... on that Gangplank on the bench is saying, well, you know, who knows, maybe I'll roll into a Gangplank 2 or something like that. Either way, not using it to make Infinity Edge like you were suggesting. So if he's going for this 4-1 cash out here, I mean, that's a pretty incredibly ballsy move, wouldn't you say?
I am trying to hold it in so much right now. I cannot believe this is happening. This is... No, it's insanity. You're 29 health. Your units are not going to kill a single thing here. You are playing the most first or 8th play style in a 6-game-long series here. And look, he's going to go down to the 10s. I cannot believe that Cosmic Sloths did not choose to roll down there. That is... Oh, this is going to be a big payoff if he manages to make it work.
Okay, so at 5 Mercenary, at an 8-loss streak, he hits the jackpot. Look, he really... Obviously, he's going to have to start, you know, rolling down at 4-1 and making this happen real soon, or it's going to be a stage 4 loss. Either way, don't worry, guys. We will stay on this for the cash out and work out. Well, I mean, that's if he gets there, right? Because at the moment, that's a big question. He does pick up the Jin, though.
That's big. That's big. You know, we just need to find a carry right about now. And wait, there's no way. There's no way he's chosen to...
Wait, what?
He's put points into leveling here. This is actual first or 8th playstyle from Cosmic Sloths. This man is insane. Absolutely insane. I cannot believe this. If the other players in this lobby are all having an Okage business moment to try to all collectively try to knock out Cosmic Sloths, this cash out is going to be absolutely... It's insane.
I mean, I don't think he could lose this round, because even if he took it stage 4, 7 units, that's like 15 health damage, right? So the most he could lose is maybe... Yeah, 15, and then he'd be on 2. Okay, so he gets to 4 health. He's like, yeah, no, that's a totally normal and reasonable amount of life left to play around. And now we're just going to roll it all down.
The thing that doesn't make sense to me here is that you have... Okay, if you level, you have no gold, right?
Yeah.
And you have to have a big power spike to try to cash out with all of these mercenaries, right? And I hate to say it, but you are probably going to make some mistakes. You are probably going to end up dizzy. This Fiora 2 might just be the key, though. There is a chance. There is a chance, Genome, that we will possibly see the cash out here.
All right. Needs to slam those items.
This is it. This is it. This is the board. Because This is just an
Oh my
Ezreal
God.
here, but the Fiora gets grabbed.
No.
If it kills before it goes off here, it heals
Oh.
up so much though. This could potentially be massive. We'll see if the Fiora gets the second cast off. No, it looks
Oh my
like
God,
it's
it
gonna
doesn't.
go down. And there's just not enough damage here from Cosmic Slots to try to close it out. Cosmic has gone out in 8th and is getting punished for this greedy line of play.
Well, you could have seen that coming, really, couldn't you? I mean, there was a Titans Resolve on the bench that hadn't even been slammed. You know, at 4 health, you'd probably say you really need to use every single, you know, tool at his disposal at that point, because otherwise, what are you doing? It's 4-2, and you're out in a professional tournament game. I mean, that's just, I can understand that if you're, you know, let's say you're sitting at 0 LP or something, you've got nothing to lose, but you're in the middle of a tournament, mate. That's, look, Balls of Steel, complete and utter lunacy, it's a fine line.
Well, I suppose the biggest thing to say about it is that he truly played first or 8th there, and, you know, it's disappointing to see it, because I think that in that position there, going against Chunga, there was a lot of potential, you know. Chunga's board right now, while it is pretty strong, right, you know, it has these really strong defensive items, I definitely think Cosmic Sauce had the chance to win that fight with better positioning, slamming that Titans down. There were so many opportunities, but I ended up getting a little bit dizzy, and it's just unfortunate to see that happen.
Yeah, and you know, it's not like Titans is even a bad item on Fiora, right? Like you see that on her pretty regularly.
Yeah. It's a really strong item on Fiora, and, you know, combined with the Last Whisper Infinity Edge combo there, you're going to shred through, get a lot of healing, and the tankiness is really nice for her as well.
Yeah.
We've moved on to Carousel here over, and, I mean, there is one standout unit here. Dojo Mojo manages to pick up Thomas Kench there with a rod on it, and this is really the point at which you want to hit that Tom Kench, you know. Try to farm these items up early can really lead to a quick victory, that's for sure. And Dojo Mojo's got the time as well on 86 health.
Ooh. Do you see a Jinx here in the shop? Couple of items that, you know, definitely could be useful for her on that Ezreal. And, you know, only sitting on 3 Innovator at the moment. But this was that board that we were looking at before, I think, and sort of wondering where it was going to end up. Do you see a world where the Jinx is useful here?
Yeah, Jinx is definitely one of those more interesting units, right? Jinx typically not seen as the strongest 5 cost in the pool right about now. Is typically used as a secondary item carrier. It tends to be, well, in terms of, you know, Jinx's character, fits perfectly thematically. Very chaotic, right? Can sometimes absolutely pop off, shred an entire team. Sometimes decides to rocket into the middle of the enemy team and then gets blown up immediately. So, in terms of what you're looking for here in TFT, Jinx is a wild card.
Well, that's certainly thematically correct. Ooh, our first prismatic augment of the night. And a very quick, easy choice there from Chong. He's going to go with New Recruit. You know, +1 on the board. Very, very helpful. And as we look around to see what everyone else has got, there's a couple of Syndicate players in the lobby, so we've been told. And Ardior here has managed to find his way to 7 Syndicate and is starting to roll those dice down and potentially find some 3 stars here. What he really wants is the Shaco 3 items. On top of that, already he's used the Syndicate emblem that he currently has to bring Mundo into the mix. Indicate. Interesting choice there. And he's one off the Shaco 3. Actually finds an Akali to end up with. Now can shuffle something else out as he's up to 8 Syndicate. It's not like he's got all for one, and you know you're trying to tech that in to give yourself some extra help there at the end. He's also got the GA, of course, which is you know, probably one of Akali's best items.
Yeah, this the 8 Syndicate board, not exactly the board that you always think about when running here, but as we have a look around, Woken choosing choosing to pick up Windfall here. A really solid choice overall. Windfall typically, funnily enough, not exactly the highest win rate augment that you see being picked up. It turns out getting a little bit of gold can make you really dizzy here.
Oh,
Big Shaker
natural
3
Zert.
hit on the other hand. Exactly what you want to hear. Nothing dizzy about that at all. Just plop it in the middle of the enemy team and watch as magic happens as Shaker performs a magic trick and makes them all disappear.
And I mean, the other thing we should note there is, that was level 7 that he managed to pick that Akali up on, right? Like, he was going for the rerolls to grab that Shaco there. And, so even luckier, honestly. Now, a friend on the high roller bandwagon is going to be Claire. You can see the 3 high roller dice, the loaded dice. They're still on the sideline, so waiting to see where they go. Along with the Nikos, there's very high potential here for something to come out. So, what do you think? I mean, he's already at level 8. Right, so it's not like he can wait for. He's waiting for something else to try and, waiting to get to level 8 and then go for the Jace and then use the Nikos or and the dice on that. Either way, he's picked up a couple of Seraphines. Still has 1 dice left, so maybe Seraphine 3 is even on the cards here.
Yeah, really questionable decision making there, buying the Zillion and immediately selling it off to lose a net of 1 gold right there. But overall, look at the board, really strong, and manages to eliminate Woken there. This is the sort of playstyle that I was talking about before, where sometimes you don't hit that 7 innovator here, and you're instead trying to focus your composition around something different. I mentioned Heimerdinger at 3-star being one of those carries that a lot of people are starting to go towards now as sort of like a backup carry. Well, how's about just putting a blue buff on it and having it be really strong? Ooh. That's just a Heimer 3 there. If they want to go for it, Claire is still at 59 health, is perhaps not forced into using the Nikos quite yet, might end up trying to save it for a Seraphine 3.
Yeah, maybe even a Jace 2 if we get to that point, right? I mean, he's sitting at 5 Innovator. Unless he gets extremely lucky with an emblem on a later carousel, he's probably not going to make it to 7 Innovator. And at that point, you can just, swap out your Ezreal or whoever else you feel like. The Janna rolling the double locket, or the second locket at least, as part of her scrap is going to give this backline an incredible amount of sustain. The Seraphine does get pulled forward a little bit, and the Static just ramping up the attack speed enough that it looks like they are going to be able to beat Chunga here, who still has all of those items on the Ezreal.
Yeah, you want to talk about a Jace 2, though. We already saw that Slumbers on the sideline there hit Jace 2. So trying to hit those Jaces now is going to be quite the challenge. As we move into TT1T here, who is rocking that 4 Clockwork board. Managed to hit the Clockwork Soul there, and has got a really stacked up Jhin. Bit of an interesting front line, though. Hasn't really got anything too strong going on. We see that the majority of this front line is just 1-star outside of the Darius 2, who will not be tanking for terribly long. And a Scion in shop here doesn't seem like a bad choice, but I mean, we're not seeing them try to lock down the 4. What do you think they're trying to go for here, Gino?
Yeah, look, good question. I mean, you say it's a stacked Jhin, right? But he's got 2 defensive items. I mean, the GA and the Bloodthirst are not necessarily helping the damage output all that much, apart from the sword component in them. That said, it still might just be enough. The curtain call was popped, but a first shot not quite connecting enough with the Bloodthirster to heal back from that. The GA nerf, which means he only comes back with 250 health now. We've got a Jace on the carousel, the challenger spat no less.
Yeah, and I mean, in this position here, TT1T trying to prioritize getting that frontline item, but I have to question this sort of logic at this point of the game here. Sure, I think that frontline memorization would help, but a Jace with a challenger spat on it going towards Chunga there, that is very big. And honestly, I mean, there's another Jace. There's so many Jaces being taken out of the pool here. Chooses to not pick it up. I have to question just how much this Bramble will actually end up doing over just getting an upgraded unit, right? And you know what? Jace with the Challenger spat is a lot of gold.
Yeah, okay, so there's one of those Jaces that we were talking about. Slumbers with the 2-star. It's a backline Jace. It's got the QSS, even though it's in the second spot. You know, we talked earlier about this being a great spot for Jins and essentially just backline units that are firing stuff. But he's not put something else near to it. So he does have to use the QSS. That said, gets instantly deleted by this very scary Shaco 3 that we saw before from Ardia. He's eventually going to get onto this double ZZ Rot Scion. And unfortunately, you know, the ZZ Rots are the last things to be popped. You want them to be wasting time. You know, you want the opposition carries to be jumping onto them early to buy your carries time, but that's definitely not how it works out for Ardia.
No, I think
for Slumbers.
I think that in the case of Ardia, this is where the composition really starts to shine. 7 Syndicate, 6 Assassin in there. That's going to be an absolutely devastated backline. And now is going to come to the point where players are probably going to have to start trying to position around this. You know, it's not just a simple case of, all right, let's just try to dodge Ardia until they die. Because you see, there's the Shaco 3, there's an Akali on the board there. They don't have that luxury anymore, and it's just only a matter of time until you queue into them.
Well, coming up against a Yuumi with a Morello's. Did you see on the sidebar there that Claire managed to pick up that Heimer 3 eventually? Jace this time so much more successful than in the previous fight, and absolutely destroys Dojo's Urgot composition.
Wow, Ardia actually manages to take the loss going out in 5th there. That's massive news for the entire lobby here. Now that your positioning becomes a lot more simple to try to, you know, maximize efficiency, because you don't have to try to put tank units in the back line, etc., etc. But yeah, this is one of the big reasons why backline Jace has started to become a thing, Gino, is you just see the raw damage output that this thing puts out. And with the QSS as well, can't be grabbed on a socialite hex as well. It's going to start pumping out rapid acceleration gates. But also, on top of that, buffs up your other units so that your Seraphines, your Jannas, they're getting casts more often. It just provides the entire deal.
Yeah, they are. That said, you know, he doesn't really have much gold to roll here, and you can see he's just sort of selling him off to see what upgrades he can get as he goes. But yeah, sure, the acceleration gates are going down, but they're only going down on 1-star units. The Orianna, the Janna only just now getting up to 2-star, and even having to sell off that second Yuumi he had, which potentially could have been a big upgrade. He also picked up the Bloodthirster here, which there's not really any other attacking units he can put it on. Might end up just putting it on, yeah, that's what I was thinking, a frontline unit like the Taric, purely for that shield that it provides.
Yeah, interesting looking over at Chunga's board here, who did actually end up making use of that Challenger Jace there. We saw that Chunga earlier in the game was on a bit of a win streak, has gone out now, took out some massive losses there, is out in 4th. We've got our top 3 left here, folks. A really big pickup from Slumbers, though, identifying that I believe it was Claire was trying to pick up those Seraphines, had 6, I believe, and is now trying to hold on to them. No, instead chooses to roll. Wow, trying to really hit that Orianna triple in not quite successful in it.
Yeah, and now just hit that donkey rolling spot. So it's, you know, yeah, it's the only upgrades really to come here for Slumbers are the Yuumi or the Orianna. And even then, they're probably not going to be massive. You know, with the Scion and the Jace at 2, really, that's the bulk of the composition finished here. So just has to hope that he's strong enough to take out these other players. You can see that's another 2-star Seraphine on the bench there for Dojo Mojo. So if there's enough time, maybe that can turn into a Seraphine 3, but at, you know, a couple away. We're at 6-3 now. Dojo Mojo probably on the cusp of okay, gone to level 9 now, so that'll definitely improve their chances, and a Jinx 2 as well.
Yeah, Dojo was the one to take the loss in that last fight there. I believe that they are rocking the Jinx carry as we saw them hitting a Jinx 2-star. So, I mean, might be the power spike that they're looking for. Jinx, an incredibly frail carry, relies heavily on trying to make use of those grab shields to try to survive throughout the fights, but also just having that extra little bit going on here. We'll have to see how the fight plays out. Slumber's board incredibly strong here. The backline damage from the Urgot coming through, but the Yumi blasts don't do much into Slumber's board here.
So much
the
stun.
QSS, that's it. And the damage from Jace, the AoE blast with the Runeance Hurricane. This Urgot's trying to heal through it with this Chemtech proc here, but the blast from Jace just too consistent, and it looks like Dojo will barely hold on for his life here. 3 life final showdown for him.
Right, so the 3 players are left in. Claire, depending on how the ghosts go next round, could potentially be looking at a double kill. We've got 1 emblem on the board. It's a Chemtech emblem. And looking at the players' boards, I'm not sure that's necessarily the best choice for any of them. So it's a Gwinsu's Bloodthirst to pick up. And now let's go and have a look at one of the... Yeah, we are seeing a roll down here. You got to remember, Claire. Oh, sorry, no, that was Slumbers that went to 9. So Claire's still
big.
at 8 here. Is 1 off, and of course has the Nikos, so just looks to see if you can natural it, and absolutely does. It's a Seraphine 3. Wow. Okay, so two 3-star units on the board right now. Still has a Nikos to play with. Claire is being chillin'.
Well, here's the thing, Claire. Claire finds themselves in a spot. They've got a really strong back line. They haven't got a lot of front line here. So we need to see Claire trying to burst them down. And you see the amount of CC that Slumber's comp can put out here. We'll need to see whether this Heimerdinger Seraphine combo can try to ultimate through it. The damage coming out here, but it looks like the Seraphine just is not enough. The power of Jace 2 manages to fight through a Seraphine 3. And we've got a showdown on our hands here, folks. This game is not over yet.
So Dojo goes out, and we've got a Seraphine 3, sure, but the items on her are not ideal. Static, sure, Runins, and, she's getting some protection from the Ice Cream Cone and the Trap Claw on the Oriana next to her. But, this sort of split carry itemization we're seeing here from Claire with the blue buff and the jeweled gauntlet onto Heimer as well, not necessarily working out. A little bit of last minute positioning changing there to try and change it up and maybe help Claire out a little bit this time. What we saw that didn't work out last time was that Slumbers had units split on the left and the right side, and that meant that the Seraphine just couldn't deal with them all at once. This time, it could be the same thing. She's going to heal herself to full up pretty much every time she casts, but the Yumi isn't attached, and she's going to double kill both of those and come through for the dub.
That was some incredibly unfortunate timing. It looked like Perfect Slumbers was going to end up taking that fighter. The Yumi shields providing this consistent wombo combo of damage and the healing from Celestial Blessing there. But all it took was the faithful Seraphine ult. And, I mean, that's just the game right there.
Yeah, you couldn't have said it any better. That was the game right there. That was quite something to watch. Obviously, I think that's our first 3-star forecast that we've had on the broadcast so far today. We got kind of used to them in Challenger Series, but it's a little bit, a little bit of a change there. But Jose, I do want to bring it to you a little bit to get your insight into that game. I feel like that was a more normal game of TFT that we have seen. There's been a few wider ranging spread of comps. That game, it wasn't 4 innovator starts into a million things. We had everyone kind of in their little lanes, and at the end of the day, it was a fair combat between a couple of higher rolling boards, but it felt like a more strictly normal game.
Yeah, that's one way to put it. I think a small note that I took was Claire's itemization heading into stage 5. So instead of making Morello's Shroud and scrapping the chain, he opted for making the locket and the trap claw, which allowed him to actually greet his positioning, keeping the Seraphine in the corner. But at the same time, it might have actually it might have cost him that game, because he just didn't have any healing reduction to actually get through the Jace or the Scion or like any of Slumber's board. So if he actually ended up losing that game, even with Seraphine 3, I think it would have been partially because of the way he itemized for late game.
Very fair insight there from no matter probably the brightest brain that we will ever get on this call. It's like, you know, and I do want to point out to their genome as well. Like we mentioned it on the broadcast, there was a few backline Jaces there as well. Chunga was running it before I'm pretty sure he choked on his roll down just after Dragon at 6-1. I think he had the level 9 with new recruiting, so he had 10 units on board, but he just couldn't find enough like juice to just keep it going item wise. But I think the backline Jace is something that we haven't seen a lot of today, and I think it was almost the deciding factor in making sure that Slumbers could go back to back.
Yeah, well, you know, at one point it was like nobody can find them. Everybody was rolling for them, and then all of a sudden, you know, they were everywhere. Yeah, look, the last one that we saw there with the itemization with the QSS and all that worked very well. But look, let's see what this all means. Really, here are the scores as they stand halfway through the day. Okay. I guess Claire, interestingly, you know, has taken over the lead there. So Chunga falling off a little bit on game 3, falling back down into 4th place, but still, you know, very much in that top 8. Anything else that catches your eyes?
Well, the top 4 of last game, Dojo Mojo, Claire, Perfect Slumbers, Chunga, top 4 on the ranks right now.
Yeah, wow.
From 1st to 4th. I do want to point out, Admiration has managed to find some points and get off the bottom. It was only 4 points, so he managed to get a 5th. Better than back-to-back 8s, though. And looking into that middle board, Angora managed to secure a few more points that game. A player like Soren, who started off really, really strong in the day with that first place in Lobby 1, has gone off to the back to a 7th, 8th. So, you know, and that gap that we were talking about heading into that lobby between the bottom 8 and the top 16 has been entirely bridged off the back of the game. It's been completely reset, basically. You're seeing at the tail end of the cut there, a lot of players on 10 points, 11 points. So, you know, it's still anyone's game, really. We've still got 3 more games, really, to find who can actually find those points to make it through to day 2. So if you're sitting in the bottom half right now, you can feel confident that you can make it through. Speaking of that, we're going to throw to another break. We are halfway through the day, but don't go anywhere. We've still got 3 more games coming up very shortly. We are 3 games in to the OCE TFT Gizmos and Gadgets Mid-Set Invitational. That means we're at the halfway point. There are 3 more games to go. In what has been quite an action-packed tournament so far, we have seen a missed cash out. We have seen a few. We've seen a 3-star forecast now. We've seen a few other things. I really wanted to bring it up in the post-game analysis, but we're going to bring up the scores now, and I'll be able to point it out to you guys. But in that last lobby, Cosmic Sloss was looking pretty good. He was on 11 points heading into it, and you see he only managed to get 1 because he failed to cash out a 9-loss Merc. A 9-loss, 5 Merc board because he greeted until next game, basically.
and we saw it all flowing into the chest, right? Like I think there was like a Toma traits, probably some other like pretty high tier stuff going in there towards the end. Like I wonder if there's some sort of like casino graveyard somewhere where all these amazing items just kind of flow every time someone makes a failed cash out like that.
Yeah, well, we are going to be throwing straight into the game. Not a quick break this time. We are going straight into Game 4. It will be me and Jose again bringing you guys the action. Genome and Frosty, thank you once again for your wonderful insight in that Game 3. And we are going right on board with Keen, who has picked off an Alawi straight off the carousel.
Yeah, you already know Keen's going to be playing for Merc, but heading into the tournament, I watched Keen stream almost like every other day. Watching him practice pretty much like every comp heading into the tourney, so I did have high expectations for him, but so far I believe he's middle of the pack, if I'm or even low towards the lower end of the pack. Actually,
So this lobby is all of the current bottom 8 players right now based on the seeding. So we have seeded the players into their respective lobbies now. So all of these players, and there's some big names in here that you wouldn't typically see down this low this early into a tournament. You're looking at names like Fishbowl and Admiration and Cardi, guys that we had quite high aspirations on heading into this early into the tournament. They've just not been able to make it click so far.
Yeah, if you were telling me after the halfway point that these were the people in the bottom lobby, I would have thought you were kidding, because these are some of the most consistent ladder players on lobby, so it's kind of weird to see them actually performing so poorly.
We do see Keen pick up the trade sector there, obviously very powerful just for being able to get that free reroll every round, especially at
Oh.
1-4, you can get those 2-stars, and you're talking about that just relative unit board strength in Game 2, Jose. It's just so good when you can be able to get those pairs and turn them into 2-star units, and then you've got the Innovator Scarab on top here.
Keen has a lot of early potential with his board, and if he hits a switch pair, maybe we see him actually play Twitch reroll with Trade Sector as well, because he started BF. Can look for 3 fully completed offensive items on the Twitch, but I'm not sure if it's something he plays, but I might just stick with the Inno opener.
I mean, you were talking about, like, yeah, you did watch a little bit of Kane, like, in the lead up to this tournament. What kind of, like, obviously, we've seen a lot of the Inno, we've got the Inno start here, but, like, what kind of comps were you, like, necessarily impressed by that he was able to pull off in preparation?
He was practicing pretty much everything, so when you're a creative / flexible player like Kane, I feel like whatever is handed to you, he's going to be able to perform it at a fairly high level as long as he doesn't get too dizzy, which I feel like might have happened, which is indicative like through his scores through these first 3 games. So when you have heading into this 4th game, when you have like a really easy opener to play, this Innovator opener, I think this is something he can look to just play throughout the entire game and not try his like creative, wacky things that he usually ends up doing.
We do see Timur's dad here, who got the Cybernetic start. He's got the 3-component splash across the board. He's also got the 2 Enforcer in, which locked up that Singe, and the Fling absolutely did nothing for him that combat. And he's got the 2 Sniper in as well. That Caitlyn just absolutely doming there. And it's a... We've seen... I was looking on the right-hand side, just as you were talking there, Jose. We saw a few level ups there. Also know that I'm pretty sure it's... let me just have a look at what the admins are saying. It is Fortune Chosen playing Merc. So we do have a Merc player in the lobby.
Yeah, I've personally seen some of Fortune Chosen's Merc games, so he's going to be in a comfortable spot. But then again, you can probably say that for everyone that understands how to play Merc at a high level. Hopefully we don't get a repeat of a 4-2 level 8, 4 HP Freya cash out type of game, so hopefully Fortune Chosen actually, you know, gets good fortune.
It's in the name, honestly. I mean, when we think about it, when we think about it, Fortune Chosen, it's the sinful one. You know, you would hope someone that has, you know, the iconic set 4 trait in his name could play the similar style trait now. But, you know, I guess we'll have to wait and see. Kane here taking another loss with his Innovator opener. Looks at a few direct twos, but we are moving over now to Banter's board, who has the mutant, which we are informed is bio-leeching this game. It is the Omnivamp mutant this game. And with the Malzahar, with already the blue buff and the Rod slammed on it, that is looking very, very nice.
Yeah, his board is super strong. Jing is one of, if not the best splashable mutant in any comp. I think that Omnivamp on your entire team is super valuable, especially if you don't end up building, like, let's say, any sustain items for your carries. So he has a really good start, has Rich Get Richer, 20 gold, actually levels to 5, which I really like, trying to push the tempo of the lobby. And just as that happens, 2 HP players actually level 5 to match. I really like this early game aggression from the 3 people off of 100 HP. Protector streak and heavy tempo.
Yeah, so we do see, you know, we see the level up that we talked about, got that heavy tempo. I do want to point out that we've got the binary airdrop here on the side of Cardi, and that was probably the augment of Challenger Series, was we saw a lot of binary airdrop and we saw it being really, really successful across a ton of boards. I haven't seen it too much today so far. We haven't seen a lot of the gold augments being offered, really. It's been a lot of silver augments for the most part. We saw the first Prismatic in the last lobby. As we do move to the carousel here, we've got 3 Mr. Hundreds over there with the OCE Special, Banter, and Timur's dad. But we do see some of the guys like Fortune Chosen gets the Malzahar for Rod, very, very strong pairing. Got the Shaco with the belt for Fishbowl. It's all kind of, we're looking around the board as well. 3 guys are at level 5, so yeah, we're looking at like one of those more higher tempo lobbies, kind of more akin to what we saw in Game 1.
For sure. Can't wait to see when Fortune Chosen decides to cash out, try to cash out this game. I think, as I've said earlier, hopefully we don't get a repeat of last game. As we stick to Banter's board, I'd like to see what the other 200 HP streakers boards are relative to his. because then we probably get a better read on whether he might potentially level to 6 at 2-6 to try to maintain the streak, because he is the one with the eco augment. He has Rich Get Richer, so if there's anyone to push the tempo of the lobby, it's probably going to be Banter.
I mean, if he pushes to 6 here, what do you think he plays? He just throws in the Darius maybe and gets the Bodyguard in with that Blitzcrank?
Yeah, assuming he wins this round, probably just like a high quality unit, either the Bodyguard or maybe just another, like the Swain. Swain is one of those like really
I
good
think
standalone
Jose
like
has just
Artemis
got.
units.
Oh, I think he cut out a little bit there, Jose. But yeah, you said like the high quality unit or the Bodyguard getting that in.
Yeah, one of the two, but
yeah. So
he does end up losing his
he cut out on
too.
my end apparently. Broadcast got it all apparently. So
okay.
we do move on. Banter does take the loss there. OCE Special and Timo's dad are still on the 100 HP win streak as we do swap to them, and this is a very, very beefy start that we're seeing. We have seen the Protector reroll once today, and it won with Perfect Slumbers, and he has the 4 Protector start right now, but not a Sniper and Snipe, so it probably isn't going to be that Protector reroll.
Yeah, probably just playing opener with the Trundle, with the Bramble Slime. Has Scrap in as well, so we'll see if we end up getting OC Special versus Timo's dad here. No, so potentially we'll have 2 Streakers heading into Stage 3, but OC Special's board looks really strong Stage 2 board.
It's just really tanky. And like, you got the Trundle there, which is obviously really good for DPS. He's got the Protector spat, so he's getting that perma shield whenever he's casting, because Trundle doesn't have the highest mana cast. He also drew the Giant Slayer there, which is great, into this Darius, but this Darius is just healing so much from being able to decimate across 4 units. The entire combat, really. This Shaco is just digging into this Garen. It is starting to get whittled down a little bit here, but another big cast here from the Darius probably just gets the healing enough. Yeah, he gets enough healing, but finally broken through. Getting into the overtime stage, but no, we're gonna see OC Special lose their win streak here just before Krugs, and they only have 10 econ as well. It's not necessarily the greatest the greatest spot that you want to be in heading into Krugs.
Yeah, that's the Jose Special. 4 streaking with 2-6 and losing it. 4 streaking with 2-5 and then losing it 2-6 is you just lose all your econ. You're you know, not being able to play off of 100 HP early. And that Darius had so much value. Having like a full melee board, he has so much value just being able to queue like 3 units at a time and perma healing off of those units. So it is unfortunate that OC Special lost that round.
Yeah, it's just the perfect storm, really. Like, it was the Darius was getting the decimate heals off of 4 people, and he had the Warmogs as well. It was basically unkillable. And by the time that it hit overdrive, and sure, the Giant Slayer kicks in, it's just like, oh, it doesn't really do much. We see double tier. Got the cloak on bench as well. Got the TF2 now. So we're going to swap now off to Timo's dad, who is our win streaking player. He's got the cybernetic enhancements with the 4 components splashed across the board. That's probably been
so many components.
Yeah, it's probably up to 5 now. He doesn't have scrap in yet.
Yep, gets to splash each component onto the, each individual unit, which is so much combat power. And yeah, you're right, he doesn't have scrap, but does decide to level to maintain his streak and puts the bow on the Mundo. So that tells me that he's probably not going to end up keeping this for the rest of the game, because you're probably going to have to end up remaking it if you do decide to go like Bruiser frontline. But it's just opting to play his strongest board by splashing the components and dealing 10-12 damage to everybody.
So we do have, apparently, and I didn't catch it myself. Oh, Fortune Chosen's cashed out. So we are looking for the cash out now. He does roll over all the orbs. You do see a component there. I saw also a bit of gold getting dropped at the end. He picks up the Oriana and the Janna. Didn't get to see the full cash out there. It's a decent hit of gold from the spot that he is in, and he can use it to kind of just leverage his board position right now.
You can definitely tell he did not want to cash out based on the way he positioned his board. Like prior to this round, he frontlined the MF and the other units. Was probably looking for like a 3-6, maybe 4-1 type of cash out play, because now he's kind of in a position where he's trying to min-max his board by pivoting into a much stronger board by playing for scrap and playing off the upgraded frontliners. So he is trying his best to salvage off of what should have probably, what in his eyes should have been like a much bigger cash out to try to win the game.
Cardi here has the double Titans resolve on
Oh,
the Ziggs here. Like, made not just from the binary airdrop, he binary airdropped the Bloodthirster, which on the Ziggs is whatever.
this is a tech. Oh, one of them was
Did you
scrap.
Oh, it
Okay.
was the scrap. Okay, it was scrap value.
That makes a lot more sense.
That makes more sense because like I couldn't see the scrap around it.
Yeah, neither could I.
But we
Yeah, I
do
was
move
like-
on to the 3/3 augments. Makeshift armor was the augment that we brought up at the start of the day as being the most picked in NA, but no, it does opt for the Thrill of the Hunt one for that 300 healing.
No, Thrill is actually buffed to 400, so it is pretty good sustain when you're not building any sustain items. And what looks like Fortune Chosen is just gonna be playing another standard AP comp because that was his prep going into the tourney. So just sticking to comfort, taking a sustain augment for an AP comp, which is totally fine. And we pivot to Keensborg. He is actually playing Twitch reroll, which I really enjoy. Probably the only reroll comp I play, and I'm really happy to see it here.
Do you want to talk us through a little bit? Because we haven't seen it at all today so far. We've only really even seen the one reroll comp here in terms of the Protector. The Protector reroll from Perfect Summers, and that got a first. And obviously he's got the trade sector that allowed him to get the really early Singe 3.
Yeah, having the trade sector, like with the free rolls, he has a lot of his foundation. Singe 3, Echo Pair with Morello. He is in a position to just potentially win out stage 3 because the Singe 3 is just infinite frontline with Makeshift as well, taking that augment. So just looking to finish his upgrades, going for Twitch 3. Might skip out on the Camille entirely because he only has 2 Camille's. So, as soon as I say that, he actually ends up losing the round to Timo's dad. So, it's unfortunate.
I think, well, Timo's dad here has slammed a few more items there as well. You see the Ziggs on the back
Yeah.
there on the Tristana as well. So he's really trying to keep up with that high tempo, just slamming what he gets and making sure that he can get that infinite cybernetics value.
Keen is third pick here, so I wasn't able. There is an Echo, which makes Echo 2 a GA, but he's probably looking to either finish the BF item on his Twitch, or take the bow for Renance, which is probably what he's considering here. Yep.
Fortune Chosen also getting the spat there. Obviously, haven't seen too many in terms of that. What board was Fortune Chosen playing again? He had the cash out. He had that cash out, right? And so
he had 2 spare rods, and if he is sticking to AP, he might look to just play might just look to slam one of the rods into an Arcanist spot. And since he did have Morello into extra rods, so that's what I like to think he'd lean towards too. But yeah, other than that, he does look like he's rolling down here. He did level and roll down if you look towards the right. So
he did. He also hit the Jana too there. So
and Jana too. Yep.
Yeah. So he hit
the foundation for his board
there.
is the foundation for his late stage 3 into stage 4 is going to be really good.
See the OCE special here. He had the very strong Protector start, but he hasn't managed it. His board's looking a little bit weaker now. He hit with the Arcanist Heart there. He's got the Protector on the Mouse, which the blue buff can generate a lot of shields, but he does end up falling off damage-wise and doesn't have a lot of econ, so he probably did hit that roll down a bit earlier.
Yeah, looking at his econ, he probably rolled to try to hit Mouse too. And you're in like a really awkward spot because you're trying to run Protector frontline when you're running Arcanists. So unless he gets like another supporting augment, let's say like Underdogs or like maybe something to just help him in that sense, he's going to be in a little sticky situation for like heading into stage 4.
We are slowly moving towards stage 4 now. It's 3-6. Timo's dad still on that Mr. 100 streak right now with that cybernetics board that we've been talking about. Had that massive value across the range, as we do see Mansa jumping in against Cardi here. We don't see the double Titan's Revenge anymore, but we do see we do see the Locket and the good Shroud lair. Like you mentioned, we've got the Heimerdinger though, who did manage to get the binary airdrop onto the Hodge here, which probably just swung the fight in his favor there with just absolutely churning through the front line. This Malzahar won.
From Arcane?
Yes, Heimer from Arcane, Jose, thank you. It was like the Jace from Arcane that we saw last game.
Yeah.
But yeah, Timo's dad, he keeps the Mr. 100 all the way through.
Yeah, that's really good for him. And for Kade as well to maintain his streak throughout stage 3 because he does, in my opinion, have the best scaling augment, which is binary. So maintaining his streak throughout stage 3 means he can opt to just push level 8 and look to cap out his board with a high cap binary board off of like upgraded for costs.
Are we gonna see a Smojo special? Can we see a Fast
Oh
9?
no. I'd like to think. I hope not.
You'd like to think
I'd like to. Now that I think about it again, yeah, I take it back. Let's pray no one actually ends up Fast 9ing here, and just throws the game.
I mean, Fortune Chosen here has the 1% Victor, has the Shojin on it now, has a spat that he just got off Wolves there.
So he did make the Arcanist spat on Jana and opts for another Arcanist spat. I usually don't go 6 Arcanists, but the fact that he has 2 spats on really good Enchanter units that utilize the AP really well is really good, and does have Shojin on Victor, which will let it cast during this stage, so Fortune Chosen spot is really good, but akin to like his first game, he still doesn't have Vex 2.
At least he has the
any frontline.
Yeah, like he's lacking the Vex 2, but at least he has the items. Like the biggest problem with his first game board was like, yeah, he could hit the Vex 2, but he only had the Chain Vest on it, and then he had the makeshift armor as well, and so the Vex was getting zero value from the makeshift armor too.
And had the spare chain on the Vex itself, so. But he does look like he's in a really good spot. Oh, we're back to Keen's board.
And he just rolled down and hit the Twitch 3, so he's obviously gonna start pushing in now. He's got he put in the Camille. He's at 6 out of 9 Camille as well. Slowly catching back up in pace in terms of this lobby. He's still got that one spare spot onto the Twitch here. Do you think he's looking for something like a GA or maybe an IE? What he can high roll at?
Personally, with these combination items, I either go Runons or BT. Because you do want the sustain on the Twitch. Or you can just have extra damage by having Runons since he's already 3-starred. And it's in really good combination with GS and Last Whisper. But he actually opts to make Spark and put it on the Echo, which is pretty good value for the rest of his team because the rest of his team is full magic damage as well. So I guess splitting damage profiles does help, but we'll have to wait till like stage 5 to actually get a 3rd Twitch item.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about splitting damage profiles and just like thinking back towards Fortune Chosen's board, we were talking about like the fact that he had 2 Arcanist spats, but he puts them on the Enchanters, and I think there's a little bit of hidden value in the Enchanters this game, in most games really, with the magic resist that they give, as well as the healing and shielding, and if you can buff that up with the Arcanist AP, you're going to be dishing out not only massive damage with the likes of Orianna, but those heals and shields that you're getting in if you get the Command Shockwave across your team, or you get the Jana Monsoon. It's going to be able to keep that Victor alive, who can start ramping up spellcast with that Shojin.
Yep, of all the units, the Enchanters are the ones that definitely benefit the most from the Arcanist spat. Now we actually get to see the matchup between Keen and Fortune Chosen over here.
Yeah, we do see that Vex still getting tossed around a little bit, still only 1 star, but the Jana ult there coming in kind of clutch just to space out all the units. The Twitch gets pushed away, and this Echo is also going down, so that was a very, very convincing win there for Fortune Chosen.
It's just so much CC from the Jana and the Ori, because there are a lot of times where you actually don't have this board because you wouldn't play these units without the Arcanist spats, but since he has them, having that CC to actually help the Victor and the Mals do damage is so much value, especially at this stage of the board of the game.
I think like that early Victor, like you just mentioned there, is
for
like,
sure
really just set him up. Like you can't undersell the benefit of having I think he hit it like 7-0 XP, so like it was like his first shot after he hit level 7. You can't undersell the value of that. It's really helped him stabilize his board. Looking towards Keen, does opt for the sword, so like you said, there's the big option of that.
He's just looking to finish the 3rd Twitch item, either BT, DB, or IE. There we go, that's the 3rd one. But just looking to now start to push levels, because he probably doesn't want to stay 6 to try to just roll for Camille 3. Yeah, this is your standard level 7 Twitch reroll board. You have a bunch of you have the Innos off of the Ezreal 3 and the Cinch 3, and then the Chemtech to help with the sustain on the Twitch. So it's good to see that he's actually and he has makeshift as well, so he does get a lot of value out of the Innos.
And very, very satisfying traits. Just had the full collection
that's
of
the
traits.
Real beauty of it. It's just perfect 5 synergies on your left side, and you're just like, yep, this is my board. It looks beautiful.
We do move on to Fish, who has been a little bit of a talking point so far today. Has has struggled. We saw him struggle in game 1, and he's struggling down here. He has the 2-star Jin though. He's lacking a few items though. He's missing the last whisper that he would so desperately love right now. He does have the Giant Slayer though, but it's just getting absolutely rinsed by Cardi's board here. That's a big damage to face there. I think that was 14 HP, taking him down to 5 HP now in this lobby. Putting him, he does make it to the augment, so he could get the augment that he wants, but
Hey,
it's looking
didn't die
very
before
dire.
stage 5. Or didn't die before 3rd augment. And now we get
Didn't
to
die
actually see
before
their
stage
3rd
4
augments.
carousel.
Oh? Oh, I mean, these options aren't that great. I guess you can maybe play for Sniper or just have more frontline value out of the Bodyguard crest. I'm not really a big fan of taking Sunfire stage 4, because even if it is healing reduction, it's essentially just feeding mana towards the backline units. So he probably, yeah, he does offer the Force Sniper, might just level, or takes out, yeah, adds the Sniper crest onto the Ori.
That's his
Oh, he was playing a
back in.
Caitlyn, okay. I couldn't see that Caitlyn in the bottom left corner. So.
Yeah, I think he added his X back in just to get some scrap
Yeah,
value
yeah,
there.
for some scrap value, for sure, yeah.
But I don't think this board, like, I don't think his board has changed enough to warrant, like, you know, him maybe surviving what other people got here.
Yeah, and I'm guessing the only reason he's backlining the Braum as well is because Sion does function really well as a solo frontliner. At the same time, yeah, this matchup into Keen, specifically backlining the Braum, knowing that he's in his rotation to be able to tank the Sins. So yeah.
Well, we do see what could be the do or die combat for Fishbowl, and it is most certainly looking like die against Keen's board, who is absolutely just tearing through him. Keen here also managed to pick up the Thrill of the Hunt too.
Dedge.
And there was just so much healing. And yes, Dedge very much so. And we move on to Admiration, who isn't faring much better right now with the Syndicate board. And this is a board Admiration brought out a ton at Challenger Series. We're seeing it back here again. He's got, what has he got on the right there? He's got Thrill of the Hunt. He's got some Weak Spot as well. The Weak Spot combined with those Shaco items, it's in a pretty good spot.
Mm-hmm. The fact that he's this low HP means he must have just had a really, yeah, looking at his stage 4, he lost the previous 3 rounds before the augment choice, so but now that he has his upgraded Braum and 5 Syndicate, might be able to squeeze out a 6th, which I'm guessing is probably going to be the expected placement this game. 6th or 7th, maybe if he high rolls a Shaco 3, or an Akali, so we'll see how the rest of this stage pans out for him.
It does kind of leave it a lot to the last minute though, like with these guys, because we are looking at currently the players placed below the cut for tomorrow. These are the 17th to 24th place players currently in our lobby as we move over to Cardi. But all of these guys really, really need points, and like it would be necessarily like a different, difference between. We see the quick Jace 3, Jace 2 here, on that cornered socialite hex. But I think it's really important to highlight that, like, you know, if like these guys were going 6th, 7th, 8th and they're in that top half, like it's okay, whatever, you can bounce back next game. If you go 6th, 7th, 8th at this point, you're pushing such a big uphill battle to try and recoup your losses in the final 2 games.
Yeah, exactly. And on the side note, I really like this swap from Kade. Rather than like rolling for, since he was on 7 Heimers, rather than trying to roll for the 8th Heimer and Nicoing that for Heimer 3, opts to immediately swap to Jace 2, which allows him to either push 9 or just try to steamroll the lobby with this Jace 2.
I mean, we saw the power of Jace 2 last game. Like, it almost won Slumbers the lobby. Like,
just, yeah, exactly.
Fortune Chosen just on the right there, hitting the Lux 2. Timo's dad, we haven't talked about a lot recently since he's lost his missed 100 streak. Obviously, he's just L ratio, you fell off.
Yeah, he's just sitting comfortably at first with his early win streak cyberboard, so would like to pivot to his board at some point later in the stage, but looking at Kade's board, he's in a really good position to either fast 9 from this spot or hopefully pick up an Innospat off of Karo, since he is keeping the cinch on his bench.
Well, we do see that Fortune Chosen has finally hit the Vex too, but it doesn't really matter much when you hit the Zephyr on the Taric here, which has been absolutely massive here. We do see these wonderful Victor items coming out. Oh my god, that
Victor
is very, very strong, and he's got the 2 Victors on bench. If Fortune Chosen can find the Victor 2 here, that is going to be a very, very strong board, because he already just decimated Cardi's board with the Victor 1.
Yeah, and if I'm not mistaken, that's also Spellblade as his last augment, or it could be Runic Shield.
No, that's spell. That's spell. It's
That's
spellblade.
Spellblade, so it's just so much more DPS, especially because he has the two extra Arcanist spats to be able to proc that more and do more damage off of that.
Well, you've gotten your wish. We are looking back over at Timo's dad's board, and like he took that solid opening and moved into a challenger board, which I think, when you think about it, utilizes the benefits of cybernetic enhancement, which gives you health and AD quite well.
Kind of low roll from his spot since he doesn't even have Yone pair from his roll down, so a little bit unfortunate. Does have Fiora too with like really insane items, but Yone adds that second threat, especially having best in slot Yone.
He does have the HP to toy with though. Like in this Academy Fiora, which is 2-starred with that BT, is pretty much a one-man show. Whether it is enough to get through Keen here, we're just about to see. But no, the Zillion Stun comes in, cost share to 3-unit loss, and Keen did end up making the Runans
as best in slot Twitch. Oh, it has. I'm guessing he ended up scrapping the extra component on the Ezreal since he does have BT Ezreal.
Yeah. So he must have found a magnetic remover, I guess, to be able to put. Oh no, did he have? He didn't end up slamming the sword on the Twitch.
I'm guessing not, since he did take the BF off Caro, correct, and then
yeah,
ended up making Renons off of his remaining components.
So we are
yeah
in a pretty tight lobby. Like we've had some pretty explosive lobbies so far. They've had a lot of leaders. Even that's been reeled in a little bit. There's a lot of guys kind of in that 30 HP range. You've got Cardi and Admiration, who are very close to 1 life.
I felt really bad for Timo's dad opting to take the Yone pair with the mutant spat rather than actually getting another, potentially another like item. Since there were still 2 decent options there, the Death Cap and the Sunfire, instead opting for the Yone pair with like a mutant spat.
What you're thinking, like maybe he like throws the decap on just one of his backline. I think he had the Kaiser in, like you just throw it on there.
Yeah, just having extra DPS.
Yeah.
Yeah, literally just having that mutant spat Yone sitting on his bench feels really bad.
Is there any chance that he manages to find in the mutants? It is bio-leeching this game. We did speak about that at the start, as we do see this. It doesn't really matter right now with this Fiora just absolutely tearing it up. That Lux cast almost came in clutch.
Really almost did. He could splash mutant in, since he is playing the Kaisa, so if he does find a way to do that, and having that actual bio-leeching value late game is really underrated for the rest of this comp. But yeah, even with how cracked Fortune Chosen's board is, just the nature of the matchup, having to play challengers into Arcanist heavily favors the challenger board much more. So even though on paper Fortune Chosen's board might look better, that's just not how the fight actually ends up occurring.
He's getting ever close to that Vex 3 though. He did pick
does
up
have
the
an
Vex
extra
2
one in
there,
shop.
and he has the Vex in shop, so he's only 2 away. He's got enough HP obviously to survive through this as he faces off against Admiration. He's on a 5-game win streak right now with that iconic Syndicate board of his. The Shaco though, you're starting to worry about now. Is it losing a little bit of juice once you start looking into the stage 6? And he still hasn't managed to find that 3-star. The Victor cast, coming with the Lux cast, just decimates the Victor. Not the Victor. It decimates the Shaco. Nets the win and actually knocks out Admiration.
Wow. That was unexpected, but really good utilization of the Yuumi, Unfortunate Chosen, so that Yuumi blocking that Hex on top of the Victor doesn't actually allow the Shaco to jump onto the backline, since it counts as a unit blocking that spot. So instead, the Shaco just ends up jumping straight onto the Vex, which was really bad for Admiration over there.
There's a little bit of tech there as well, in terms of like smaller stuff, but like he had the Shaco on bench. As soon as he knocked out Admiration,
immediately sold it in front of his face and just like, oh, you died. Well,
yeah, don't need these anymore. As we move over to Banter now, who has a hell of a lot of traits, but no handshakeage. Feeling that would have loved to have seen a buff handshakeage like that, but he does pick up the wrong 2. And again, it's a Seraphine carry with that Shiv Morello. Going for a
it's just rolling for upgrades. Yeah, does have 3 bodyguards. I mean, I guess he doesn't have anything else to put in. Oh, it does actually end up putting the Taric over the Leona, to get some more social value on the Seraphine.
Also a little bit more enchanter value here as well.
Yeah, and
Obviously, the 2
enchanter
or 3.
value, but it doesn't look like it's gonna help in this matchup.
Of all the matchups, it's definitely not going to help up against Teemo's dad.
Yeah,
Not a lot of AP damage on this board right now.
it's looking like this Yone and Fiora is just rushing to the backline and 2v9ing the rest of this board.
Yeah, the Kaiser like was mana locked at the start of the round there, just wasn't able to get the cast off because of the Shroud, and yeah, like the Kaiser didn't even play a role. It's just the 2-man board there, and Banta goes out in 5th, leaving us with our top 4 here of Teemo's dad, Fortune Chosen, Keen, with that Twitch reroll, and Cardi.
Let's go! Twitch
We've
reroll.
seen a few. We've got a few different calls here. We do move over to Keen now, who has pushed his board to 8. He's sitting on 5. Lysandras has the 6 and chop and locked, so he's slowly getting some levels here. He also managed to hit the Camille, he hit the Echo and the Ezreal. He has 5 3-stars.
Yeah, this is the Omega Cap version of the board. That scrap value onto the Echo as well. Potentially being able to roll a Shroud in these fights is really huge. But let's see if you can actually like beat these other cap boards. Kade with having infinite binary level 9 value with the Jace too.
Yeah, the Jace binary, not necessarily that good with only the Dragon's Claw. Cardi sitting here on 3 HP, but it is enough to just... The Janna just pushes away the entire board, and the Seraphine just absolutely decimates the rest of Keen's board. And this is going to be the end of Keen. The Twitch nowhere in sight just gets absolutely rinsed. And we see...
just
keep
jump
going.
into its stuff.
Quick, take us to the next person that's going to lose, because that is seemingly the trend of the observing right now, and it's going to be Fortune Chosen, who's he's sitting on the Vex 3.
He's still on 2 lives, so he can afford to lock this shop and potentially get a victor off of Carousel. So even if he ends up losing this round, he shouldn't. He's still going to be on 1 more life.
Yeah, which is why you're not seeing him greed to just sell the victor.
Yeah, I don't think he should do that.
Yeah, no, that sounds like a win trade.
Oh, dodges the Zephyr on his Vex. That's really good.
Yeah, he manages to dodge the Zephyr, and he's coming up against Cardi, who we just saw absolutely rinse Kane in the last combat. But this Lux still, the Oriana in the back there, the Victor finally gets his first cast off, and it's literally just this binary airdrop value is so insane. Yeah. Like the Zillion with decap, you saw some flag on Jace, like who cares? Like he's just getting insane value. We see Teemo's dad going out in 3rd there.
No,
probably lost to the Ghost of Cardi, if we're being honest here. We see the options here. Cardi going for the Locket, while Fortune Chosen just goes for the belt on the Akali. What do you think about those choices?
Does he have any spare components? Might just make the Trap Claw onto the Janna and be able to greed his positioning a bit more, because this allows him to actually put the Victor on the social spot without it getting blitz hooked. Yeah, so this is cap is.
Yeah, this is the capped boards, and this is the final combat. It's 6 HP Fortune Chosen versus 3 HP Cardi. We see Fortune Chosen just playing around with his positioning. The big difference between the last combat and this combat between the two is the fact that Fortune Chosen did hit the Trap Claw and he did hit the Vex 3. He does manage to dodge the Zephyr with that Vex, who's just tanking all that damage from the from Cardi's backline. Just gets knocked around. The Victor cast comes down, but doesn't get a massive amount of crit damage value off of there. Getting a second cast down, but Jace still manages to live, and that 1 HP live means that Cardi walks away from Game 4 with a win. And for everyone in that lobby, Cardi, Fortune Chosen, who placed highly, every single point matters because they were sitting below the cut, and that is going to catapult them with great momentum into these final 2 games. Welcome back, Genome and Frosty. I'll throw it straight to you, Frosty. That was a pretty interesting end to the game. It was very, very down to the wire between those 2.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that really just goes to show you the power of the Jace carry in the end there. We saw that Cardi hit the Jace 2 and then won the game. they hit the Jace 2 there, and it was from there a fast 9, and it was just one and done from that spot there. I mean, the rest of it, sure, it looked impressive. The Victor damage almost looked like it would have come close there. I'm pretty sure Fortune Chosen had have hit a Victor 2, then the fights might have gone a little bit differently, but Jace 2 just goes to show you just how strong it is and why it's one of those top priorities right now.
And he was sitting on that Victor pair for so long. It felt like he hit the Victor in like stage 4 at some time. He hit it at stage. He felt like he was sitting on the pair for at least a stage and a half, Genome. It was rather tragic, but I guess looking across the rest of the lobby, like you saw guys like Fishbowl who also struggled to find some points there. That Jin board didn't necessarily work out for him, couldn't find the items. And when you're looking at these players that place quite poorly in this game especially,
it is a massive uphill battle to try and make sure that you can make the cut for tomorrow.
Yeah, and as you were pointing out, right, the way this seeding works means we've got it's like the top eight and the mid eight and then the bottom eight are like playing in these lobbies. And yeah, it means the players playing in those bottom lobbies, sure, some of them are guaranteed to get some good points and jump it up, but it also means that the guys down the bottom in that lobby who don't do well are really just, you know, getting the cement feet there and getting chucked over the side of the boat. So it's pretty tough for them to come back, considering we've got 2 games to go now before we do chop off the bottom 8 of the list.
Yeah, and I do want to bring it back a little bit to a comp that we talked about a lot that game, Jose, between you and I, was that Twitch reroll from Keen. It didn't quite have the juice to get through, despite, you know, it was quite a mega capped, but I don't think there's much you can do against a binary airdrop Jace 2 Cardi board like that.
Yeah, even in the other matchups where you're playing against a really capped challenger board that will have more DPS, and Fortune Chosen's board where you can let the Vex actually just tank all of the sins and, you know, position in a way where the Twitch doesn't get any value. And as you saw in that final fight against Kade, the Twitch just immediately jumped into the Zillion Bomb and just died instantly. So as cool as the comp is, and as cool as it was watching it actually being played in a competitive environment, it was a disappointing end.
Well, we do have the scores after game 4 here. With only 2 games to go, we'll be seeing the lobby player still on top with 30 points. He is having an absolute day of it out here. Chunga, Dojo Mojo, and Perfect Slumbers up there in the top 4 as well. And looking down to the other end, the OCE Special in very dire straits. Not even a win could get him out of the bottom 8 right now. Admiration and Fishbowl also still in the single digits, and then kind of in that mid-board, Keen manages to get himself above the cut. We're seeing some names though, like Sorin and Tamura, who we were talking about at the start of the day, kind of fall off a little bit, and so getting reshuffled and reseated into those top, mid, and bot lobbies, you could see some of those guys that are sitting at those higher point thresholds, like Tamura and Banter, be able to slightly edge up, maybe because the lobby that they're in is a little bit weaker, Gino.
Yeah, well, here's a fun question, right? Like, in this situation, would you rather be Keen or Tamura? Because Tamura, sure, is like 1 point less there, but, you know, considering the strength, you know, is arguably in an easier lobby going into the next game, at least, you know, as far as the strength of the players today has been. And so, you know, would you rather take that sort of, that 1 point disadvantage, but, you know, be at a lobby where it's easier to grab a first and then catapult yourself above someone who's just barely above you like Keen?
Yeah, I mean, that is ultimately the question, and I think we'll find out the answer to that after the break. So we are going to a quick break, guys, before we get into our final 2 lobbies. You do not want to miss this. 8 players will be going home in about an hour and a half, so please keep on watching.
Broken one last time before I go. Hold the last burning ember, legends never surrender. Rise up to the call for the glory and the
2 games remain in the OCE TFT Gizmos and Gadgets Mid-Set Invitational Day 1. We have seen 4 games of pretty high octane TFT action so far today, Genome. And look, coming into the pointy end of the tournament, this is where, diamonds are made, under all of that pressure of trying to make the cut.
Yeah, and look, we talked about innovators a lot at the start of today. We've seen a little bit of that, but we've also seen a lot of Jace. I mean, Jace just seems to be somewhat a linchpin, regardless of which way you're going, almost for a lot of these comps that are really hitting and really dominating these lobbies.
Yeah, like we've spoken about the Inno and Jace, but Frosty, like what kind of comp, if you're going to take an overarching look at the first 4 games that we've seen on cast today so far, what kind of has, I guess, surprised you a little bit in terms of how players are playing, whether it be the tempo or the boards that they're playing? Like, what's interesting?
I have to be honest, I did not have a lot of faith in OC today. I'm gonna just come out and say it. I thought we were going to be seeing some very slow lobbies. I thought we were going to be seeing some glacial plays. I thought we were going to see some big Merc cash outs, but the exact opposite has happened here. We've seen some really fast games. We've seen quick eliminations. We've seen a person try to cash out with 5 Merc, get eliminated before Carousel on stage 4 there. So, honestly, I'm all for it. Bring the bloodshed. Let's keep going with this for the final 2 games here today. We're going to be out of here real quick.
Look, let's not bring up Cosmic Sloth Merc board. Let's instead bring up the scores, because this is the all-important for how these final lobbies are seeded. So the lobbies will be seeded in base of what column players are in. Are they in the top side in rank 1 to 8? Which most players in there you would say are pretty much safe for the rest of the day. And there's some names in there that you probably may not expected to see in there. TT1T, Audio have performed really well to be in 56 respectively. Claire has just absolutely run away with it today. It's been a really solid performance from them, but the mid board is where we're really interested in. You've got names there, Cosmic Sloths, the aforementioned, but you've also got names like Evelyn and Donaldinho, who we haven't really spoken about, and both those players, we saw them a lot in set 5, and skillfulism as well. Seeing those guys across set 4 and set 5, and now they're really fighting for their lives, I guess, here in set 6, just to try and make sure they can get that spot in the regional finals. When you're looking, because I think we are going to be jumping into the second lobby here, in those rank 9 to 16 boards here for game 5, who are you kind of looking at there, Jose, as like someone to watch that we might not really be thinking about right
now? Definitely skillfulism. Looking at his law chesses over the past couple of weeks, he hasn't touched the game entirely. So for him to still be doing really well by like placing middle of the pack, because I mean I do look at him as one of the strongest players in OCE. So him like not touching the game at all for the past 2 weeks and still having a fairly decent showing and potentially a good showing heading into these last 2 games is actually really surprising for me. But maybe it's also because as a player, I fall off if I don't play consistently like every single day. So maybe for him, like if you take a break or if you don't touch the game for like a couple of weeks or so and you come back, it might be better for some players. So it's good to see that he's still somewhere in the middle of the pack heading into these last couple of games.
Mate, all I'm hearing is he doesn't have the rank 1 grind set that you do to be able to play just hundreds of games across the set. Frosty, you want to get in here, mate? Come on.
Well, I do actually, because he used to have the rank 1 grind set. He was one of the people who used to contest Jose back in set 4, back in set 4.5. Used to be number 1 OCE. We're not seeing that as often now, so a little bit of a fall off there in terms of standards, but still very active in the game. Except when he's not.
Yeah, but I think this also comes down to the discussion of, and I think it's not something that is talked a lot about in TFT per se, is like the difference between ladder play and tournament play, I think is actually quite big. When you go and watch like high elo streamers just clowning their boards at times, just completely pushing the limits of the game, that's totally fine. But when you see them come into this tournament play genome, you're seeing a lot more consolidation around the meta and everyone forcing, whether it is the 4 innovator boards that we saw in the openers in game 1, or people starting to stray towards, I think, a lot more traditional TFT than what we were seeing earlier in the day as well.
Yeah, I mean, every time you say that, I'm just like, Ducky, are you trying to have a go at Jose or something for being like a ladder 1 trick or something?
Mate, Jose's won his tournament. He can have that. He's got the OCE versus SCA showdown under his belt where he plays absolutely brilliantly.
Yeah, okay.
I've shown up in training.
Yeah, but look, as you say, like today we said, much to Frosty's shock, we've seen a very high tempo game, right? And I think that is definitely different to what you see on ladder. Like people absolutely pushing the envelope in trying to get as far out as they can. And, it really puts the pressure on people who are trying to play those more greedy styles, trying to go for mercs or whatever. I mean, not as greedy as Cosmic's Lost. I mean, that wasn't the lobby, that was just him, right? But, it really does make it a lot harder for those people to find that window, where you can teeter on the balance of sort of, either having enough eco or actually cashing out, or whatever it is, putting your comp together in time and finding that. And it's really hard to do in a tournament lobby. And maybe that's where we'll see someone come up and destroy everyone else because they work out how to play that, even smaller window than they might find on ladder and get ahead that way. But tonight, it doesn't really feel like we've seen that much. I mean, we did have, what was that? There was one, was it Slumbers that was, I think, played Merc and then came second. So, definitely still doable in this patch, right? But, maybe just a little bit harder than it has been in previous patches in Set 6.
Yeah, and I think heading into this lobby, there's actually one player that I really want to highlight, and it's Woken. I'm pretty sure when you're looking at the sheet and all the players, like sure, if you link it around high elo ranked in OC, you're bound to see all of these guys because they float in between 600 LP to like 1.2k. Woken is literally Master 0 LP heading into the tournament, but even then, his peak this set is like 450. But he was a really, really solid player in Arcanist Cup. He played, funnily enough, a lot of Arcanist boards. He played a lot of the Lux back then to be able to qualify. And he came into today with like 2 days of like practice because I'm pretty sure he was off playing Valorant for a while, just taking it easy. He tweeted out that he is like, yeah, I have no idea what the meta is, but I'm just going to see how it goes. And it's worked for him. He's sitting in, I think, 12th heading into this lobby. He's completely in the middle of the table. And we saw it in game 1 as well when we were on his board. He can actually play. Like, he's actually got a decent enough read on the game to be able to push in, and really threaten some guys in this lobby like Keen even.
Maybe that helps. Maybe it helps not to be constrained by these ideas of the meta, and you can just sort of be inventive and creative and come up with whatever you want. And I mean, gosh, if there was a set to do it, it's Set 6, right? Because you have more options that, you're getting more emblems than you ever were before to be able to, craft these interesting compositions. And I feel like you're less chained to the meta than we've ever been in TFT.
Well, Genome, Frosty, I'll leave it all to you because I'm pretty sure we are loading into game very, very shortly. Oh, no, just a little second. So, Jose, any final words heading into this lobby before we sit down and get the notepads out?
Please don't level to 8 at 4-2 trying to cash out Merc. Thank you.
Well, there is one person in this lobby that could probably heed that advice, and Cosmic Sloss didn't necessarily work too well for him. Oh god, sorry. Every time I think about it, it actually tilts me because we were like the
We were
analysts,
so excited.
like we were all typing like the analysts like talking to each other in that game, and we were all typing. When is he going to cash out? Is it going to be a 3-5? No. Is it going to be an off-tempo 3-6? No. And then he held the cards at 4-1, and we were all pulling our hair out. Oh, what a lobby that was, Frosty.
Yeah, if you hadn't seen my camera there, I was going all over the place there. I'm pretty sure I was just bouncing all around the room because I just couldn't believe what I was seeing with my very eyes there. I'm pretty sure I got it across pretty well though. So yeah, here's a
just lift your hand up there again, Frosty. Did you break your wrist? Like hitting the desk so hard because you were so mad at what Cosmic Sloss was doing with that Merc cash out?
Yes, I just
That's probably a better. That's probably a better.
Dude, come on.
It's probably a better story that he could have told than what actually happened in the way that he broke that wrist. So we can run with that, Gino, if that makes
It's a
him feel
story
better.
for another day, all right? Not sure that it's TFT safe right about now. But we're going to hop straight into game number 5 real quick here, folks. And I got to admit here, Gino, this is where it all comes down to. We're going to be speaking Donnie, who we haven't really had a chance to see all too much today. We're in the middle lobby, so this is where It's made or break right about now. All the players, we're going to be reseeding them after the next 2 games here, so we're going to be spectating Lobby 2 throughout it all. But, I mean, coming into this, Genome, what do you say that, who has impressed you the most thus far today?
Ooh, I mean, look, trying to think back on the scoreboard. I mean, obviously Claire is up the top there and was doing pretty damn well.
I'm really putting you under the gun right about now, aren't I?
Yeah,
You
look,
know, it's a
I'm
tough choice.
desperately trying to find the score, the spreadsheet that has all the scores on it for me, and I'm failing. So, yeah, look, you tell me. What about you, Frosty?
Well, I mean, you said it. I think that Claire has been one of those ones where, you know, coming into the tournament here, I didn't exactly have high expectations, you know. I gotta just call it how I see it. I said, alright, well, I always say to these players, alright, surprise me. And Claire has surprised me with just how solidly that they have been playing. But we're not going to have a chance to spectate them. This lobby, on the other hand, is full of players that we're very well aware of. You know, we know about Donnie, we've seen Cosmic Stars. Everybody knows about King's skillfulism, Fortune Chosen, even Timo's dad. But there's 2 wild cards in the mix right now, Woken and Evolving. And I mean, Woken has definitely sort of lived up to the name here, is officially awoken back into the TFT meta. But I mean, Evolving, we haven't had too much of a chance to see exactly what's going on here. Middle of the pack, so they definitely know what they're doing. We just have to wait and see whether they've got it.
Yeah, I mean, Evolve had picked up a second in the Innovator Cup, right? So that's definitely some tournament pedigree there that we can look back upon. You know, talking about some of the other players in this lobby. You say we haven't talked all that much about Donaldinho yet. You know, still my favorite moment that I've ever seen in OCE competitive TFT was the was 4th on Donnie. And he managed to grab the 4 Force of Natures before they even, you know, removed it and gave us the Tactician's crown. So, you know, will RNG be on his side once again? I guess we'll just have to wait and see if he can try and move himself out. I guess one of the other things I want to think about with the scoreboard is the players in the middle 8 here that we're talking about, you know, that are, you know, fighting for their lives. They're all pretty stacked up. They're all pretty close together. Some of the people in the first 8 have really broken away, and they're looking pretty safe at this point, 4 games in. But the people in the middle, there's definitely a couple of people that can easily catch them from that bottom 8. So I think it's, yeah, look, every point in this lobby right now is going to be very important towards the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean,
Oh.
let's take a look at what Donnie is trying to do here, because I don't think we've seen this much greed outside of a mercenary board for a long time. Not only does Donnie have Yordle in right now, which pretty much guarantees the loss streak and that extra goal, but also with calculated loss, Donnie, by the end of stage 2, is on track to hit over 50 gold.
Yeah, that's
That
crazy.
is massive.
I mean, 20 gold on 2-2 on a 2-loss streak. Richie Bennett would be proud. That's a very strong economy to start with. Does he even want to hit the pairs as he goes to level 4? Well, you probably may as well, right? I mean, Caitlyn especially, a nice unit to have if you're on that loss streak and you're looking to, you know, just eliminate 1 or 2 units for sure and save a little bit of you know, HP here and there. Now we're looking at Keen, who picked up that Tome of Traits. And, I mean, if I'm looking at what's on his board there, Frosty, I think he's tried to game the system and he's done it very successfully. Because if you've got Poppy and you've got Lulu in, it eliminates the chances of you getting their traits, right? You know, maybe you can get Bodyguard, but you can't get Enchanter, you can't get Yordle as a spat. So in terms of the 1 or perhaps 2 guaranteed traits that you're getting to pop out of that Home of Traits, it's much more likely to be Innovator.
Hey, great game sense there from King. Knows the tips and tricks, and I mean, this is one of the big reasons why Ancient Archives going towards a Silver Augment is such a big deal, is because there's a reason why Innovator Hard is not being offered on stage 1-4 anymore, because it just decided the games a little bit too often, you know, gave players a little bit too easy of an idea of where they're going into the game. But now there's the chance that you can game the system here and try to get that Innovator Spatula straight off the bat here, just like Keen has done. And it's just going to be a case of whether King can maintain a high enough health total here to try to hit those high roll moments, or will they get tempered out of the game before they can hit a Jace?
Yeah, and you're seeing a lot more of them now, right? Obviously, you know, the tone moved from gold to silver recently, and at that point, obviously, you see more silver emblems overall, then you see gold, you see more gold, and you see prismatic. So it just means that overall, it's a more common play style, and you know, you can only imagine that Teemo's dad was trying to do the same thing, but unfortunately, has hit scrap, which you wouldn't say is anywhere near a high roll as that Poppy currently sitting on the Innovator emblem.
But I'd have to argue it's not exactly a low roll either, Gino, because 4 scrap early games, definitely a very strong point. And you know, we have seen 6 scrap before be quite strong. Has an unreliable carry in that Jinx, but 6 scrap is definitely powerful. We're going to be seeing a little bit more of it in 6.5 as a little bit of a hint for those who haven't played PvE quite yet. But I just think that the lack of a reliable carry is the thing that's really holding Scrap back right about now. So we'll have to wait and see whether they can make it work.
Oh, mate, you wouldn't want to come up against this Talon at 2-6. We've got a level 2 Talon here, 2 best in slot items, the RFC, the Infinity Edge, and, you know, probably the 2 most important, right? Like, maybe you want to chuck a QSS or something else on top of that. Eventually, but you know, honestly, sometimes you can get away with just those 2 items on the Talon. So considering, you know, he's playing 3 different types of assassins, but 5 assassins in total on this board, doesn't give the Talon a lot to work with in terms of frontline, and that's why he's taken the L there. But look, I think he might have been aiming for that anyway, considering he's on 20 gold and has the 3-loss streak.
Yeah, it could definitely be the case. I just wanted to shout out Skillfulism here for having, you know, the perfect tessellation there of having all the units evenly matched out there. It's very soothing to the eye to watch that. But for actual...
Like a palindrome.
Yeah, for the actual gameplay there, the thing is that backline units won't move forwards if you don't have any units to bait them out here.
Yeah.
And if Skillfulism is rocking all assassins, well, the units on the enemy board have no reason to move forwards. So if you, unfortunately, you know, misplace some of your assassins there, they're not going to seek out the targets that you want to. And we saw that happen there in that fight where there just was a little bit too much going on for Skillfulism to try to get that W. As you mentioned, though, might have been the plan all along.
And there's a Shaco as well, so you're going to move that into 4 assassins, maybe even have some kind of frontline unit. We're having a look at Woken now, who might have just been doing a little bit of rolling, has ended up with 3 mutant. I'm sure we'll find out what the mutant ability is sometime soon, but our spies at the TFT Bank have actually told us that Donnie is in fact richer than Elon Musk right now and has 65 gold or somewhere thereabouts after the second stage.
That is the power of calculated loss and yordles, right? It is just, if you're not going for a reroll composition, the amount of gold that you end up trying to pull from that, absolutely crazy here. As we see that Skillfulism finally manages to break even against Woken here, who looked to be propping along a strong old mutant board here, but gets shot down by this incredible Talon too. And going into 3-2, we might see Skillfulism try to really consolidate their board, you know, try to pick up some of those 2 stars to just enable a solid stage 3 here.
We think it could be the cybernetic mutant trait here for our 5th game tonight. Look, we've heard more about, or I've seen a lot more of this sort of back position. No, okay. Just as I want to have a chat about it, he's going to start moving stuff to the front line. Frosty, so I guess ignore me. But we've got a Cho there. It's got the Redemption on it. Fantastic unit for the Cho, especially if you get up further and further. You're looking, potentially towards that Cho 3, the biggest champion alive. Are you expecting him to maybe stick with the Mutant here? I'm sure it could depend a lot on what we see in this next augment.
I mean, that's just it. I think another really big thing that you didn't quite touch on there is actually what the mutant trait is, Genome. Typically, it can really be very dependent on whether you get a good one. A mutant crest could be a good reason to try to go straight into mutants. And
I think he's done it. Yep.
That's exactly what they're thinking right now. I mean, if we saw them, going into something completely different, there we can say, all right, they're just using the Cho'Gath here as a little bit of a transitional point. But, as you'll know, Cho'Gath stacks a lot. And, I mean, I don't know about you, but I kind of get invested in a Cho'Gath when it starts getting a few stacks in. You typically don't want to let it go. So, it looks like that's exactly what Woken's going to be doing here, trying to build towards that Cogmore 2. And I think when they hit that point with a Cho'Gath 2 and a really solid front line, that's when we're really going to start to see this composition come online.
Yeah, well, where do you think he's going to go with this mutant spat then? If we're looking at one of these compositions where you're really trying to max out a lot of the mutant units, sure, look for the Cho 3, try and reroll eventually for that. If he goes down that road, where do you think this mutant spat will stay?
Well, I hate to give you my professional analysis here of it depends on what the mutant is again.
Well, we think it's cybernetic.
Okay, assuming it's cybernetic, then it could just be any old good option, right? There is the chance that you want to run Urgot here, right? It's just an overall really solid unit to try to consolidate with this Cogmore. There's the chance that you could run it with Execute. Actually, it's Execute here.
It is. Yep, it's Voidborn.
So, if that's the case, then, whoa. I mean, this is one of the good things, is that Mutant in this situation here is highly flexible, right? So, you can pretty much just put on a good 5 cost that works well with the rest of your team. You could put it on a Tahm Kench and have it work out really well. That extra 40% true damage that you end up getting turns out to work really well with the rest of your composition there. So, having a mutant spat, it doesn't necessarily define the composition here. It just overall works really well to not have to play worse units, per se.
All right, well, I've got you here, Frosty. I want to ask a question that I've always wondered, but, I'm just not smart enough to know, which is, if you put the Static Shiv on the, as we watch this roll down here, you can just answer this question for me. Well, if you put the Static Shiv on the Cogmore there with Voidborn, and the Static Shiv procs, does that potentially kill units with Voidborn?
Alright, time to get out the notepads, kiddos. Time to peepo G here. Anything with Voidborn on it proccing. If you have a Kai'Sa with Morellos and the Kai'Sa dies, and the Morellos still procs below 20% on that unit, it will still get the Execute off. So it interacts with every item that way. It works with Sunfire, all these sorts of things. So really overall solid thing. You know what else is really solid as well? Evolvent Spore trying to cash out right about now, but this Malzahar 2 is proving to be quite the problematic unit with that Morello, and it looks like Evolvent takes a good loss here. It's not the end of the world, but it looks like the window to try to close out everything here is starting to, well, close.
And he's only on Merc 3, right? He doesn't have that juicy 5 Merc cash out that we had on the board for Cosmic Sloths earlier in the night. That's it. I think you just got, if my memory serves me correctly, might have had a Nico's just pull into the chest there, going off those dice. This Sniper
Gangplank. It's like
Gangplank
an
he's
RFC.
got is interesting, right?
Yeah.
Basically. Because, obviously the Sniper gives you that innate +1 range.
That's right, and you see the Sniper coming into effect there against that, and this is going to be huge, right? This is Evolvent's pretty much big chance up against this really weak board from Donnie here, and it looks like some handshakage has gone on. There is going to be A massive cash out from Evolvin here. We'll have to see whether this is lobby defining or not.
Okay, cash out comes. Let's have some fun watching this one. All right, so he's being careful. Just popping a couple. There's that Nico we talked about. Plenty of gold here. 2 components and 2 Nikos. All right.
Not to mention a good few champions on the bench. They're hitting an Orianna out of that there as well. That is, I mean, if that isn't close to format winning right there, then I don't know what is. You can't really ask for much. Well, I mean, you can ask for much more than that. But that is incredibly solid there. We're going to see an early level to 8, and I love this choice, right? From this point on,
Ooh,
even
Kench,
hits a
Kench.
Kench.
What?
Rolls
What?
over it. I think, hear me out.
Okay.
They're
okay.
really just trying to go for that Jin angle right about now. We see immediately swapping off it. I mean, this Orianna is going to get that sniper emblem. That's an MF3 right there. Chuck the Jin out the window. We've got an MF with Shojin, Morello, and just overall some really terrifying looking items. We'll have to see up against Woken right here whether this can, you know, do the damage. And it looks like it's just
easily.
melting it.
Oh, so easily, right? He slams the tier on. Carousel's coming up. He's very likely to have first pick in this carousel, and he can probably finish that off with, you know, whatever he wants, whether that's Archangels maybe, potentially a blue buff, to know. Either way, look, the MF3, you know, we were questioning the Kench, especially with those 2 Nikos on the board, that would have allowed him to just immediately go up to a Kench 2, whether that was the right move. But the sniper emblem on the Orianna as well does make a little bit of sense. We'll just have to see later on where he goes with that board. It seems like the cash out has worked and will probably keep him instead for a little while. Now, that said, you know, some of our other analysts in our chat have noted that, you know, it could be a bit of a long game. A couple of people have picked Metabolic. You know, we've even got the combo of Metabolic plus Calculated Loss, which means you can really just play a very slow eco-based game.
Yeah, that's the case. Looking at Fortune Chosen's board here, who, you know, is quite high up in the lobby, you know, at a reasonable 75 health, hasn't really got a proper carry here, is really just rocking that Zillion too. But you see the damage coming out, even from a Heimer and Seraphine there. It's less about the damage, I should say, and it's more just about the overall survivability. When your stuff just isn't dying, then you're going to have plenty of time to pump out as much damage as you need, and that just goes to show you just how strong some of these boards are and why the composition is picked up so often.
Yeah, it's very consistent, isn't it?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
even with that extra enchanter now, we're seeing that this board has a lot of sustain. It means, you know, all the healing coming through from that Seraphine is buffed up even further. The shielding from the Orianna even further. And, you know, she's sitting pretty in the side there with the 2 supportive items as well on that Zillion. And, you know, the Zillion, the fact that that unit can lock down units that jump on top of you. Was it long enough this time? Not sure, but at least we have that Bramble on the Singe. Bramble is just the, you know, really the thorn in the side if ever you've gone an assassin composition, and really locks down a couple of them for long enough for Fortune Chosen to take out the win.
Yeah, really interesting though. We're starting to see how the tournament meta is shifting already, Gino. We're seeing more and more reroll coming through here. A Talon reroll, not something that we've seen throughout the rest of this tournament. What's your stance on Talon reroll, Gino? Are you a big fan?
Oh, yeah, I really like Talon. I mean, obviously, there's been some nerfs, right? We had that whole round where, you know, Imperial got nerfed, Talon got nerfed. I think Talon got nerfed, yeah. And even some of the items, I think, in that composition, was it RFC? I think went down from 60 to 50 or something like that. There were either way, there were like multiple components of that composition that all got nerfed together. But that said, if you get the right augments, it still can be high roll, right? If you're rocking a dual tyrant and all for one, potentially you found the spat and you can get up to 5 Imperials. You know, there are all ways to make that work, because the power spike is huge,
Yeah, and we see that Skillfulism has hit that Talon 3. But we've moved over to Donnie here, who in the meantime, we haven't been talking about him too much, hasn't managed to assemble sort of the Exodia composition here with the Jhin, only really missing out on the Jace at this point. But this is one of the beautiful things about this composition, Genome, is that you don't have to hit every single piece here for it to be really strong. It's kind of a smattering of everything. 2 Protector, 2 Sniper, 2 Clockwork, 2 Enchanter.
Oh no.
But it just works.
The dreaded armor plating, which as far as I'm aware, is actually bugged and doesn't work right now.
Do it.
So
Do it.
Poor Scion up the top is looking longingly at that golden augment and being like, Mort, why did you only offer me 2? But as you said, it's looking like a solid comp right now. You kind of only need to get the units to 2-star. Oh, okay, so we've had a bit of a roll down here from Skillfulism, or... yeah, well, I guess he must have been slow rolling on 6 for quite some time, considering he's level 6 and we're at 4-6 right now. And he's got that 3-star Talon ready to go. As we predicted earlier, he has kitted it out with the 3 items, finishing it off with that QSS. And he's got some nice items on the Echo as well. You're all, besides Talon, probably the next best item in this composition would be a Morello's to see on your Echo, but the Frozen Heart is also very helpful.
Yeah, it's a good bit of utility here on top of an already stacked unit. Rocking up into Teemo's dad, though, we'll have to see whether the Assassins can melt through this Malzahar quickly. It seems to be doing a really good job here. The Talon 3 damage bonus is really big, but you start to see some of the problems. Bramble Vest is a really common build on a lot of these carries, but we see that the All-for-One here, providing a massive amount of utility, being able to just stack a whole bunch of damage onto this Talon and means that it pretty much never dies unless it gets focused first, is the win con for this composition.
It's crazy good, right? And it means you don't really need that much healing. I mean, he's got Celestial 1, and that is probably enough. As you said, even if he does get focused early, Celestial 1 might be enough to keep him alive until that extra health starts filtering through with the All-for-One. And we talked about it before. We were like, what actually makes this composition workable? All-for-One is probably the #1 augment that gets you over the line.
You want to talk about things that make compositions work, though, Genome? That's a Manazane Seraphine right there. And if you haven't seen Manazane Seraphine before, folks, this is a force to be reckoned with. You thought Seraphine was obnoxious enough? This is going to be even worse, but we'll consider Cho'Gath 3, and we're not seeing a lot of Giant Slayers around the lobby here. This might be Woken's chance to stabilize here, and that is a stacked Cho'Gath 3. You can barely even see the little nubs in there.
Damn, son. Yeah, look, 2 redemptions. He's got the Dragon's Claw on it as well. We were asking that question, where's the mutant emblem going to go eventually? He's decided to chuck it on the Urgot, just giving a little bit of extra twin shot power there. Mostly you'd think that's going across to basically just to buff up the backline Cogmore there. How long will this Cho'Gath be able to stay alive? It's pretty much all down to true damage and having things like that Sunfire Cape on the backline Jace there. And wow, I'm actually surprised that Woken lost that fight by that much.
GS Seraphine.
Yeah.
Okay. That is...
it's kind of rough.
Yeah, that hurts. That's a level 9 Keen, though. This is not something you usually see as a fast 9, but Keen has been playing with Metabolic, and we were talking about, players that would just refuse to die. That's a Victor. That's 2 Victors right there. And, I mean, Manazane on Victor, it's pretty big, right? Being able to get those dual casts up, Victor already deals so much damage, We've seen it wipe out boards today. Well, what about if you do it again and again?
Yeah, I mean, look, you chuck a blue buff and a Manazane on Mr. Victor there, and he pretty much will cast twice in a row. This time he doesn't even cast once, I don't think. It might have been like part of his ulti went off there. This Yuumi is consistently giving shields out to the Seraphine. That's about 3 in a row, just keeping her alive and waiting for her to heal herself, and she's trying to do it finally. An ult comes out from Yumi, but still not enough. The stuns, the heals, they don't make up for the lack of damage.
Oh no, Woken's out in 8. The Cho'Gath 3 is not enough, Genome. But oh no, in the case that Keen's hit. Keen has hit 7 Innovator right now, and this board looks scary good. This is the bit where things start to look really dire if you're in the rest of the lobby. That is a dragon with the Socialite Hex right there. Some solid frontline. Only thing that Keen needs right now is Victor 2, Jace 2, and I'm pretty sure that that's just it.
Yeah, look, probably wouldn't mind an Orianna upgrade as well, but at the moment she's just holding that Ice Cone to help buff up the Seraphine, but the Morellos from the Seraphine comes through. The Dragon hasn't even hit half health yet, and Keen was never under pressure this round.
Not even close there as absolute destruction comes through. And you see that Keen still has first pick. The metabolic boost coming in clutch here. Has a real big choice out of items though. Chooses to pick up another QSS. A really interesting choice. What do you make of this?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to wait to go back to the board and see, refresh my memory, think about where he might be thinking about putting this. You know, is it on the Jace to make sure he's a more consistent shielding himself frontline? Does he want to switch the positioning up with something else? Does he want to put it, say, on the Victor? Because obviously he's already got the one on the Seraphine, so she's happy sitting over there. But yeah, we'll I guess we'll have to wait and find out later. Oh, Keen did just pick up Victor 2, by the way.
That's pretty big. That's pretty big. For the rest of the people who aren't aware or weren't here at the start of the game, the Mutant right now is Voidborn, so they will be getting that extra true damage and execute right about now. So, you know, that's kind of that's probably one of the better ones, but this is going to be the real test for Donnie's board, who did go for that fast 9, is going up against the board of Skillfullers, and we saw them dealing a heck of a lot of damage before. Janna getting a nice knockoff. This Talon 3 gets sniped off by the Jhin, and that's massive. No all-for-one bonus right there. Only going over towards the Samira, and that's going to be a one fight for Donnie.
Yeah, well, he's got the Giant Slayer on the Jhin, right? So, you know, as soon as that pumps up the Talon, in fact, Talon 3 probably has something like 2k health just to start with, right? So the Giant Slayer is all automatically activated as soon as he's popping onto that. But either way, it's making the Jhin to... what is that, 80% more damage or something like that. It's a very significant bonus there and makes it so much easier to clean up, and the way he's positioned there just makes it very hard for those assassins to get onto the backline. They've got to work through all that armor on the bodyguards, and then they've probably got to work through the Monsoon from Janna as well, who's pushing them away.
That's it right here. Going up against Teemo's dad. Great positioning there, you know, trying to really get the most out of this Scion. Big knockups come through, and the bullet times come through. Not bullet time, the curtain call. Got himself mixed up with the MF there, but close enough, right? And it looks like Teemo's dad is going to go down into 1 life territory. We didn't touch on it before, but Cosmic Sloth has gone out in 7th there. So, you know, unfortunately not really paying out for him. We're going to move over to Teemo's dad real quick here. We're just rocking that 5 Arcanus. That Arcanus Tarek, really, really strong Arcanus to have in there. Really wants to try to hit that 6th Arcanus though.
Yeah, really wants that extra. It's a bit tough. He's got the, you know, the Arcanus spat there on the Tarek. It's always a good one. You know, you get as many enchanters as you can into this composition. Really helps your front line out. Because if you've got, honestly, once you get up to, say, 3 Arcanists, Vex becomes a solo frontliner, and she can just tank as long as you want. Obviously, that's not the sort of direction he's going by the looks of it. You know, got that Swain there. And even has teched the Braum in as well, who is currently contributing 0, or has 0 active traits on right now. But, you know, just happy enough with the Braum 2 and the CC that he provides to stick with that.
Yeah, Braum just going to show you it's just an overall really strong unit. We have seen it in compositions before where it doesn't even have any traits active and is just one of the best frontline units. Coming up against Keen though, does provide a little bit of utility, but not really getting the big knock-up. Dragon finally goes down, and the big Victor cast absolutely decimates Teemo's dad. Teemo's dad almost certainly going out in 6th here, only waiting on Fortune Chosen to see where they get necked out. Instead, going out in 5th because Fortune Chosen
1 health over.
takes it out by 1 health.
That's kind of rough. That binary as well.
Yeah.
Tend to find that's a very kind of high impact augment when you pick it up if it's used right, especially in the right spot. You don't have, say, carries that require 3 exact items, and therefore you can just leave them with the 2. Samira comes to mind as someone who benefits from that pretty well. Talon sometimes as well, and those Imperial comps can be a good shot. Okay, interestingly, moves a couple units around there, so Seraphine not going to the corner. The Quicksilver there blocking that Blitz hook, which means Victor won't get taken away straight away, but there was a Shroud which is causing his cast to just be so late. And that's going to lose the round for Keen and lose his penultimate life here down to 3.
Well, we say penultimate life, but there is still metabolic boost in there.
Okay.
Though I don't think that they're going to be recovering from this one, Genome. I think that this is
Rusty
King's last
believes.
life. I want to believe that this game will go on until stage 7, but the way that health totals are looking right now, it looks like that's probably not going to be the case. They've all been in a clear lead right now. That choice of picking out the MF3, definitely a strong one. We were, harping on a little bit about the Kench, but they've been on a big win streak for the time being, Genome. What's been really interesting here to note, though, is that 2 players who picked up Metabolic Boost, top 4, right? We see that Skillfulism picked it up here, solid top 4. So looking to be perhaps one of the better choices if you're just trying to, get a solid top 4 here in tournaments.
Oh, the double cast from the Seraphine due to the Mana Zane comes out really quickly. The fear from the Dragon is putting this Shaco off just long enough for Victor to come in with a massive cast. He's got the GS, he's got the Jeweled Gauntlet as well, which just makes him hit like a Mack truck there. And on top of the 7 Innovator, just seems like a pretty ridiculous composition, frankly.
That's it. Keen really, unfortunately, that did not get that Zephyr. Can play out massively in these late fights when you know who you're scouting up against there. Unfortunately, has to settle for a stone plate. Definitely needs the front line there a little bit, though. But we're going to be going over to Skillfulism here, who did manage to pick up the Zephyr, and this is where it all comes down to. Can you snipe off whoever you're going to face? Can you snipe off their important carry? Can you snipe off their front line? This is a big choice for Skillfulism here. Unfortunately, we see on their side that the frontline units, they haven't really got much space that they can, put the Zephyr on, right? You can't exactly choose to put the Zephyr onto the Socialite Hex right now. And, will it make a big difference here? Let's see the Zephyr. That's on MF3. That's big. Manages to get a good Shroud against Skillfulism here, but Talon doesn't really make use of the mana. Talon falls off a little bit late game. MF gets a big cast off though, and we'll really see the Katarina dodge through it. And no, it looks like, is this gonna be enough? The Jace is doing a lot of damage here, but there's a bit of healing on the side of Talon as the Talon finally melts through everything here, and it looks like Skillfulism will stay alive, ending the win streak of Evolvent, and Donnie's gone out in 4th.
Yeah, that QSS kicked in at just the right time, or I should say, lasted just long enough to stop one of those last CC efforts against the Talon, who then was able to take down that MF3 carry there. And of course, the all-for-one health starts ticking in, and all of a sudden, Talon remains in the, I don't know, what was that, like a 1v5 or something like that? Has done very well, and just with that, gets enough health to be able to bring up level 8, and that allows him to tech in both Scrap and Arcanist.
This could be a very hard matchup for Skillfulism, though. This Victor managing to provide so much damage. The Dragon, you see the utility that it provides, stopping those assassins in the tracks, and you just see just what it does to Skillfulism there. Skillfulism's out in 3rd. Evolvent's still barely alive, and Keen, with the metabolic boost here, is slowly growing, but stage 7 is going to be certain death.
It is. It's absolutely going to come down to the next battle here. Evolvin is picking up a Dragon's Claw, which is a fantastic item for him here. Not only does he have a third slot available on that Jace 2 that he's frontlining, but look how much magic damage there is on the side of Keen here. He's going to be kicking back against all of that with this Dragon's Claw as we move into the final battle.
He's capped. He doesn't need anything else from this point on, and Evolvin is just rolling for the sake of rolling at this point. Evolvin is pretty much near capped, is only just trying to find a Blitzcrank 2, is 2 off of hitting a Braum 3, so that's not a realistic thing at this point, but it's all going to come down to where the Shroud is. I think Evolvin needs to put this in the way of the Dragon here to prevent a big ultimate from coming through, so we'll see whether they can get it off. It looks like Keen's managed to dodge the Shroud entirely.
The Shroud does nothing. The other opposing Jace has been enforced, though. Will that be enough for Evolvin to take this one out? We've got a piddly, oh my god, the massive ult there from Victor. He's done it time and time again. The jeweled gauntlet damage just has torn apart every single opponent he's come up against in the last probably 4 or 5 rounds.
And that just goes to show you the power of a Victor 2 with itemization there. You know, it's not exactly one of those things that you can hit reliably or base your game plan around when you go into a game there. But if you end up hitting it, and if you have the right arms for it, in a composition that can really pump out a lot of mana, it just absolutely devastates those boards.
Now that's the Oceanic TFT that I know there. It was a much slower game brought on by the lose streak strategies, the metabolic accelerators. Jose, I saw you were drinking coffee, but that's not even enough to keep you awake right now after watching that game, mate. We made it to stage 7 for once tonight.
Hey, we were trying our best.
Bench.
Bench? Well, look, breaking down that game a little bit, I do want to highlight like the 2 lost streak strategies of Donnie and Evelyn were very, very strong in making sure that they could turn their starts into top 4s, which I think is the first kind of lose streak strategy we've seen work tonight so far, at least on stream. And it was very, very successful for them. But man, that Toma traits for Keen at 1-4 really just carried that game, Gino.
Yeah, we talked about, right, like if you can hit it early, it works out. And there was a lot of theory crafting going on. I saw on Reddit recently where people were talking about the most efficient ways to try and abuse the new Tome of Traits in trying to get maximize your chances to get the Innovator spat, right? And I think it works out. It's something like maybe like 20 or 30% or something that you get. So it's absolutely not guaranteed. It's very far from that, right? But what you're doing is you're trying to use those traits that won't count towards it, like Enchanter and Yordle, to buff up the chances that it does come out as Innovator. And we saw that on his board. He managed to get there. It was, it was a high roll, sure, but wow, it paid off in the end. And I think what really hit me was, the Victor that was winning him all of these rounds, in part at least. Like, I don't think until maybe he hit level 9 or even then, like, it had any traits active, right? Like, he wasn't playing Chemtech. He wasn't playing Arcanist. He literally just sat a dragon and was like, all right, you're going to tank for me. And this Victor, who's got literally no damage helping him, but has a JG and a Giant Slayer, is going to destroy your entire team.
And a Socialite Hex to boot on top of that. That's a boatload of damage before you even take into account Arcanist. But I say, I'll come back to you off the back of that game. What are you thinking for some of these players, especially like the top players, maybe feeling a little bit more comfortable, especially Keen, who is sitting at the bottom of this lobby, by the way. He was in 16th, right on the cusp. He gets the 8. He gets the 8 points out of this game. But some of those other guys, when you're looking at the players that went bot for that game, like Woken, who, by the way, took armor plating. Guys, please.
We've had it confirmed by the admins that this was made exceedingly clear to the players that it is currently a bugged augment and it doesn't work properly and you should not take it. So, yeah, you hit a Cho 3 and then you take a fake augment lag. Is it any wonder that he went 8?
Yeah, but your thoughts on the game, especially heading into... Oh, no. Okay, apparently we have to quickly throw back to break. Sorry, production is yelling in my ear very loudly, and I feel like he might come and throw for me if I don't do it right now. But we'll get Jose's thoughts if that's going to tempt you into coming after the break. But if that won't, I can tell you there's one hell of a TFT game just around the corner. one game remains in the TFT OCE Gizmos and Gadgets Mid-Set Invitational for day one. It's been a long night for us so far. We've had 5 games of very, very exciting TFT action. Last game full of great boards. Got the Inno Dragon, I think, for the first time on stream today. Keen netting the win. Jose, we did cut you off before the break, so I do want to give you a little bit of time to speak about that game that you did say was a bit bedge in the Discord while we were analyzing it with
So
the
bedge.
metabolics and the loose streaks. But was there anything else that you took out of that game?
I really like the decision making of Donnie and Keen because they both managed to go 9 in stage 5 and try to cap out their boards and like try to not make it a bedge game by like dragging out the game, knowing that 3 out of the top 4 players had metabolic and managed to actually just like prolong the game. But I like the aggression for them trying to actually, speed up the game by going 9 mid stage 5. So while it didn't work out in Donnie's favor since he went 4th that game, Keen managed to close it out with like a super cap dragon board, which was really good.
It's kind of interesting. So I just want to jump in there quickly and think about like when you have multiple players that have metabolic boost, right? Because if you've got one, you got to think about it, right? Like its onboard value is 0, essentially. Okay. But if you have 4 players in the lobby who have it, all of a sudden that means you're much less likely to be up against boards that have a board strength advantage over you. And by more players in the lobby taking that metabolic boost, it almost kind of becomes like a slightly stronger augment in that way.
Yeah, well, we will be just quickly checking into the scores as we head into the 6th and final lobby of the day once they get pulled up eventually. Here we go. So we're determining the lobbies now. So Chunga, Claire, Slumbers, Angora, TT1T, Ardor, Dojo, Mojo, and Evelyn are pretty safe in that rank 1 to 8 lobby. It'd be very, very hard for them to be knocked out. There's a lot of things would have to go their way, but it is that middle lobby that we're taking a keen interest in right now. 3 players tied on 24 points between Keen, Bluey, and Skillfulism. Fortune Chosen, though, sitting right on the cut on that 20 points, and there's 2 players in that 17 to 24 lobby, and Woken and Banter right behind him. And the thing is because these are lobbies seated into these vertical columns, if Woken or Banter gets a top 1 or 2 from their lobby, they can very quickly overtake the likes of okay, I'm hearing from production that it's actually not seated into the columns, but still, it's looking into like when you're looking at like at the cut regardless, is Fortune Chosen on that cut versus someone like Woken or Banter, depending on their relative lobby strength, it's gonna be very, very interesting in terms of maybe we spoke about it, Gino, you and I. Would you prefer to be in the middle lobby and have a little bit of safety, or would you prefer to be in that bottom lobby and maybe have a little bit less competition?
It's a tough ask, isn't it? Look, I've already spoken about it. What do you think about that particular conundrum, Frosty?
Well, I'd say that if coming into all this sort of thing, I'm going to give some of these players some credit here, right? You've put up really strong ladder results, and we haven't heard of them before, and they've just managed to exceed our expectations, right? Going into some of these games, you shouldn't just base it off of your scores, because these are all very strong players, and you know what? Maybe they're just taking a little bit of time to get into their proper headspace, and as we've seen, it can only take one game until they finally break into that top 16 that they need to do here. So honestly, I think going into this final game right here, it's all up for grabs, right? But we're going to chuck it over to Darky and Jose for this final game here. So that's been it from Genome and Frosty. We'll see you on the other side here. Take it away, boys.
About 35 minutes to 40, depending on how slow it is. Separates.
Please, no 3 metabolics.
About that range of time separates some of these players from making it through to day 2 tomorrow, and some of them going home and having to fight through the second half of the OCE Gizmos and Gadgets series to make it to the regional finals. Jose, see here, we're going straight onto Keen's board, and that is already 3 Syndicate.
That is already 3 Syndicate. Early Shaco started the glove, really simple direction to go off of, so I guess the one thing we haven't seen in any of these early games is a prismatic start. So I wonder if for the final game of the day it's going to be a spicy one.
No.
Oh, I guess not. Oh, but he does get the Syndicate Heart and immediately picks it up, and it just sets up Keen to easily streamline the game.
Does he pre-level here, or does he level here and just get the 5 Syndicate in for first combat?
Yeah. I do like the pre-level here. The TF is always going to be his next in. The other argument is you can sell the TF and immediately slam the Last Whisper on the Shaco, but I think you can afford to just pre-level here.
Yeah, we'll wait and see what he makes that call of. And the last game was a very, very big game for Kane. We mentioned in the breakdown, we just saw the scores, where Kane was sitting at the bottom of the lobby there on 16 points, was really on the cut there on that 16th place. Gets a win last game, pushes himself up to 24th, gives him a bit of a buffer between the cut now, which I think is sitting at 19 points. So, you know, you can play with a little bit more ease this game, but honestly, with the way that he's getting to start, and that's a lot of gold off that opener right there. He just goes into the level, gets the Darius 2, puts the TF in, easy as he does it, 5 Syndicate. He is as happy as you can be with this opener right now, and honestly, it could be a little bit of... he can take a little bit of the mind off and just think about how he's going to play the mid game out from here, because he's got his opening all set.
Yeah, this has got to be the easiest opener he's had. I really like this play, immediately using the remover to slam the Last Whisper onto the Shaco, knowing that this is going to be his board for the remainder of the stage regardless, and then holding on to the Blitz and or the Shake or the the Twitch, and that's probably going to end up being his level 5, so really just focusing on like maximizing his 5 Syndicate right now. He's so confident that he's going to win this round that he just sells everything anyway and makes 10, so really good start for Keen, really easy, should be a really easy early game and should be able to set him up for success later.
Well, hold on, it's coming in a little tight here. The Thrill of the Hunt actually was very, very strong with the res off the back there, and he's getting the Thrill of the Hunt again. So he actually loses the combat. The Thrill of the Hunt came in clutch with the heal on the Trundle there first, and then onto the Echo from Cardi, and he had the 4 scrap in, so he had the 3 made items, including the GA on the Trundle. So it was a little bit of a greedy play, but...
I respect the confidence, and honestly, I did expect him to win that round, so... But now he just opts to... He's thinking of mixing and matching his board a little bit, maybe dropping 5 Syndicate, but that is the biggest Thrill diff early game I've ever seen. And Thrill, that's a Thrill buff diff, honestly. From 300 to 400, that definitely made a difference there in that fight.
Yeah, I think it was actually the ultimate difference between the Trundle living and making sure he could get the second Thrill proc versus the Trundle dying and he just winning the combat with 3 units.
For sure. And since he's going to make 10 again, but since he sold his Blitz, it's obviously hindsight, but since he sold one of his Blitzes last round, he would have had a Blitz too and potentially could have just leveled to 5 here, regardless of losing that first round. Because since he did have a gold start, 2-component gold start, he doesn't actually mind losing the first round and potentially turning this into 4 streak heading into stage 3, but instead just has to make 10 here at 2-2.
Well, we go from an 80-centric board to an 80-centric board over here with Bluey, who's managed to hit another pretty decent opener with the 4 Arcanists. He's got the item slammed onto the TF, and we've seen a decent amount of Arcanists today, mostly with the Lux carry, although we have seen a couple of Mouse players. But, you know, with this board and where he's going with, he's still keeping his options very, very wide open, even if he has taken the Arcanist Heart to start with.
Yeah, this has been the most standard AP opener. Shiv Slam into saving the rod, so you can either go for the Morello off Caro and pivot out of a bunch of Arcanists and maybe playing that Seraphine Inno board, or you can maybe go for JG and pivot into that Lux board, depending on what the player's preference is. And we've seen both of those playstyles today.
We've seen both of them pay off as well, and I do want to point that we are chasing Cardi here, who keeps on rolling some amazing items with his scrap value. He hits the Zephyr there, that hits the TF, that combat.
Yeah,
like he
insane.
had the Giant Slayer on the Trundle too, and he did push the level as well, so he was 5 at 2-3. Like we were talking about all day, that high tempo play, outside of last game, has been the hallmark of this tournament lobby so far. Heading into the carousel though, Cardi's the only player that actually leveled to 5 at 2.
Yeah, I like the aggression. 4 scrap is one of the strongest early game synergies, and I'm guessing playing off of 3 components, getting so much value out of your early game, so he's confident that he can probably win out the next 2 rounds with his current board, so as long as he doesn't lose one of these 2 rounds, his eco won't be doomed.
He gets the bow as well, which gives him a pretty flexible AD, AD option. I think with his items, I think he's got the DF sword right now, he's got the cloak, and the tier, yep, so he's got a bunch of paths he can take, and obviously having the 3 golden Tarek to sell and try and make some econ also very, very handy for his current board state. But I think if you're Cardi, you are 100% not complaining about your current position in this game, and it's just a matter of how his mid game plays out. What Mort Dog gives him to play.
True. You're not complaining at all if you're Kade. You have the best item component combinations between your scrap items as well. BF Trundle is super high value, Tier Echo is super high value, and then this Cloak, being able to roll Zephyrs, Chalices potentially, that's why he's positioned an entire row backline, so I like how he's maximizing his components in conjunction with the units he's placed them on.
Feels
And
like
just steamrolls Fortune Chosen. Yeah.
Yeah, I feel like outside of like Fortune Chosen, who we see like has the 30 gold, had like a decently weak board. From what we've spotted so far, this is a lot of like just people playing very, very safe TFT, and this is what happens when you get to game 6 of a tournament, when it's like you're on the cut right here. You kind of sure like playing to your strengths is what they'll want to do regardless, but it very much becomes focused on playing strongest board early versus I can actually, maybe run a Yordle opener and lose streak a little bit with a calculated loss. It's like, no, just straight in, full tempo, try and keep up and use your HP as your main resource.
For sure. I totally agree with that. And I guess Fortune Chosen is the exception because he's the player that's consistently opted to go for these Lost Streak Yordle games with heavy emphasis on playing AP. As you can see, he has the blue buff TF and doesn't really have other components to really help him right now, so this has been a really common opener for him, just focusing heavily on eco, while trying to not take too much damage early, despite getting 5-0'd back-to-back times, but that's just the nature of how not really having an early game is, right? When you don't have like any upgraded units to play off of, and you're heavily focused on trying to play a specific style, you are going to take very bad losses early game.
I guess the one thing he does have going for him though is like he had the 40 gold econ on the side there, probably 50 now heading into Krugs. So he's not necessarily like completely just doomed off the back of that. Like sure, he's like a little bit maybe behind tempo, but his gold means he can very quickly swing it across here in stage 3, especially depending on what he hits off Krugs here. I also like this selection of units that we are seeing from Donald on board now. One of our Mr. 100s in this lobby along with Party, Scrap the Enchanter Heart, so he's got the Parakeet against the Socialite Hex, he's got just Forcer in to take out one of those units, got the Sniper in. It's just a mishmash of traits that I don't think we've necessarily seen in an open so far today.
Yeah, I'm guessing he had a double belt start as well since he slammed the ZZ Rod. Now has components for Morello and double glove, also has a Reforger for the components that he doesn't want to end up using, so overall his spot is super good. Curious to see how he actually slams the TG on the Vi. That is an Omega win streak play if I've ever seen one, so I also expect him to level to 6 here, and try to play the strongest board. Not sure about Merc. Maybe a second Taric to get more enchanter value, or I guess this is an insurance policy in case he actually ends up losing the round, so I would have preferred playing the second Taric, but I can see the insurance policy play, I guess.
Is he maybe thinking like there's maybe a little bit of value in like a win streak Merc here almost? Like sure, it's not a lot, but it's like a gold a turn at the 3 break point.
I can see the gold to turn, maybe 4 gold if you high roll. If you high roll that 4 gold jackpot off of that 1 win. But I would prefer just playing primarily for board strength over here because keeping your win streak is so much more valuable, I feel like. But if you can play a stronger Merc unit, maybe this GP over the Quinn, or yeah, I don't know. I think I would have just preferred playing a stronger board for sure.
I love hitting 3-2, and it hasn't necessarily been a sign for this entire night. Just hitting 3-2 there, literally just see 6 people on the right-hand side of the board hit level 6 at the exact same time. They all just smashed in the levels. We've seen a couple of reroll plays tonight. We've seen a couple of slower games where there's been people lingering around in 5 for most of stage 3. This game, no, it's standard leveling curve, hitting that level 6 at 3-2. Ahead of the augment. I've said prismatic augment like I'm trying to will it into existence to try and maybe spice up this game a little bit because it is very, very safe right now.
Right here, we're gonna get a prismatic choice. I can feel it. Right. Speaking it into existence, I can feel it right here. It's gonna happen.
Watch us just get like, just get a silver. Like we're gonna get silver augment here now, right?
Yeah, that's gonna. No. I believe you. Oh, well, this is all right. does take the portable forge. Oh, those weren't his actual options. Okay, got debated there for a second.
A little bit. It's got the Infinity Force though, which isn't that bad. And so I think it also got buffed in the B patch if I wasn't mistaken, or did it get? It got changed
Oh,
recently.
it got slightly nerfed to
Yeah.
30 across all stat from 33, but it's
instead
still a
of
high
33,
value. It's
yeah.
still an insanely high value item
Yeah.
because you do have you already have upgraded frontline with the TG Vi, and now a Taric 2 with ZZ Rot, so actually getting a carry item is really high value for Donnie in order to help him keep his win streak there.
We do move over to the other Mr. 100 in this lobby, Encardi, who is still keeping that force scrap in. He's put in the Zac 2. Very nice little unit upgrade there. But he is currently...
The classic using salvage. So he has salvage bin and is like putting full items onto his bench, but when you have salvage and you sell the unit on your bench, it just splits the components back. But yeah, I like this. He's slamming all of his items right now because when you do have salvage and you want to remake the items you don't want later, you can just do that. But you know, the classic not remembering that when you have salvage, you actually don't get the full item on your bench. So
I'm getting a few
that was kinda
flashbacks
funny.
here to like 1123, where it was the reroll supremacy of Katarina and Trundle there. A couple of the items giving me a couple of flashbacks there to that meta on that Trundle. And I think that combat again was once again showing the power of Thrill of the Hunt, which has been absolutely carrying Kade through this early one, because the Trundle dropped pretty low there, but got a Thrill of the Hunt heal, even if it was reduced.
Yeah, even if it was reduced, that thrill has insane value considering Trundle is probably going to get the majority of the last hits, and he's your primary DPS. So thrill is a really safe augment, but provides so much value for sustain early game,
Did he
especially
really
with your
just
upgraded carries.
He really just got a...
Wow.
Okay,
I guess
he
no one
actually
wanted
sold it.
the enable chain. That's fine with his current state of the board because he can't actually fit it right now and just wants to make use of all of his components and scrap value. So him selling it is fine.
We do move over to Bluey, who has managed to find a 6 Arcanist board at 3-5.
Okay.
With some very, very nice items on that TF. Probably looking to throw a couple of those onto a Lux down the line. And this is like this is just such a wildly different game to anything else we've watched tonight, to be honest. Like some of the games, like, you know, it's been like had some pretty spicy. This is just safe. Very much everyone just dumping all of their gold into making sure that they just don't lose their streaks. They don't, or they minimize the amount of HP loss.
Bluey really pushed that tempo with that level over there, even on a 2 loss. So I think the latter play would be to sack 2 more rounds and carry a 4 loss streak into neutrals. But you know, playing off of HP and trying to preserve any HP you can, and having a Janna as your level 7 is a lot of value. So I can see why they leveled to 7, but at the cost of like quite a bit of eco.
We're seeing a lot of guys saving a lot of HP in this lobby. Cardi's lost his win streak, so back into the 90s now. But like Cardi at like 90 HP, Skillflism at 88, Donaldinho 86. Like a lot of guys at this time in the game are like saving as much HP as possible, and with like it's been the 2 guys who have been lose streaking all day, and Cosmic Slots and Fortune Chosen who are continuing to lose streak in this game. Haven't necessarily seen what Cosmic Slots has. I pray to God that he doesn't have Mercs. Because we all know what happened last time Cosmic Slots put in Mercs. And
this would be even more tragic, the fact that he's 22 HP and doesn't have Merc, so would like to get a POV of his board at some point, maybe before he dies, so yeah.
The lobby is like continuing to tighten up at the top here, like, you know, Cardi, Donald, Timos take some losses, so we do move over, and it's an Inno board.
Yeah, this has got to feel bad for Cosmic Slots, because with Inno boards you generally want to be able to roll at 8 for Jace odds, Seraphine odds, but as someone that's played Innos from behind, it feels really bad when a lot of the units that carry you are 4 costs, 5 costs, so is looking for a 5th Inno and potentially Seraphine too, because, well, that's what he's going to be able to spike off of, so hopefully he's able to hit that, or... Oh, okay, I was going to say, if he ended up sacking one more round and trying to go 4-2 again, but instead does opt to roll down, which I like a lot better.
I think it is a smarter play if you're in Cosmic Sloth's position. But I think it's interesting, like, how do you play yourself out of this hole, though? Like, if he's kind of tinkering around. Is he like, do I drop to 3 Innovator, which he's doing right now? Do I push back to the 5? He was throwing her in the Janna and the Orianna around to figure out what works best for him. Like, how would you personally play yourself out of this hole?
So off of hitting that Ori 2, I personally would have stopped and tried to see if that Ori 2 was more than enough to bail me out of my 3 matchups, knowing who I'm fighting. Other than that, he hasn't even hit Janna pair or Seraphine pair, so off of that extra 10-15 gold roll down. I do like not playing 5 Inno, because it is a lot harder to fit on level 7 without dropping this Trundle 2, or without dropping the Zyra 2, so maybe once he upgrades the Heimer or the Zillion, he can opt for the 5 Inno version. But other than that, he has to kind of hope this is enough to get him to 8, or he's just going to keep rolling until he can pivot back into the 5 Inno board.
Well, he's hit the Seraphine pair there. He's going to sell. Is he going to move these items off to the Orianna?
I'm personally never been a fan of stacking Ori just because she can ult your own team, whereas Seraphine is consistent DPS and healing in a straight line. So this is for sure a play to not go 8th. By stacking the Ori, pivoting off of the Seraphine, and just hoping this board is enough to take you to level 8.
We do see Cosmic Sloth here up against Teemo's dad, who's got the Lissandra. A decently stacked up Lissandra right now, but that is a massive Orianna cast right in there. The Command Shockwave taking down the Lissandra, but oh, that brings back a few flashbacks earlier this set. We haven't seen much Lissandra today outside of a couple of boards. I think we saw it on Keen's board, where he was looking for the Lissandra 3 when he was playing that Twitch reroll, but outside of that, haven't even seen it been played much throughout the mid-game here as we move on to Fortune Chosen to look at that. What is that? Stacked Malzahar, he's got the Spell Blade, he's got IE Shield Gauntlet blue buff. Woo!
This is a Fortune Chosen board if I've ever seen one. He's sticking to his playstyle, consistently pivoting for, consistently sticking to Arcanist boards, / Inno boards, fully one of the most consistent AP players, so really good to see him stick with his gut. Managed to turn his early game loss streak into a win streak now, and hopefully this board is enough to carry him into stage 5.
I feel like there's been a lot more scouting in this lobby as well. Like, obviously it's been very important like across the entire day, but the amount of little legends that I see flicking at the top of the screen every combat, looking for that backline socialite hex, which we've had a lot today as well in the games that we've seen. I'm pretty sure it's like 4 out of the 6 games it's been back row. We've had a couple of even back corner socialite hexes, and as we see, the Malzahar just absolutely churning through a board, which with a build like that you expect. He's got the Celestial Blessing as well, which means like there's not necessarily reliance on maybe a Gunblade for healing, so he's in a very, very nice spot, but the Spellblade damage here is also something to just truly behold because of just how much those autos hit and the way that they scale with the Kristoff combinations. It's just, it's very, very spicy for Fortune Chosen. It's the reason why he's the only player in this lobby on fire right now.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what he goes for here. He does have a spare Rod. Oh, I guess is opting for Spark. A little bit of hesitation there regarding his decision, but Spark was probably the one item that he could have taken right now to help him keep his streak.
And help him save some HP as well. Like this lobby, yeah, we're talking about the HP in this lobby a lot more than we have in the previous lobbies because of just how key it is and how the play has been playing out for this. But like, we're looking across, there's 4 players with like, in the 40s, there's Cardi who's just above them with 54. It's a very, very tight lobby, and we see another backline Jace on from Donnie, and he has the Triforce. Now, the Triforce Jace is going to hit like a truck.
That's the Jace I know from the hit show Arcane.
We've had
yeah,
there's also Caitlyn from Arcane if you want to make that as well.
True,
Caitlyn
like
and
right
Ryan, so many of them. It's the entire
Wow.
cast of Arcane on
the
a board.
entire backline, agreed. But yeah, like on a more serious note, having Last Whisper and Triforce as 2 really good carry Jace items. We've seen, yeah, as you've said, we've seen so many backline Jace carries today, which I like a lot more Woksh compared to seeing people playing Jhin or Yone. So great to see that.
I feel like today
And
there
healing
hasn't
as
been a
well.
lot of Yone. Oh, there we go. We
Oh!
finally get the prismatic. We were hoping
Oh my
for
god.
it at 3-3. We now get it at 4-6. Tough choice here from Donny between the high roller, new recruit, and Band of Thieves. The high roller could potentially look for that early Jace too, or could just go for the new recruit and start stacking up more of those traits. What would you be looking at here, Jose?
The issue with High Roller is all of the Inno units are oh, okay, well, he did opt for High Roller. So there are two options here, is to immediately, like, potentially look for a Jace 2, or look for a 3-star 4 cost that's uncontested. But in the current state of his board, the only one is probably gonna be Scion, like one of the frontline ones, because Seraphine is really contested this lobby. I'm curious to see when he's actually gonna end up using this dice. If he doesn't opt to hold this extra Seraphine, that means he's not even looking for Seraphine 3. So while he didn't opt for combat power, I'm really unsure as to what this dice is actually going to be used for.
I mean, I was kind of like, 3-star Braum isn't necessarily that bad. He had the Morello and he had the Warmogs on bench, but he instead opts to just throw the TG on it and save the Morello and put it on the Seraphine. We have seen the Morello be a popular item on the Braum this set just because of how wide his AoE reaches, as we do see Donald taking a loss here against Skillfulism, who took the Exiles 3. So that's some big shielding there for Skillful. Yeah, like, it gets you the power later on, but the way that this lobby is going, sure, Donny has a little bit of HP to play with compared to the other players, but it is, you know, losing a little bit of tempo if you don't slam the dice early enough to just get your start level units up and transition that presumed power into, like, realized power on the board.
Yeah, it was just a confusing choice overall, considering his other two options were pretty good combat options. What were they? Fawn and
He had Fawn and Band of Thieves.
double Thieves Clubs. Yeah, so you could have, rather than like potentially rolling the Seraphine, as you said, you could have slammed both TGs onto your other 4 costs, or you could have had that extra unit, which would have spiked you and potentially helped him kept his streak heading into stage 5, rather than going for what seems to be sacking stage 5 into a 3-star 4 cost, or if he does end up losing more rounds, looking for a high roll Jace 2 at level 8 dice play.
So we move back over to Keen here, who, to go with his Syndicate Heart, managed to find the Syndicate Soul. So he does have 3 Syndicates from his augments alone. He was rocking the 8 Syndicate there, he's dropping it back to 7 now. He's rocking he's rocking the Syndicate emblems on the Heimerdinger right now. As well as, I can't find it. Oh, the Blitzcrank. So he's got the 2 Syndicate emblems on the board there. He could look to maybe transition one of those onto the Victor that he just put on for that combat. Just noodles amounts of damage, but also the Omnivamp and the extra resistances comes in very handy for a unit like Victor, who just needs to be able to get his cast off. But he's just lacking so much damage right now. This Shaco 2 is just so stunted considering the pace of the rest of this lobby.
When we saw Keen's opener off of stage 2, I'm pretty sure we were both thinking that it was a guaranteed top 4, but how he ended up in this board state must feel really bad. And the fact that he's stuck stacking this TF2 with these items, and like, as good as 7 Syndicate is, he doesn't spike as hard without an Akali or potentially moving the items to the Victor as a desperation play, since you don't actually need the Syndicate spot on the Victor itself with 7 Syndicate. So it does feel bad to be in Keen's spot, knowing that you had a really strong opener, but can still potentially bot for.
Well, this could be from 1st to 8th for Keen right here, up against Teemo's Dab. You see the Seraphine cast from Teemo's Dab come through. The Shaco just can't get through the Seraphine, does eventually take it down thanks to the Oriana's trap ball wearing out. This Victor finally gets a cast off, so this could be the combat that Keen needs to stay in this game. The Shaco is still doing damage to this backline. The Jace does go down, and so does the Oriana, and that brings Teemo's Dad back down to 12 HP, but more importantly, it gives Keen another life as the rest of the lobby falls down towards him. Bluey down to 15 HP, Cosmic Sloth's down to 5 HP. This is getting very, very tight down the bottom.
Actually opts to sell the Echo when... Oh, there we go. And is about to move the items over to the Akali. Probably actually considering, for some reason, whether it's stronger on the Akali, but I fully expect him to move the items over. Like, you can just put all 3. Even Morello and Akali is super underrated because she gets multiple casts on it. Well, You could Morello Braum, but you do get a lot of value out of Morelloing Akali right now.
I was thinking he does have the Exiles, but he had the Locket on bench, and he just ends up slamming it just for the value onto the Victors. It doesn't get the 2-range Locket there onto the Heimerdinger and the Zara. We do see, though, the Shaco jumping into the backline. The Akali dashing around, trying to hit all of its abilities. This Jin is just getting absolutely bounced around from Donald. He's abandoned that Jace entirely and just gone for the Jin board. We do see, can this Scion do enough damage on Donnie's side with that Morellonomicon, with that healing from the Warmogs? It doesn't look so, because that Akali execute just did 1.5k damage, and that is good, nice. And we do see
satisfying.
Our first player going out, Cosmic Sloths. We were talking about them earlier.
Oh no.
They have gone in 8th.
Smokes.
They were sitting at the top of this lobby. They were sitting at 24, a bit ahead of the cut, but now they need results to heavily go in their favor if they want to make it through to tomorrow.
Yeah, that's pretty unfortunate. And Keen opts for the GA, I'm assuming, on his Akali. So pretty standard item. Maybe could have opted for another damage item on the Akali, considering you already have 7 syndicates. So I think going for the GA is much safer play rather than going for extra damage on the Akali herself.
We do move over to Bluey here, who's rocking a Lux. We've got 2 Arcanist players.
Oh, he took it for the Lux pair. I mean, we've seen this earlier in the day as well, when a player had to take the unit just for the pair to be able to upgrade the 4 cost. So is left with the dead item at the cost of upgrading the carry, which does overall feel really... it's a lose-lose situation, honestly, for Bluey.
I think, though, he'll take it as a win, the fact that he managed to roll down and find the Lux pair, because if he didn't, then it's just like, well, it's worthless item heading into this combat, but maybe that's the thing that swings in his favor. We do see the Battle of the Luxes right now.
Oh!
We do see Bluey does manage to live through that cast from the Fortune Chosen's Lux hitting him, but not the second one. Fortune Chosen's Lux is just too strong. With both of these Runic Shield augments, by the way, he has Runic Shield 2 and 3 with the Celestial Blessing. That is an insane amount of shielding onto that Lux, and it was very, very hard to come back from that. There's not enough sustain, and that's Bluey going out in 7th, but we also see Keen and Teemo's dad, 3 people eliminated.
Oh, Braum 3? Oh my god.
There's so much happening!
What?
I can't cover it all!
This is what Donnie used the dice for. Actually did end up getting the Braum 3, even though wow. Okay, so this is what he ended up using his dice for.
Well, I mean, the only other player in this lobby using Brahms was
Keen, and
Keen.
He's gone.
Yeah. So obviously, yeah, I guess. Yeah. that's all. That's about all we can really say about it.
Yeah.
We do see an Urgot board for the first time today on stream here from Cardi, who. The GA value there from the Urgot showing, but it's the Katarina spin to win here from Skillfluism. That might,
wow.
Yeah, Cardi's dead. Wow, we're seeing a Katarina board.
I'm getting
everything.
First patch flashbacks with this cap.
Oh,
oh no.
It's just like, what is happening this game? Oh, look at those Braum items.
One of the higher roller lobbies we've had today, for sure.
Well, Donnie did take the augment for it, funnily enough. He did take the high roller augment, and that's certainly what he got when he got the Braum 3. I love the little augment choice here. Oh, the tension. The tension from the pause. Alright, let's use this to debrief a little bit, Jose. So, heading in. Got 3 players left. Skillfulism, Donnie, and Fortune Chosen. I feel like at this point, if you're in this lobby, and you're in the top 4, pretty much guaranteed to go through to tomorrow. So I think these guys can pretty much just play out this game and be like, alright, I can, no matter what happens from here, I'm probably through to tomorrow. I don't know the exact score sheet off the top of my head, so maybe if they're slitting closer to the cut, they might be in a little bit more trouble. But I feel like if you've made it to this point, you kind of ease off a little bit, take it a little bit slower. But for some of those people who've been eliminated, like we've just seen Cardi and Keen and whatnot, are gone, things are getting a little bit spicy.
Yeah, Skillfulism was one of those that were more... Skillfulism and Donnie are more towards the middle of the pack, so the fact that they've secured top 3 here should pretty much put them tomorrow to day 2, but Fortune Chosen is there on the fringe, sitting at 16th with 20 points, so he might need a top 2 in order to actually make it to tomorrow. We're also dependent on the results of the bottom lobby, so let's see how the remainder of this stage plays out.
Yeah, look, Donald hasn't had necessarily the best Brom items so far yet with that with that TG.
You've never seen carry Brom with GS Titans.
Yeah, look, he also like sold to like reposition the shroud, I'm pretty sure, and then put the shroud in the exact same spot.
Oh,
so
yeah. Well, I mean,
you know,
yeah, placing the Blitzcrank is totally fine at this stage of the game, but look at this Brom with all these 3 stars. The GS value.
Yeah, it's just absolutely tearing through it. And it's just like the Brom's just hitting like a truck because of the like the scalings that he gets off the back of just being a 3-star unit itself. And once he hits the maxed out tires resolve, so maybe we slept on that a little bit too hard.
I think we did.
I think we did sleep on that a little bit too hard. But I did want to bring up like the shuffling of items because it wasn't necessarily talked about last game, but I did notice it where Skillfulism was selling Samira on their Imperial board to move around Zephyrs in the late game. It only netted them a third, but like it did save them a little bit of HP. And we're kind of getting the same tech here, I guess, with the way that the items are getting shuffled around with Zephyrs and Shrouds and whatnot, just making sure that you can max against the other boards of Skillfulism and Fortune Chosen, who are running, well, one's running a very AP heavy board, so being able to cut down even just the first Lux cast time is huge. So, you know, there's value in that.
You can see Fortune Chosen also frontline his Lux because his other matchup is the Sin player. So it actually works on his favor in this matchup as well. It just shoots the Jhin in front of his face and instantly deletes it, and the Brom's gone, and actually just turbo stomps Donnie's board. That's some really well positioning by Fortune Chosen.
As we do go back to the Brawl.
Oh, the Brawl!
The Brawl. The stun is so long at rank 3. Like, it's... I can't remember the exact numbers. I think it's like 6 seconds, the stun at rank 3. So...
Oh, here we go. This is the real Brom. The double sustain Brom.
It's
of
the
base
unkillable
damage, Brom. And Brom healing off of the autos. This is the Brom I want to see.
This is the Chad Brawl they told you not to worry about right
Chad
now.
Brawl.
And look at the Brawl damage from last
7k Brawl damage. That's the Brawl I want in my solo queue games.
This is a Jhin, by the way, with Triforce.
Yeah,
Last Whisper and Giant Slayer, and it's getting absolutely rolled by the fact that there's a Brawl 3 on the board. Look, out of all the 3-star forecasts I thought we'd see today, Jose, I didn't have 3-star Brawl on my list.
Yeah, it was definitely... Oh, okay, well, it does get blown up by Lux here, but it was definitely last on my list as well. As one of the the forecasts I didn't expect to see, but that felt kind of bad. That the Braum just disappeared there.
Yeah, well, the Lux, and plus we've also got the 6 Arcanist. 6 Arcanist Orianna with the Archangel staff, like, it is just getting so much AP, and those casts, like, hit like a truck, and when they hit the enemies is the big precursor to that. As we do come into the carousel here, couple of AP options. There is even an Arcanist bat on the board here if Fortune Chosen chooses to go for it, but he instead opts to take it. So
oh, okay. So I feel like if you're in one of the other player spots, you can look to deny that, but they ended up opting for their own combat power by taking items that benefited their own comps. But having an extra Arcanist for Fortune Chosen lets him drop one of the weaker ones, or potentially go up to 8 Arcanists and just secure this win from his position.
Well,
and
there you go.
That's what it looks like he's doing. Opting for 8, going for the full overkill Lux one tap.
He's sitting on like a. Oh, I mean, he hit. He's got the John 2, so the only pair that he's sitting on is the Malzahar pair right now. So there's no real like need to sell these Luxes to try and generate some econ, because it's not like the Mouse 1 to the Mouse 2 is going to make much of a difference here. And you see that Skillfulism has just completely just been, like Fortune Chosen, sorry, has just been like, you know what, I don't need to position because I have Runic Shield 2 and 3. I have 8 Arcanists. I have 8 Arcanists. There is nothing in this lobby that can stop me right now. As you see, takes Skillfulism down to 4 HP. We move over to Donnie's board, who was
Donnie actually lost.
Well, yeah, Donnie was playing Skillfulism's clone there, so we do move into the final combat between Skillfulism and
Even with
Fortune
Bronze
Chosen.
3.
Fortune Chosen does find the Malzahar 2, can't find the Lux 3, but honestly, I don't think there's much hope for Skillfulism here, Jose.
Yeah, and now that you know that your last matchup is a Sin player, you can easily either clump or opt to frontline your carries. Both strategies are totally fine, and you know this Skillfulism probably isn't going to move the cat from this social spot as well, so you can easily position around all. Oh, he actually does opt to move the cat away and frontline the Lux. So let's see how this fight turns out.
We do see Blitzcrank jump into the backline with the Assassin's Badge. Does pull in the Ziggs insta one shots, but the Lux and the Katarina are on the separate sides of the board. Skillfulism's Katarina is slowly working towards this Lux. This Lux is only hitting the front line right now. Hasn't been able to snipe down any big units. Does manage to proc the GA there on the Talon, and there we go. There goes the Katarina. And there goes Skillfulism's hopes of winning this lobby and this combat. This is Fortune Chosen's high roll.
Woo!
He didn't manage
Let's
to
go.
do it with the Mercs, but he did manage to do it with a very, very nice 8 Arcanist board with double Runic Shield, securing his spot in the top 16 tomorrow. What a game to finish off a wonderful day of TFT, my fellow co-casters. Frosty and Genome, welcome back to the analyst desk for one last time today. What are you taking away from that game, Genome?
Apparently, if he didn't win, if he went second, he wouldn't have made the cut. Is what we're getting from our stats specialists in the chats. So yeah, wow, it was a very close one. Taking out the clutch there, very important. I like the pivot to 8 Arcanist as well, because I think as we talked about a little bit when we saw the last Lux carry, so much of it is just dependent on how many levers you can pull to get those one-shots rolling and get that mana generating more quickly. So, even taking out the very strong unit Yuumi, even taking out the Scholar buff and all, the Academy buff as well. It was just the pure damage streaming through from that 8 Arcanist.
Well, Frosty, before the throw to you, we have the all-important scores to show you all who will be making it through to day 2 of the TFT Oceania Gizmos and Gadgets Mid-Set Invitational. It is Chunga, Claire, Perfect Slumbers, Angora, TT1T, Ardor, Dojo Mojo, Evelyn, Keen, Louis, Skillfulism, Donaldinho, Hardy, Cosmic Sloss, Timo's dad, and Fortune Chosen, whose first place meant he could make it to tomorrow. That is the most clutch win he could have ever hoped for, and we do say goodbye to Woken, Banter. Wait, hold on. I'm reading these off, and I'm just realizing now, these are the old scores.
But
Looks like we're gonna have to wait a little bit
No.
longer.
I
Yeah.
think there's some.
No, because Woken and Banter were on the edge last game with 19 points. I remember pointing that out.
Guys, I think we got debated.
We
Just
did
a
get
little bit.
debated. I got so hyped. I was so ready. Oh well.
The storyline was so real, Fortune Chosen getting a
Oh,
first
yeah,
place
because
there.
Fortune Chosen had 20 after 5 games.
Yeah, yeah. So
yeah.
there you go. Well, at least we know Fortune Chosen's in. We're gonna throw it back to the production team to figure out the math for the rest of it, because we're TFT players. We evidently can't do math, so we're just here to talk for a little
True.
while longer. Frosty, I'll get your thoughts on the game.
Yeah, it was really interesting. We saw a few games ago when we were spectating Fortune Chosen, who was going through this play style of choosing to play the Lux with the AP there. Didn't have a lot of success with it, even after hitting that Lux 2 on 4-1 there. But the difference is this game that they managed to hit not only Runic Shield 2, but 3. And you see the big difference that it makes is that residual damage that goes onto the Lux there doesn't stack at all, because you just have so much shielding there that ultimately what happens is your units just become huge tanks, which allows the Lux the time to start melting through it. And you saw just how long, even with those perfect items, Lux can take to try to go through it, even with the Arcanist there. But in the end, that's what it takes for, something a little bit more of a niche composition there in the 8 Arcanists to close out the game.
Well, I think they had prismatic exiles, right, on the assassins. So I
Yeah.
think that was what was blunting the Lux's attack at the start there, because obviously, yeah, she just wants those one shots. She needs to kill something, and that meant it was like, yeah, maybe 2 or 3 casts sometimes before she could get that first kill.
We were talking about combat power in terms of the augments when we were talking about the Brom 3 and whatnot.
and hitting that loaded die. But it was actually at the end of the day, Jose, that combat power in terms of the shielding that you get from the runic shield and you get from the exiles that was ultimately the game changer for Fortune Chosen and Skillfulism in that lobby.
Yeah, for sure. Usually Runic Shield 3 doesn't get as much value because it is only an 8-second buff, but the fact that your final matchup is Assassins, um, it lets you actually utilize both the Runic Shield buff because you can still safely backline your Lux or backline your AP carry without it being afraid of getting one shot. So,
Yeah, and you got to think that
yeah.
that scales with the AP as well, right? Like the shield is scaling with that extra AP that you're getting from 8 Arcanist.
Yeah. Well, I can confirm, guys. Production has no longer debated us. These are the real scores. It's time to get my hype voice out again. 1, 2, 3. Here we go. Claire and Chunga are both through to tomorrow with 40 points apiece. That is an absolutely dominant game from day from them in 6 games. Wowee. I mean, we're also going to see Perfect Slumbers, Angora, Skillfulism, TT1T, Evelent. Let me move my camera. Ardor, Donaldinho, Fortune Chosen, Cardi, Dojo Mojo, Keem, Bluey, Timo's Dad, and Dawnglade. Sadly, though, we will be saying goodbye to Woken, Cosmic Sloss, Admiration, Banter, Serene, the OCE Special, Fishbowl, and Tamura going out in 24th. Woken just losing out on the head-to-head there, just being edged out by Dawnglade, and he was on the edge there right there, so he was on 19 points to the Woken there, getting a 4th just wasn't enough to Dawnglade, who probably did really good that game because he was in the bottom lobby, but some big names being knocked out today when you're looking at like Cosmic Sloss, Admiration, Banter, and Fishbowl.
I mean, the 2 top players there getting the 40 points, right? I mean, you have to give so much credit to them. Claire ended up with 4 first placed out of the 6 games that we played, and Chunga only got top 4s. So, you know, we had that streak where Chunga was at the 1-1 lag one from Chunga, right? You know, he's proving that is not a fluke. This guy is an absolute tournament beast. And when it comes to the, you know, the hardest of the hard here, the highest of the tempos that you can play in a tournament game, Chunga is all over it.
Well, I'm going to do one last pass around us all today for day 1. Debrief a little bit. Get ready for day 2 tomorrow. Jose, Frosty, and Genome. Look, Frosty, I'll go to you first. What are you taking from today's action and bringing it into tomorrow's cast?
OCE woke up and chose violence today, Ducky, and I am all for it. For one, I think that this is perhaps the fastest paced TFT that we've seen out of OCE ever. Don't quote me on that, but I think that going into tomorrow, these players are going to have to reevaluate how they're playing the lobbies out here. No longer can you afford to be too greedy when everyone is making these big tempo plays. So that's number 1 on my scorecard there going into day number 2.
Jose, congratulations on your first day of casting, by the way. Let's all give
Let's
a round
go!
of applause, guys. There we go. He's done a really good job. Not only is he a rank 1 player, he's also a rank 1 caster. I'm very happy to bestow that on him. But Jose, what did you take away from today, first day on the broadcast?
Personally, I was really nervous coming into it, but now just watching everyone else's gameplay and like getting into the flow of things, it honestly isn't. It just doesn't feel any different from streaming. Like it's just like talking about the game and like being able to see everyone's POVs and their decision making. It's really cool. But now I get to do it in a professional manner. There we go.
Yeah. And we couldn't have made today possible as well with all of our backroom staff. So big thanks to Tycoon, BK Watt, Sky, Nightmare Twig, and obviously Roots and Swifty for absolutely making this happen. It's been a wonderful day of Day 1 action, but that means there are still 2 days left to go in the Oceania TFT Gizmos and Gadgets Mid-Set Invitational. So please come back here on the official Teamfight Tactics channel from 6 p.m. AEDT tomorrow, February 12th, for our top 16 and see who will be making it to that top 8 and qualifying for regional finals. My name's Docky. Thank you so much for watching and have a great night.